It being 11 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-269, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, prohibition deposit of raw sewage, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Falk, moves that Bill C-269, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, prohibition deposit of raw sewage, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for Regina Qu'Appelle.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honor for me to rise today, or virtually sit, I guess, and introduce my third private member's bill as the Member of Parliament for Regina Qu'Appelle. You know, Mr. Speaker, the environment, like so many issues, is a subject on which Liberals are all talk and no real substance. This Prime Minister has become world famous for this. In 2015, he ran on a very thin environmental platform, just a few paragraphs long with very few details and no modeling or costing. Of course, centered around a carbon tax. And we now know that the carbon tax is neither revenue neutral, nor is it actually working. Emissions pre-pandemic went up every year this government is in office. But it's not just on greenhouse gas emissions that this government has failed on. You know, the environment goes far beyond just climate change. That is why in the last election, Conservatives ran on a platform that included real action on a whole host of issues, including a very important plank that focused on cleaning up our lakes and rivers. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, the very first thing that this Prime Minister did after taking office when it comes to the environment was to grant permission to the City of Montreal to dump billions of liters of raw sewage in the St. Lawrence River. Now, the hypocrisy was astounding. The Prime Minister was very successful in portraying himself as someone who was serious about the environment. But at the very first opportunity, he literally flushed that down the toilet by allowing Montreal to, instead of treating that wastewater and protecting our precious natural environment, dump it untreated and full of all the dangerous substances that were contained within it into a vital water artery. Now, the current infrastructure minister was the environment minister at the time, and of course, she was directly involved in granting that permission as well. While she was trying to create the illusion that she was some kind of real-life Captain Planet, she was signing off on one of the biggest dumps of raw sewage in Canadian history. So that's a little bit of background on why I have brought forward this bill today. This is a very simple bill, and I probably don't even need my full 15 minutes today to explain it and to talk about the details about it. Now, under current legislation, there are various pieces of regulatory frameworks and laws that protect our water systems and fish habitat. My bill amends the Fisheries Act to define raw sewage as what is called under the Act a deleterious substance. So basically any kind of substance that would harm fish habitats are prohibited against being emitted into our waterways. Now, of course, given the background I've just gone over, that legislation also empowers the government to grant exemptions, basically to authorize, to issue permits, so to speak, to municipalities who need to emit those types of substances into our rivers, lakes, and oceans. So my bill does two things. First, it defines raw sewage as a certain type of deleterious substance. And then it also amends the section that authorizes the government to issue these kinds of permissions. And it excludes raw sewage from basically from the list of things that can be exempted. So it's removing raw sewage from the list of exemptions. That, in essence, means that future governments would not be allowed to grant that permission. It's basically saying that of all the substances that one municipality or another may seek approval for, untreated wastewater will be one that will not be allowed to be emitted. It's a very simple fix. It's a very short bill. It's very straightforward. I'm hoping I can get all parties to support it. And especially for those members of the Liberal Party in the backbenches who are probably frustrated at their own party's record on the environment. I mean, we just have to look at a few examples where the Prime Minister has been all talk and no action. Remember the famous billion trees promised in the last election? Well, here we are over a year and a half from the 2019 election, and not a single tree has been planted. I know that members of Parliament who may come from municipalities where the towns and cities have been forced to or feel like they have no choice but to emit these types of substances into the waterways are frustrated as well that not only are they being allowed to do it, but that the federal government hasn't been responding to the infrastructure needs of those communities. And that's something else I'd like to talk about for a few moments here, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that many towns and cities are dealing with an incredible challenge when it comes to their existing infrastructure needs. This new bill would obviously impose a requirement that municipalities have the capacity to deal with unexpected events, whether it's a weather event that adds a tremendous amount of unexpected water flowing through the system, or with aging and decaying infrastructure that needs to be replaced. And this bill, by preventing future dumps of untreated wastewater into our water systems, does impose a burden on municipalities. And so we've done two things in this bill. Well, one thing in this bill and one future commitment. The first in this bill is I've written in a 5-year coming into force date. So that means that once this bill receives royal assent, towns and cities across the country will have 5 years to plan, to invest, and to upgrade their water systems. That's a timeline that allows them to do the necessary work, and long enough that they'll have time to do the necessary work, but also short enough that we can actually take real action on protecting the environment in the here and now, and not just punting the ball years and years down the field. There's a recent media report that indicated the current environment minister has given a 20-year timeline to municipalities before they even start talking about ending this practice. Well, 20 years, of course, a lot of damage can be done to our natural environment in 20 years. That's why a 5-year timeline that I've suggested in this bill is much more realistic and it's much more effective. Now, I probably don't need to go into a tremendous amount of detail as to why this bill is necessary, why it's necessary that we stop the practice of dumping untreated water into our water systems. I could cite numerous studies where scientists and researchers have gone out and studied the impact on fish habitat, on the depletion of stocks, on the types of dangerous trace elements that have been discovered in fish who live nearby, whose habitat are nearby where the water is emitted. And this happens all across Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's not just unique to the city of Montreal. There's a study done in Toronto in 2018 by an advocacy group called Swim, Drink, and Fish. And they had this to say about the state of Toronto wastewater back in 2018. Quote, there isn't a day, regardless of rainfall, there isn't a day that we've gone to the harbor that we haven't been able to find some evidence of sewage contamination. Or incidences in Vancouver in 2016 where over 45 million cubic liters of raw sewage was leaked or otherwise dumped into nearby waterways. So, Mr. Speaker, we can all appreciate the importance of protecting our fish habitat. Canadians love our natural environment. It's part of our culture, part of our history, part of our social fabric. Taking my boys, all my kids actually, fishing whenever I get the chance is something that we really enjoy as a family. My daughters are probably just better than I am, and my two boys are asking for fishing gear for Christmas and birthdays. I'm very fortunate to represent the Qu'Appelle Lakes in my riding, Mr. Speaker. A wonderful area in the Qu'Appelle Valley, but unfortunately, in recent years, incidences in Regina have led to emissions of wastewater into the Qu'Appelle system, and that has had a negative effect on the water quality in the Qu'Appelle Valley. Some of the best moments I've had as a family is taking the family to the Qu'Appelle Lakes and going out for the day fishing. I don't need to tell members here who represent coastal communities how important the fishing industry is economically, culturing, for Indigenous populations as well. I missed out on having the benefits of being taken on at salmon fish in British Columbia. The timing just didn't work out. But of course, my British Columbia colleagues in the Conservative caucus are passionate advocates for doing more to protect fish habitat and helping the stocks in throughout British Columbia grow again, and we all know the importance that the salmon fishing industry has, both recreationally, for tourism, and of course commercially as well. The same is true in literally every corner of this country. The ability to fish for fun, for sport, for food, or for our livelihoods is incredibly important for all Canadians in every single province and every single community. It's something that this government promised to take action on, but like so many promises during the last election, something they have completely failed to do. So that's why this private member's bill is necessary, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to have the support of my Conservative colleagues. This is one more concrete example of where Conservatives take real, tangible, and achievable action on the environment. You look back throughout the history of our party, Mr. Speaker, from John Diefenbaker's work on establishing parks in the previous Conservative government, the amount of work that went into the Clean Air Act, legislation that put in meaningful reductions targets. When you look at the Conservative government in the 80s under former Prime Minister Mulroney, with the acid rain issues and all the work that Conservative governments have done, we take real practical action on the environment. Liberals say a lot of things during elections, but when they have the opportunity to act, they never seem to do so. So that's why this bill is necessary, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping that all parties will give it quick passage so that it can get to committee so that we can take real action on protecting our rivers, lakes, and oceans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the former leader of the Conservative Party has any regrets in terms of Stephen Harper's investment into infrastructure and cleaning up the waterways. This government in 5 years has done more in terms of investment in infrastructures for cleaner water than Harper did in twice the period of time. So maybe he could provide some thoughts on that. And while he's doing that, when he criticizes the Liberals on the environment, maybe the former leader of the Conservative Party can explain why it is he campaigned literally adamantly against the price on pollution. And today we've seen the new leader, a new position. Can he provide his thoughts on the new Conservative Party's position on the price on pollution?
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, on the first point, the Parliamentary Secretary could not be more wrong. We have had testimony at committee with the Auditor General just slamming this government's record on infrastructure. This infrastructure department under this Prime Minister has absolutely no ability to track the effectiveness of its own programs. We've heard from mayors across this country who are being told that their projects aren't eligible for funding because it doesn't fit into the narrow boxes that the government has defined. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has been extremely critical as well. And the most important thing, perhaps, is the fact that this government has lapsed $8 billion plus more than $8 billion in infrastructure program. That means that there are municipalities out there who have put in applications and they're being told no, or their application has been sitting on a desk and that money doesn't get spent. So a Conservative government will deliver real action on infrastructure and take this important step to ban the dumping of raw.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague presenting this bill. We know that water is important. Water is life. However, the bill does not prohibit pesticides, oil products, chemicals, insecticides from being discharged. How would he convince me to improve the health of our waterways? We should continue to allow the spill of those types of products and prevent wastewater.
For Regina Capel.
Je veux remercier mon collègue pour.
I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Obviously, there are other substances in the law that the government can permit I decided to focus on one issue. I decided to focus on one thing. In my opinion, this is a better use of a private member's bill. It makes sense to focus on it.
One specific issue. And this is something where the government can go hand in hand, and we can ban the practice of dumping untreated wastewater, while at the same time a Conservative government will commit to make the necessary upgrades for municipalities, focusing on that real important infrastructure. This current government categorizes so many things as infrastructure that has never been categorized that way before. Money is flowing into, money is not getting into the much needed improvements into these types of water systems. So that's why I focused on one particular issue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree that every community across the country wants to have state-of-the-art wastewater treatment systems, but they desperately need a federal partner to help them get there. This bill has a lot of implications for municipalities and for commercial fishers and boaters. So I guess my question is to the member, what would the member say to the small, rural, and remote communities from Vancouver Island to Newfoundland who simply can't afford new wastewater systems, or the commercial fishers who could be punished under the terms of this bill? Can the member commit that the Conservative Party would support filling all the gaps for those communities that can't afford to implement wastewater treatment systems, and the timing of that?
Well,
Honourable member for Regina Capel.
That is a very important question. Obviously, this will require partnership, but it's important to do. You know, we can't use the different excuses of the lack of coordination between different governments as an excuse to continue this harmful environmental practice. I would say that absolutely, a Conservative government will commit to being that partner at the table. You look at where this government has lapsed money. $8 billion lapsed in the first year of this government's infrastructure program alone. $35 billion to an infrastructure bank that has completed nothing. $250 million to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. So this government has put a lot of money out there into infrastructure that is not going to address the needs of Canadians and Canadian municipalities. That is what a Conservative government will do. We will be that partner.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
I would like to begin with a few questions, especially about Conservatives taking real practical actions. First of all, why now? Why did the Conservatives not propose this in, say, 2012, when they were drafting and gazetting the wastewater system's effluent regulations? Were they guilty of an oversight at that time? Second, why did the member not introduce his private member's bill in 2015, after he was no longer Speaker? Third, why 4 years later, when the member was leader of his party, did he not include this proposal in the 2019?
Madame la Présidente, excusez-moi, il n'y a pas de...
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry.
Okay, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières dans un point.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières has a point of order.
That interpretation isn't working? No? Toujours pas?
Still no?
Did it work when I spoke? Okay, is it working now? Okay, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Where should I start from the beginning, Madam Speaker?
I think we don't have a choice yet.
Okay. So I'd like to begin.
I have another point of order. Yes, the honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I'm just very worried that the way this is working out, the member for Lac-Saint-Louis will have his list of enumerated questions. There'll be no time for the member to respond. That would be unfair, so I ask you to exercise a bit of discretion.
There's no answers in this. It's just speeches. Just speeches, no answers. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to begin with a few questions, especially about Conservatives taking real practical actions. First of all, why now? Why did the Conservatives not propose this in, say, 2012, when they were drafting and gazetting wastewater systems effluent regulations? Were they guilty of an oversight at that time? Second, why did the member not introduce his private member's bill in 2015, after he was no longer Speaker? Third, why 4 years later, when the member was leader of his party, did he not include this proposal in the 2019 Conservative election platform? The Fisheries Act already prohibits the deposit of deleterious substances, including sewage, into fish-bearing waters, unless expressly allowed by regulation. The fact is that the Harper government's wastewater regulations gave a de facto exemption to municipalities under the Fisheries Act to deposit a deleterious substance, namely wastewater, into fish-bearing waters. This exemption was not carte blanche, however. It came with limits on how much of a regulated substance can be released into the environment. The wastewater regulations also imposed deadlines on municipalities for building and upgrading their systems to meet the standards of secondary treatment, a biological process that can remove up to 95% of contaminants. By way of background, 6 billion cubic meters of wastewater are discharged into marine and freshwater ecosystems in Canada every year. Of this amount, approximately 72% is treated to the level of at least secondary treatment. 25% is undertreated, and the remaining 3% is untreated, coming from continuous discharges in communities without a wastewater plant, from releases from combined sewer systems where wastewater and stormwater flow together in the same pipe and can overflow during heavy rainfalls, from spills due to equipment failure and negligence, and finally, from occasional planned releases deemed necessary to allow for system construction or maintenance. I would be remiss if I didn't point out the Harper government's bungling of the 2015 wastewater release in Montreal, which caught the government off guard in the middle of an election campaign. The planned release was needed to allow maintenance on a key interceptor in the city's wastewater system. It should be noted that Montreal has a single massive wastewater plant, the largest in North America and the third largest in the world, providing primary and secondary wastewater treatment. The city is introducing ozonation, which will allow it to achieve tertiary treatment by 2023, at which time the city will have the largest ozone wastewater treatment plant in the world. A belt of sewers runs around the island. The whole system is on a slope from west to east, with the treatment plant located at the eastern tip of the island. Gravity draws sewage from all around the island to the plant, reducing the need for energy-consuming pumping stations along the route. There are no alternative wastewater plants on the island, no safety valves, as it were. If the plant gets damaged, that's a huge problem for the city and communities downstream. In 2015, the city applied to the province for a permit for a planned release and obtained Quebec's authorization to do so. The city also contacted Environment Canada twice, in September 2014 and September 2015, but as I understand it, was met with radio silence. The Conservative government only realized there was an issue when the story hit the headlines in Canada and internationally, at which point it cleverly punted the matter until after the election. On November 9th, 2015, the new Liberal government issued a ministerial order under Section 37 of the Fisheries Act to require Montreal to make adjustments to its initial release plan. These adjustments were based on the recommendations of an expert panel. It should be noted that the Liberal government did not authorize the release, even though the province had. Section 37 of the Act, while not giving the federal government the power to authorize a release like Montreal's, allows the minister to require, quote, to require any modifications or additions to the work undertaking or activity, or any modifications to any plans, specifications, procedures, or schedules relating to it that the minister considers necessary in the circumstances, end quote. That's what the new minister, the member for Ottawa Centre, did. She ordered changes to the plan to minimize impacts based on the recommendations of an expert panel. Environment and Climate Change Canada consultations with a view to making improvements to the temporary bypass provisions in sections 43 to 49 of the wastewater system's effluent regulations. Currently under the regulations, a bypass authorization for a release of untreated wastewater can only be given for maintenance work that is being done at a wastewater plant. That is at a final point of discharge, not at other points along the system. The objective of upcoming amendments to the regulations is to allow the government to provide bypass authorizations for work being done beyond the plant itself, thereby creating a regulatory framework that will encourage better planning of emergency releases such as the one that occurred in Montreal. Enter Bill C-269, which seeks to make it an offense to proceed with any releases of raw sewage into fish-bearing waters. Sounds great, but as is often the case with private members' bills, they are not drafted with the benefit of appropriate expertise and are often designed more for political effect than to achieve a constructive objective. If passed, Bill C-269 could have serious unintended consequences for the environment. First, the proposed prohibition would apply to wastewater that is already treated to a high standard. This is because even effluents that are subject to advanced levels of treatment still contain contaminants from raw sewage that have not been separated and removed as required by the bill. All communities across Canada, therefore, would be in a potential violation of the proposed law, notwithstanding their high degree of wastewater treatment in most cases. In effect, they would have to shut down their wastewater plants. Second, the definition of raw sewage in Bill C-269 is ambiguous and likely to include more than just effluent from human or domestic sources. The bill's definition could include industrial, commercial, and institutional effluents that contain low or manageable levels of such sewage. The bill could therefore interfere with the development and implementation of regulations to control industrial effluents. For example, the bill could impede the ongoing process of updating the pulp and paper regulations, a process aimed at, among other things, capturing facilities producing non-traditional products from wood and other plant material, and also aimed at lowering current effluent limits, as well as adding limits for additional substances. Third, the bill exempts the North, to all intents and purposes, where to all intents and purposes, the Fisheries Act prohibition against depositing deleterious substances into fish-bearing waters applies wholesale, absent the existence of a bilateral agreement with the federal government for creating an equivalent regulatory framework to the wastewater systems effluent regulations. This means that whatever pollution safeguards and monitoring mechanisms exist today in the North by virtue of a bilateral agreement with the federal government, those would be thrown into question if this bill passes. There are many examples of how proposed measures like those in Bill C-269 that are intuitively appealing at first glance are, upon deeper reflection, clearly not the best way forward for either the environment or human health. As a case in point, I'd like to refer to the late Dr. David Schindler's work at the Experimental Lakes area, a real-life freshwater laboratory that garnered a great deal of national attention a few years back when the Harper government tried to close it down. The conventional wisdom at one point was that nitrogen from wastewater was likely causing algal blooms in lakes, suggesting the need for multi-billion-dollar investments to alter wastewater treatment plants. However, a 37-year real-time, real-life experiment at the Experimental Lakes area found this was not the case, that the culprit was rather phosphorus. This subsequently led to the elimination of phosphates in detergents and avoided massively expensive yet futile investments to upgrade wastewater treatment plants across the country to deal with nitrogen. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in the end, I regret to say that this bill may well be in reality more a public relations exercise on a subject that deserves much more serious and well-informed attention. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Monday, everyone. I'd like to start by saying water is life, and I think we can all agree on that. While we welcome the attempt to create a debate on water quality and the pollution of our rivers, it's a very important topic, but we cannot support the principle of C-269 because this is a bill that offers no solution to the issue of wastewater dumping. Effective regulation is certainly a solution, but it begins first with significant investment in wastewater treatment infrastructure. Moreover, this bill is inconsistent. On the one hand, since it would allow the controlled release of hazardous materials while prohibiting the discharge of foul-smelling wastewater from urban areas. Well, I'll get back to that. But on the second, it would allow two new subsections, which would exclude the prohibition in Nunavut, Newfoundland, and north of the 54th parallel in Quebec. And I wonder what the rationale is for that. C-269 is a bad idea. In 2012, the Conservative government enacted the Wastewater Systems Effluent Regulations, which were the first Canadian standard for sewage treatment. At the time, the federal government estimated that 75% of existing wastewater facilities met the standard. For the remaining 25%, the government committed funding to help them comply, and it established 3 categories of facilities. The first category, with the highest risk facilities, had to comply by 2020. The second and third highest risk facilities had until 2030 and 2040, respectively, to comply. The Minister of Infrastructure at the time did not provide details on the funding formula that would support these new regulations. The Union des Municipalités du Québec estimated that $9 billion would be required to update existing municipal facilities to comply with these new regulations. And during the same period, the FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, with McGill University, investigated this issue and estimated that the municipal infrastructure deficit, namely what it would cost to upgrade the existing infrastructure to current standards, would cost around $31 billion. Madam Speaker, that was almost 10 years ago. Now let's go back to this time, if you will. Last March, Le Devoir newspaper published an article saying that 80 Quebec municipalities still do not have wastewater treatment plants. And according to a report by the Environment Réseau mentioned in the same article, at least $17 billion would have to be invested just to upgrade the existing treatment infrastructure, which is experiencing aging. And this amount does not take into account the investment that would be required to ensure that wastewater treatment plants comply with the 2012 regulation, or the cost to build treatment plants where none exist. So given this reality, what government action should be prioritized? If there are regulations, it is so that we can comply with them. But you see, no one is bound to do what is impossible. In Quebec, wastewater discharge is high. For example, the Rivers Foundation has produced a rather impressive interactive map using a data set, and it identified 60,660 spills in 2019 that lasted a total of 471,300 hours, while the Conservatives unabashedly raised Montreal's flushgate during the 2019 election campaign, where 8 billion litres of sewage were dumped into the St. Lawrence. You shouldn't think that the spills are any worse anywhere else. In the 2019 campaign, it was pointed out that Canadian municipalities had dumped 218 billion litres of sewage into waterways, and no party was proposing a solution to the problem. Toronto says that in 2018, more than 7.1 billion litres of sewage leaked into Lake Ontario and other waterways because the combined sewer and stormwater system is unable to handle rainstorm flows. Last year, the National Observer presented data from Environment Canada explaining that in 2018, 19 billion litres of sewage and runoff, excluding Quebec, just in the rest of Canada, and that was probably a conservative amount that was estimated given random monitoring by various municipalities. In short, this is a serious issue for which real solutions must be found, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has been concerned for several years now. I'd like to say right off the bat that the $1.5 billion this government has committed between 2015 and 2019 to this wastewater issue is peanuts compared to the real need. Just a small drop in the ocean. Madam Speaker, without diminishing the impact of human waste and runoff on stream pollution, I'd like to say something about other substances of concern. The most recent research has highlighted health problems caused by endocrine disruptors, as well as the ever-increasing presence of microplastics in our waterways. And while I've mentioned the worrisome presence of two substances, it's so you can see the lack of coherence that C269 presents. Namely, it would still allow a host of materials to be discharged into our waterways, as long as the dumping is done in compliance with the 2012 wastewater systems effluent regulation. So I'm going to provide a list that is really not exhaustive of harmful substances that could still be dumped into our waterways despite the passage of the Conservative bill, such as petroleum products, oil, gasoline, diesel, grease, etc., chemicals, pesticides, heavy materials, industrial effluents, cleaning products, such as bleach and detergents, chlorinated water, and the list goes on. All of the above could be released, but not the effluent from city wastewater systems. You really have to try to convince me that from an environmental standpoint and to improve the health of our waterways, continuing to allow the discharge of these products is less harmful than the discharge of urban wastewater? A rigorous and integrated approach is required to propose regulations that will lead to progress, allow for infrastructure compliance, and deploy 21st century technology to existing facilities. But Bill C-269 does not do that. When it comes to infrastructure, money is the name of the game, funding. And you have to take a closer look at the fiscal reality to validate what the fair share of Quebec is. 50% for the federal government, 42% for Quebec, and 8% for the municipalities. The burden on municipalities for infrastructure has increased from 30.9% in 1961 to 52.4% in 2002, while the federal share has decreased from 23.9% to 6.8% for the same period. That's what I'm saying. For municipalities, they can't do this. And almost 20 years later, I'm sure these figures are speak even more volumes. So there's no doubt that investment in infrastructure must be made and that the solution does not lie in arbitrary and unenforceable bans. The real way to support municipalities is to respect your responsibility to assume it for wastewater treatment. Finally, I'd like to say that I believe this issue has the potential to move forward, but every level of government has to do its share. We have to avoid duplication and confusion, but certainly also provide assurance to municipalities. Put them in a position where they have the ability to optimize or to install infrastructure to meet wastewater standards. Madam Speaker, you know municipality is happy to dump its wastewater. They want to comply, but they just can't afford to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prise du débat.
Resuming debate.
For Courtney Alberni. I didn't get it.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a huge honor to rise today on this bill, Bill C-269. But before I do, I want to wish you a happy belated Mother's Day and all the mothers out there right across our country. It's an honor to speak on this bill from the honorable member from Regina Capel, and I'm joining you today from the home of the Nuu-chah-nulth people on the unceded traditional territory of the Huu-pu-chi-sist and the Sishat people.
Rappel au règlement, Madame la Présidente.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Thank you. We're having other issues with the interpretation.
In French when I speak in English? Ça fonctionne? Okay, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni, please take it back from the top.
Okay, Madam Speaker, again, wishing you a happy belated Mother's Day and all the mothers right across Canada. It's an honor today to rise on Bill 269 from the tabled by the honourable member from Regina Capel, and I'm joining you today from the home of the Nuu-chah-nulth people on the unceded traditional territory of both the Huu-pu-chi-sist and Sishat people, who have a long history as protectors of coastal communities in my riding, and which guides my decisions as a member of Parliament every day. While I sit in the House of Commons. And I want to say that we in the New Democratic Party strongly support stopping the flow of raw sewage into our oceans and waterways. We all want to see an end to the dumping of raw sewage. And as I stated, we're strong supporters of initiatives that would stop this practice. But this bill is those communities that can't afford upgrading their systems. We absolutely support the intent of the bill, but it's deeply flawed in its approach. We can't abandon communities like the Harper government did for a decade, and the Liberal government is falling far short. We know, according to FCM, that it would cost over $18 billion for communities right across Canada to improve their wastewater systems to stop raw sewage dumping. But this bill doesn't do anything positive to help get them there. It's in this spirit that I rise to speak on Bill 269 and express deep reservations that I have regarding supporting this legislation. It's not simply a matter of banning raw sewage dumping, but rather how we as communities and as a country support one another in keeping our oceans clean for both this generation and for generations to come. And I think about the implications in my riding, because people across my riding are rightfully concerned about our coastal waters and want to take measures to support them. So, Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that whether it be an environmentalist or any person actually who cares about the health of fish or the health of coastal ecosystems, they want to make sure that there are no dangers to the water that surrounds their communities and our communities. The water in Courtenay, Alberni is not just a source of food, whether it be wild salmon or other fish, but it's also a refuge for swimmers, boaters, and recreation. And it's ensuring it's clean is critical and crucial to our local economy, our way of life, and our food security. It attracts recreation fishers and boaters who invest their money into our restaurants and shops. So it's part of tourism. It draws these tourists to stay in our hotels and bed and breakfast, and it grounds us every day. It reminds us as residents that we are part of an ecosystem that depends on us to make the decisions that we need to protect our families and the species and the biodiversity where we live and that surround us. So when I think about this bill, I think about the impacts that it will have not only on the cleanliness of the water, but also on the communities that will be affected. I think about the municipalities that need to have clean water systems, but don't have the resources to build them as well. I think about the boaters and their families who would be impacted by its sweeping generalizations. And I think about the decision-making processes we have in place when enforcing environmental regulations and some of the better options we have to make real impacts on the health and safety of our waterways. Now, I sat in local government in Tofino, British Columbia, and so I'm very familiar about the challenges of dealing with wastewater. And this bill, literally, it pits the federal government against these small communities. And it shows, again, that the Conservatives are out of touch with municipalities. I wonder how much consultation this member and the Conservatives have done with these communities that are lacking support to get their wastewater infrastructure in place, because everybody wants that. We know costs are soaring, the mechanics, the electronics, you need specialized crews to build wastewater treatment, Madam Speaker. Obviously now you need to pay for work camps if you're in a remote and rural community, and inflation is skyrocketing. And we know that there's new risk in pricing due to COVID. Modern wastewater treatment depend on very modern producers, and these producers are highly specialized and they're very expensive. And when I talked to the former mayor of Tofino, who's actually now the Minister of Municipal Affairs in British Columbia, she sat as the mayor for 7 years. And her number one priority each year in council was getting wastewater treatment in place. They still haven't broken ground. It was a deep commitment by their local government. In fact, in the early 2000s, it was projected a $12 million cost to build wastewater treatment. When I sat on council in 2008, it was 18 million. When they applied for funding, it was for 40 million. They rejigged that plan, and it came back at 57. They put it out for tender. The bids came back at $82 million. That'd be a tax increase of $1,000 a household every year for literally over a decade to pay for that, Madam Speaker. I think about Newfoundland, a small community of 500 people in Newfoundland, where they have really good staff, but they might not have the capacity, or very unlikely have the capacity, to develop an $18 million or $20 million wastewater treatment center. So I know the member just spoke and he said that a lack of coordination can't be the problem, but it actually is a problem, Madam Speaker. And we need the government, and not just the Conservative Party, and because they've tabled this bill, but all parties to get together and coordinate and commit to filling the gaps so that these communities can get there. We hear people are considering not even running for office in Newfoundland and small communities because they're concerned about the liability around the legislation that's in place currently. And we know big cities, whether it be Toronto or Montreal, that a lot of their infrastructure is aged, it's old, and they would literally need to rip up a lot of their infrastructure to meet this goal of this bill, because their combined sewer and stormwater are actually integrated into the same system. So, without understanding the costs and the obstacles to meet the goal set out in this bill and the way they're going to need it, it's actually a big gap and a big problem. Now, we talked about municipalities. This legislation would immediately punish those communities that have no choice but to dump raw sewage right now. So instead of helping build the water treatment systems they need, this bill directs sparse municipal resources away from water treatment and towards paying the inevitable fines that it would create. So we know that between 2013 and 2017, approximately 96% of municipal wastewater underwent some form of treatment before it was discharged. This means that around 4% of municipal wastewater was discharged, which is still significant, but it's worth examining the reasons why this amount of money is dumped into our waterways, such as, leaks or dumps of water are done for a number of reasons, Madam Speaker. And in Toronto, for example, more than 7.1 billion liters of raw sewage leaked into Lake Ontario because of the capacity of the wastewater system that they have. And much of this was done because of rainwater, something that even big cities, like I said, like Toronto, are not capable of controlling right now. They need serious investments. And it would be almost impossible, they've cited, even if funding came from the federal and provincial governments, to meet this facility and get it up and running by 2030 to complete those upgrades caused by rain. So this bill comes into effect within 5 years of passing. It's very unreasonable, Madam Speaker, to expect that communities like that who've said that they just can't meet it would get there. For small communities that don't have the same resources as bigger cities, the fines that this would incur would be absolutely devastating and seriously hamper the work that they're doing. I think about, Madam Speaker, the concerns that we've talked about around recreation boaters and commercial boaters. This is a huge concern from this bill about its impact on these vessels and the economy. And my colleague, the member from St. John's East, he pointed out, he's a lawyer, he looked over this legislation about that every single commercial and recreational vessel that has a waste disposal system built would be impacted by this bill. And the way it's written, this bill leaves open the possibility to impose fines on commercial and recreation vessels who dump waste while they're on the water at all, doing any form of business. So at best, this bill conflicts with regulations under the Canada Shipping Act, and at worst, it would be severely hurt these vessels and the economy. So this is something that really hasn't been looked at closely, and we have serious reservations around this and about the hundreds of thousands of commercial and recreational fishers, all who would have to update their vessels, buy new boats, or significantly change their operations in order to comply with this bill. Again, what we want, my friend and my former colleague Tracy Ramsey introduced a private member's bill to develop a national freshwater strategy. Her bill would have ensured that the federal government consulted and worked with the provinces, with municipalities and Indigenous peoples and stakeholders. So this is what we're asking for, Madam Speaker. So again, I hope that the member takes into consideration what we're offering today. And again, he missed out on banning toxic substances going into wastewater stream catchment areas, capturing plastics, as I've talked about in the past, and ensuring these systems were upgraded. So thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak on this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a real honor for me today to speak to this private member's bill 269 that the member from Regina Capel has presented. I think it's a fantastic bill, and I'm going to tell you why. 900 billion liters. That's how much raw sewage was dumped into Canada's waterways over a 5-year period. It's a number that is nearly impossible to wrap your head around, but a CTV article helpfully described this amount in more visual terms. It's enough to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool over 355,000 times. That's a lot of raw sewage. This particular figure is actually a couple years old now, so we know that it's probably grown even higher than that. We also know that this data doesn't necessarily capture the full picture, and that the amount of raw sewage being vented is increased each year. But regardless of what that final figure looks like, we clearly have a problem on our hands. This represents one of Canada's largest sources of pollutions in Canada's rivers and oceans. Dumping raw sewage into waterways is putting the biodiversity values of our land, waterways, and marine environments at risk. In Canada's largest city, raw sewage ends up in Lake Ontario. So often that Toronto's city officials advise people to stay away from the city's beaches for at least 2 days after it rains. In my province of Manitoba, folks go out on the Assiniboine River regularly, can see more debris and smell and odor after a rainstorm. These are realities that have too often been ignored, something we can't afford to do any longer. Canada's a big country, and with our sizable landmass comes a great deal of water resources. In fact, we have around 20% of the world's fresh water right here within our borders, flowing through some 2 million lakes and rivers. For some Canadians, the Great Lakes will come to mind. For others, the 1,200 kilometer St. Lawrence River. For folks in my province of Manitoba, many will think of Lake Winnipeg, which holds some 284 cubed kilometers worth of water. That's a lot of water. But whatever body of water or waterway comes to mind, we know that each one is invaluable for the well-being of our communities who rely on them. Each one represents a remarkable natural inheritance, and they're worth protecting. And this is where Bill 269 comes in. This bill, which proposes to prohibit the dumping of raw sewage in Canadian waterways, will help all Canadians preserve and protect the rich natural heritage that we enjoy. It's a meaningful, common sense way to protect the environment and waterways that are such a big part of our lives. As with most of the matters we consider in this House, protecting Canada's waterways is a complex, multifaceted matter. So much so that it can perhaps be overwhelming for the average person wanting to make a difference by protecting our oceans, lakes, rivers, whatever. I really appreciate about Bill 269 is its simplicity. It's not flashy, it's not showy, it offers us a tangible, achievable solution. It's a good first step. But let's step back for a moment and talk about the problem. Why is Canada dumping so much raw sewage into our waterways? Much of the problem can be attributed to Canada's antiquated city and municipal sewer systems. In some communities, older water systems carry both household water and stormwater through the same pipes. When rain or an influx of melting snow overwhelm these systems, they tend to be designed to vent the diluted sewage into the nearest waterway. Some cities dump raw sewage into our waterways just to undertake repairs. Whatever the reason, the result is that billions of liters of raw sewage are ending up in Canadian waterways because municipalities do not have adequate infrastructure or the support to deal with it. No one likes to talk about it. It's a sewage we're discussing after all. But we need to recognize that the water and wastewater produced by residential and commercial establishments, and this includes both human and industrial waste, and it will continue to find its way into our waterways untreated unless we push for a change to the status quo. Bill 269 changes the status quo. Some have argued here this morning it's not comprehensive enough. It doesn't include everything it should. It's a great first step. Our previous Conservative government was an early challenger of the status quo. In 2012, Conservatives set new standards for treating wastewater. We introduced the Wastewater Systems Effluent Regulations to address the largest point source of pollution in Canadian waters. The goal was to reduce the threats to fish and fish habitats and also protect human health by making sure the fish we eat hadn't been exposed to toxins. By decreasing the level of potentially harmful substances vented into Canada's waterways, we were able to move in the right direction to improve water quality, protect fish ecosystems, and ensure that Canadians can enjoy freshly caught fish without concern for their health. While this remains an important policy adjustment, with the passage of time, it's clear that more needs to be done. The Liberals' 2015 platform told Canadians their party would treat our fresh water as a precious resource that deserves protection and careful stewardship. Yet when the Liberals formed government in 2015, one of their first decisions was to authorize the City of Montreal to dump 8 billion liters of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence. 8 billion liters raw sewage. An online petition at the time saw more than 95,000 people express their objections to this plan, but the Liberal Environment Minister gave the city the green light. They abandoned that platform commitment in record time, but it would be the start of a pattern. Talk big about the government while refusing to actually do the hard thing and fix the problem. By choosing to support this bill, the Liberals can demonstrate to Canadians that they actually will honor their commitments respecting Canada's water. With the Montreal sewage dump top of mind, maybe it's time we removed the power of federal ministers to give permits to municipalities to dump raw sewage into Canada's waterways. Bill 269 would have this effect. This would go a long way in restoring Canadians' confidence in how this and any future government will manage our waterways. I want to take a moment to advocate for our municipalities. Municipalities have rightly noted that sewer systems need to be updated to ensure that they can better protect Canadian waterways. As we discuss in Bill 269 today, we do recognize that partnerships with municipalities will be vital to achieving lasting change, and one that would see the end of raw sewage being dumped into waterways. Federal support for local infrastructure priorities is paramount to that end. Unfortunately, we have seen this government struggle to get that critical infrastructure support that municipalities need out the door. Just recently, the Auditor General said that the Liberal infrastructure plan has been beset by setbacks, leaving billions unspent or delayed until later this decade. I find it frustrating, as I think many Canadians would agree, that once again, the Liberals are so quick to talk about the importance of caring for our environment, yet they're so focused on talk that they fail to do the work. Of course, we know that not every infrastructure dollar will end up constructing water and wastewater infrastructure. There are roads, bridges, and other projects that must be built too. But when they fail to properly manage billions of infrastructure funding, there will be valuable projects that simply aren't built, including those helping to protect Canada's water and waterways. Recognizing the Liberal government's failures in this area, Bill C-269 takes into consideration that municipalities need time to upgrade their wastewater systems. And that's why the coming into force component of this bill allows municipalities that may not have the capacity to fully treat the water they expel, gives them the time to do so. Passing this bill is part of the equation, but Canadians also need the Liberals to get their act together on infrastructure to support the improvements needed to make this happen. Sometimes we hear from other parties accuse the Conservatives of being stuck in the past, but there's nothing wrong with looking to the past to better understand who we are and how we should move forward. When we look at Canada's past, we see the enormous role of our waterways in the development of our nation. For Indigenous peoples, they were highways connecting their communities. They brought people together for religious, cultural, and economic events. For early European explorers, waterways served to guide their paths and help them out of a vast territory. For fur traders, waterways were trade routes, fostering economic activity. All of our forebears recognized and respected our waterways, and we have benefited from the healthy waterways that they left for us. As we look back, we see that Canadians have relied on our waterways for generations for many things: transportation, commerce, food, resources, recreation. This past reminds us of the ways by which our waterways have served us, and it's a reminder that we must serve as stewards of them as well. I want to encourage all my colleagues to support Bill 269 so that we too can leave a rich, natural inheritance to future generations. You know, I've heard previous members discuss at length how the previous Harper government didn't do something, or how the municipalities don't have enough money. This is a partnership that looks forward to protecting and...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, who will have 2 minutes before we have to proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-269, and ultimately the government opposes the bill for multiple reasons, including because it would actually reduce environmental protection. It would negatively impact current federal, provincial, and territorial collaborations on wastewater. It would impose significant financial and practical challenges on all levels of government, and it would be redundant and could actually weaken existing federal pollution prevention powers. Our government is committed to protecting and managing water quality in our rivers, lakes, and oceans. We recognize the critical importance of removing raw sewage from our waterways in order to keep our environment clean and healthy. That's why, Madam Speaker, our government is already implementing a robust and effective approach for addressing wastewater pollution, an approach that is achieving results. This approach implements the National Wastewater Strategy that was developed after 10 years of extensive negotiation, cooperation, and agreement with provincial and territorial partners. Under this strategy, municipalities and Indigenous communities are working hard to build and upgrade important public infrastructure that can safely address significant sources of pollution and protect the environment using predictable and achievable timelines. In contrast, this bill would impose an arbitrary and unachievable 5-year timeline for communities to conduct additional work while incurring significant new costs, only to address the least significant source of pollution, such as maintenance or stormwater releases. Madam Speaker, this bill would jeopardize the current national strategy by unilaterally imposing unanticipated requirements upon our provinces and provincial and territorial partners, risking a decade of close collaboration and negotiation. At a time when we are focused on critical national issues such as dealing with COVID, economic recovery, charting a path forward towards a net zero future, this bill would put significant pressures on federal provincial legislatures. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable parliamentary secretary will have 8 minutes to conclude his speech when this private member's bill comes up again. La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanant des députés.
The period for private members' business has now expired and falls to the bottom of the order of precedence. Orders of the day.
Honorable Ministre des Infrastructures.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Motion.
The Honourable Minister on a motion, yes.
I move, seconded by the President of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada, that in relation to Bill C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, COVID-19 response, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mrs. McKenna, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, move the following. That in relation to Bill C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, COVID-19 response, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article 67.1 du règlement.
Pursuant to the relevant standing order, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite the honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or to use the raise hand function so that the chair may determine the number of parliamentarians who wish to participate in this question period. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What a sad day for parliamentary democracy today. Already, the issue of time allocation is unpleasant. Sometimes it's a necessary ill, but it's always unpleasant. But invoking time allocation on a bill that has to do with citizens' right to vote adds insult to injury. What we're debating today is the way that Canadians vote, how Canadians are going to vote in the next election, which might be happening during a pandemic. This is the jewel of democracy, and now the government is invoking time allocation to restrict parliamentarians' right to speak. It is completely unacceptable. Why Well, I can already hear them saying, well, Mr. Speaker, the opposition is doing everything to slow down the work of Parliament, and it's completely false. The best way to slow down the work of Parliament is to prorogue the House like the Liberals did last August. Why is the government not taking its responsibilities and accepting a fulsome debate on Bill C-19, which affects Canadian democracy?
L'honorable président.
The Honorable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie mon honorable collègue de Louis Saint-Laurent pour son.
I would like to thank my member for Louis Saint-Laurent for his speech. I understand that he's playing the role of parliamentary leader of the official opposition. However, as I was in opposition and his party was in power under the Harper years, we saw the government use time allocation regularly, daily, during some weeks. And so I understand that my colleague has a role to play by expressing a certain amount of indignation, and I accept that. However, we believe that the time has come for the Procedure Committee to study the bill, to make amendments as needed. During hours of debate, we had many suggestions from opposition members as to how to improve a bill that will only apply to the next election. We all agree on that. And so I think, Madam Speaker, that it's time for the House to send this to committee and have it studied. The Honourable Member of La Prairie. The time has come to send it to the committee, but this is a joke. This is a law that requires consensus. It's the Elections Act. We're talking about the right to vote, as my colleague mentioned. We're looking for consensus. 4 hours of debate means that only one person from the Bloc Québécois got to speak to this. They tabled this bill on December 10th when Proc was still working on the subject of the bill. Instead of waiting for Proc to finish their work, they decided to table a bill to ignore Proc's instructions, and now we're missing additional time for debate. And we're being told that's enough debate. We're going to committee. Look, you can't make this up. The Liberals are having trouble managing a legislative calendar. They're a bunch of amateurs. The matter is simple. Aren't you ashamed to impose time allocation on a bill that requires consensus? The Honourable Member of the Queen's Privy Council.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague for La Prairie, no, we are not embarrassed at all to give Parliament the chance to pass a bill that will make changes to the Elections Act, changes that are temporary only for the next election. And this is part of an official request tabled in the House by the Chief Electoral Officer. My honourable colleague for La Prairie keeps voting against the government, might even be looking to move towards elections. How else to explain this? We believe that it would be wise to offer more flexibility to Elections Canada, for instance, to protect people that live in long-term care facilities in Quebec, for example, and the amendments to the Elections Act have already been before the House for months now. And so I would ask my colleague to consider that last Friday, when the bill came before the House of Commons, only 4 Conservative members insisted on speaking to it, again, to delay the vote to send it to committee.
For Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I guess I want to start by recognizing what a frustrating situation we find ourselves in as a parliament, I would say. The election in Newfoundland and Labrador showed very clearly that even if an election during the pandemic doesn't precipitate a public health crisis on its own, it can have really damaging effects for democracy and for the outcomes of an election. And so here we have a government that's proposed some temporary changes to the Elections Act. It has not called the bill very often, which has been a point of frustration for New Democrats. But when it has, the official opposition has often found ways to delay and stall. And so here we are, an important bill that really needs to be passed, given that we have a prime minister who repeatedly refuses to put everybody at ease and say that he will not unilaterally call an election during the pandemic. And our view is that the responsible response to that is to try and get rules in place, exactly because we don't trust the prime minister to do the right thing here. But perhaps the government today could allay those concerns and let us know when the prime minister intends to commit that he will not call an election during the pandemic. When is that announcement coming?
The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague from Elmwood, Transcona, for his constructive conversation with respect to this legislation. We've taken note, obviously, of his comments in the House during the debate at second reading. The New Democratic Party has constructively and thoughtfully suggested, for example, some improvements around ensuring that campus voting can take place, using potentially Canada Post locations in small rural communities like those in my riding. The Canada Post office perhaps may offer an additional place where people, for example, could apply to receive a special ballot. So those are precisely, Madam Speaker, the kind of discussions that we're hoping the Procedure and House Affairs Committee can have around Bill C-19. We obviously would welcome working with all colleagues around amendments that would improve the legislation. But we think, Madam Speaker, the time has come for Parliament to take its responsibilities, study this bill in committee, and offer Elections Canada the tools necessary, should there be an election during the pandemic, to do so safely and prudently in the interest of protecting everybody who works in elections.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard some comments today from the opposition and from the Bloc that seem to suggest that perhaps they're not too familiar with the bill or the parliamentary process. First, the leader of the in the House for the official opposition said that this will change the way that Canadians vote in the next election, which is not true. This would only change if it happens during a pandemic. There are sunset clauses on this, and can the minister confirm that these are only temporary measures during a pandemic? And second, the Bloc would suggest that this is a done deal after today, but there's still a lot of parliamentary work to go on from this point. Indeed, it would go to committee for rounds of discussion there, and then it would come back here again to the House for another debate. Could the minister comment on those 2 points?
The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I thank my honourable friend from Kingston and the Islands for once again a thoughtful intervention in the House of Commons. He's absolutely right. He is an experienced parliamentarian. He understands the parliamentary process. A vote today would simply allow the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to study the legislation, to look clause by clause. We would hope, obviously, the committee would want to hear from important witnesses such as the Chief Electoral Officer, because, Madam Speaker, at the root of this conversation is a report sent to the House of Commons in October of last year, where the Chief Electoral Officer asked Parliament to make, as my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands noted, temporary changes to the Elections Act that would apply only to the next general election and would sunset once the pandemic circumstances are over. So we think it's time for Parliament to have a look at this legislation in committee and ensure that the people who work delivering safe and fair elections for all Canadians, there are hundreds of thousands of these people, can do so safely. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I must say the minister is probably one of the smoothest speakers I have ever seen in Parliament, because I'm listening to him. But let's be honest, we have been speaking about this bill for about 4.5 hours. On Friday, yes, there were Conservatives, because at 12:06 we found out that no Liberals were going to be speaking. So I recognize all of these things, but truly, this is a piece of legislation where you talk about a sunset clause that's actually not in the bill, it's only in the preamble, so there's a lot of work to be done. But most of all, I would like the minister to I'd like to ask the minister, how come he put forward legislation before he got the excellent report that came out of the Standing Committee from Procedures and House Affairs? Why did he go forward with this legislation before taking any of the information that we had provided to him? Thank you.
The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I suppose I should thank my honourable colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London, for what surely was intended as a compliment. I share her view, Madam Speaker, that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee did excellent work in studying the report of the Chief Electoral Officer for Canada. We obviously followed very closely the work of the committee. But we thought, Madam Speaker, when we introduced this legislation before Christmas, and the legislation, I would note, is largely following the recommendations made by the Chief Electoral Officer. We just disagreed and thought we should have more potential voting days than simply the weekend before what had traditionally been a polling day on Monday. But Madam Speaker, we thought it was important for Parliament to have a chance to consider this legislation over the Christmas break. I talked to a number of colleagues in the House of Commons during that period, and when it came back, we called it for debate. Now, my honourable colleague referred to last Friday at 12:06 p.m. She found out there were no Liberals speaking precisely because we wanted the debate to conclude so Parliament could vote and the committee could then begin studying the debate. They obviously used that as a chance to again filibuster the bill.
Honorable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleagues on the other side, yes, at the bloc, we carefully studied this bill. And we're starting to understand the parliamentary procedures. Don't worry. There are some experienced people here. That's not the issue here. What is the issue is the respect of parliamentarians' work. Very little debate has happened on this fundamental issue, and there are many questions that are pending. For instance, the number of days. We're before a government that wants to move ahead at full speed without even respecting committee work, which was just raised by the previous member. My question is a fundamental one. Why not allow time for a good debate? Is it because the government members are afraid that the window for getting a majority is going to close for the next elections, and that's why they need to move ahead? The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council. Thank you again, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Berthier-Maskinongé for his comment, especially his confidence that if there was an election right away, the government would return to power with a majority in the House of Commons. I believe it all the time, but I'm very enthused to see my colleague share that confidence. As he knows full well, we're not looking to hold an election. At the Liberal Party, we have full confidence in our government. The Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives especially cannot say that they are not always voting to support the government. My colleague mentioned his parliamentary experience. He knows full well that voting in the non-confidence of a government leads to the risk of an election. It would be useful for the Procedure Committee to have a chance to look at the bill in detail, to make amendments, to make improvements. We're looking to work with parliamentarians, especially at committee. That is why we are pleased to have a vote today to send it to committee.
For our Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I say to my honourable colleague that I am very, very disappointed to find that we're having time allocation on a bill as essential as this one. Clearly, all parties in this place have said publicly we do not want a federal election in a pandemic, but we want the best possible legislation in case that happens by accident. Pushing this through with such limited time for debate does not meet the standards that I expected of this government. As the honourable member said, as the minister said, back in the day, we saw practically daily use of time allocation by the Harper administration. We're seeing it far too often under this administration. And I ask the honourable representative of the government on the Privy Council to please reconsider and give us adequate time for debate.
Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And I salute my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands, the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands, for her work in Canada's Parliament. Madam Speaker, I don't think we disagree in the sense that amendments to the Canada Elections Act properly require parliamentary scrutiny like any piece of legislation. However, these are modest amendments that will apply only, as my friend from Kingston and the Islands noted, will apply only to the next general election. We are in a minority parliament, so the idea that the government on its own is in a position to ram legislation through simply isn't the case. When the legislation, and we hope it gets to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee soon, members from all parties will have an opportunity to debate, discuss the legislation, amend it as they see fit, and then we look forward to again another discussion at third reading and report stage in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to highlight that the speech my colleague just made, while he raised important points, we need C-19 without a doubt. We're in a pandemic. There is always a possibility of an election, of course. But at the same time, last Friday, the NDP offered all parties a way forward. This week, we could have had discussions every night on C-19, but unfortunately, the other opposition parties rejected that proposal. So now we're at a point where once again the NDP is the only adult at the House of Commons. We proposed a solution that could have got through this impasse, and we could have had debate at committee. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, the government wasn't responsible. We saw the Prime Minister doing pre-electoral pirouettes, and the Liberals were boasting about the third wave. And can the groups clearly say today that they will not start an early election? The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council. Thank you, Madam Speaker, once again. I'd like to pay tribute to my colleague and thank him, the parliamentary leader of the NDP. I have the privilege of working with him. Had the privilege under previous parliaments, and I'd like to thank him for his constructive way of participating in this debate. It's at the procedural committee that our colleagues of all political parties can discuss this bill and improve it. We can hear from witnesses such as the Chief Electoral Officer, but in terms of an early election, I can reassure members that our government is focused on getting the necessary help to Canadians since we're in a pandemic. We have a bill before Parliament that is important to implement budgetary measures, and we understand the importance of these measures for Canadians, and we're going to stay focused on these questions, and I can reassure my colleague.
For Regina Lewin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and ask a question of the government's representative on Bill C-19. This bill has only been up to debate 3 times. It has only been debated for about 3 hours and 45 minutes. And the minister saying they're looking forward to get it to committee doesn't leave the opposition with a lot of hope, because quite a few bills have gone to committee and came back worse. We can think about Bill C-10 or the MAID bill. So there's a few of these bills that if they get to committee, we don't really have the confidence that they're going to be better bills. So that's why we're in favor of having more debate on the floor so that we can get our comments on the record and ensure that this piece of legislation does go forward. And as the minister says, if they're not wanting to have a pandemic election, what is the need, what is the big desire to rush this bill through now and call for this concurrence motion?
Good point. The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague from Regina Louvan for his comments. If he's worried about people rushing an election, he should ask himself the same question when he constantly stands in the House of Commons and the Conservatives over and over again vote no confidence in the government. I remember with respect to the estimates votes some weeks ago, Madam Speaker, in one evening they voted 8 times no confidence in the government. So if anybody's rushing to an election, it would certainly appear the Conservatives are willing to play chicken all the time, hoping somebody else swerves. We don't think that's a very responsible way to proceed. And Madam Speaker, if my colleague's worried about the bill coming back from committee in worse shape, I certainly don't share that view, that rather pessimistic view of democracy and how in a minority parliament, the government needs to achieve consensus in committees in order for legislation to come out. And we look forward to working with all members, including members of the Conservative Party, to make sure the legislation is not worse but better.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are moments in our life as parliamentarians when we feel indignant, and I really am not happy with this gag order to restrict debate. There are important debates for democracy. This is the ultimate exercise for our constituents, and today we're asking to shorten debate that is essential, that take place here in this House, that it's only been 3.5 hours. So I will ask my question. You're talking about a lot. We have to go to committee, to procedural committee. But the committee already started this with the chief electoral officer, and now you're tabling a bill that is not taking account of this. Can I ask? I haven't decided anything. I'd like to tell the member that. I apologize, Madam Speaker. I have to speak through the speaker, of course. I didn't do that properly. Why? Why did they not give us the necessary time in this House? And once again, they're putting another gag order in place. The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to reassure you that it wasn't you that tabled this bill before Christmas. I'm happy that my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville did explain this. But, Madam Speaker, I've had the privilege of sitting at the House for 20 years, and the Bloc is an expert in being indignant. And my colleague is unhappy with this gag order question. That doesn't surprise me. But opposition members and the Bloc are always in the opposition. They never want to move forward on bills from the government. But here, Madam Speaker, we have a bill that was tabled in December after a report issued from the Chief Electoral Officer. There are necessary measures to protect Canadians who are going to vote in a potentially pandemic election, and all those who will work on election day or when votes are being counted. There will be people working for Elections Canada during a general election who will be over 65 years of age. And we think it'll be useful to give people temporary tools to ensure their safety.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, it's a total surprise that after 4 hours of debate, unbelievable that this government would be rushing this legislation that's about our tried and true democratic process. We've heard others say, that they tabled the legislation before waiting for their own recommendations from PROC committee. And now, after 4 hours of debate, shutting it down so that it can get to committee. That same committee that's been filibustered by the Liberals for 40 hours or more to hide the fact that the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament to cover up the wee charity scandal involvement of his. And so it's unbelievable that they're doing this. And I just wondered if perhaps the Minister could explain why they're in such a rush when Canadians have been clear they don't want an election in a pandemic.
The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker. And to my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton, I would hardly call this a rush. The Chief Electoral Officer presented a report to Parliament on the 5th of October. The government thought it would be important for parliamentarians to be able to consider legislation over the Christmas recess. That's why we introduced Bill C-19. We've called it for debate. And once again, Madam Speaker, as is always the case, the Conservatives show no desire to allow the debate to conclude, allow a vote to happen, and allow the committee to begin its work in studying the bill. And our colleague from Sarnia-Lambton seems to think that there's a rush to an election. Once again, Madam Speaker, it's her party that continually votes no confidence in the House of Commons. So I think they're the ones rushing for an election.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I can't believe, Madam Speaker, that the member from Regina Louvain actually said in this House that he doesn't want this to go to committee because he's afraid of the result that might come back. Unfortunately for him, the democratic process does not get to decide based on what the preferences are of the opposition before a bill goes to or from committee. Democracy doesn't work like that. But more importantly, it doesn't seem to matter how long this bill had been on the table. The member from London, Elgin Middlesex London, apparently hasn't even read it, Madam Speaker, even though it's been on the table since December. The sunset clause is not just in the preamble, it's actually in the coming into force clause, where the sunset clause is mentioned. Can the minister confirm that the sunset clause is in the actual bill?
Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And to my friend from Kingston and the Islands, he's absolutely right. In fact, it's in Clause 11 of the legislation. So I too was surprised at the pessimism from our Conservative colleague from Regina Louvain to imagine that committees actually make legislation worse. We have more faith, Madam Speaker, in the work of committees in the House of Commons. That's why we would be very anxious to work with the committee to ensure that the legislation reflects the will of Parliament as it comes back for, again, a third reading debate. Madam Speaker, we think it's time for the House of Commons to take its responsibilities and look at what temporary measures can be in place should an election happen during a pandemic to ensure the safety of all Canadians that participate.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe. Okay,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly, this has been extremely disappointing that a government could mismanage the parliamentary calendar so poorly. But of course, everybody has their role in this, and I certainly don't put it past the honourable opposition to acknowledge the role that they are also playing. However, New Democrats believe that while all of this gamemanship is difficult at best, that ultimately the Prime Minister is the only one who is responsible or able to call an election at any time. And that role and that responsibility sits with him. So I don't understand, and I would like for the Honourable Minister to explain, because he hasn't yet, despite many questions, as to why the Prime Minister and his government refuses to take that responsibility and say outright that they will not call an election during a pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And I thank our colleague from London Fanshawe. I share her view, and the government shares her view, that Canadians expect the government, and I would argue all parliamentarians, at a time of pandemic, at a time when there's a difficult third wave that's wreaking very difficult consequences on a number of regions of our country, to remain solely focused on what we as a parliament, and certainly what we as a government, can do to protect Canadians and to support them during COVID. That, Madam Speaker, has been the focus of our government. And as I said earlier, we don't vote no confidence in our own government. Now, I appreciate there's a double negative there, but I think Parliament can understand, and the NDP, some NDP members voted, Madam Speaker, no confidence when they supported a block sub-amendment on a budget vote. So I think there has to be some consequential thinking, and Parliament needs to accept its responsibility to improve the elections.
Very last question, the Honourable Member for Regina Leewin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do enjoy the clever wordplay by my colleagues from the Liberal Party. And what I said was, when bills go to the committee, sometimes, like Bill C-10, they come back in way worse shape because of terrible amendments put forward by this government. And I'd hate for that to happen as something as critical as our democratic bill, this Bill C-19. So when I say we should have more debate in the House of Commons, it means this bill deserves more than 3 hours and 45 minutes of debate.
I have to give the Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council 5 seconds for an answer.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the hypocrisy of the Conservatives objecting to time allocation. I sat in that House of Commons many times and watched them vote the exact opposite of what they're now claiming. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Madame McKenna, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, moves that the Bill C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, COVID-19 response, be given an additional day to study this bill. 15 minutes before the period provided for government orders at second reading of this bill, that all deliberations before the House and then any necessary questions be immediately voted on successively without any ample extra debate or amendment.
Party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite him to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I would request a recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Call in the members.
La question.
The question is the following one. Ms. McKenna, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, moved that in relation to Bill C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act COVID-19 response, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire informer la...
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand functions and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Maguire.
Yes, I vote nay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Maguire, nay, contre.
Madame Charbonneau.
Contre, Monsieur le Président.
Votre vote avait déjà été enregistré, mais...
Your vote had already been recorded. Oh, I had received a message to verify. We've verified and everything's fine. Apparently there's a lot of verification messages that went out this time.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Ms. Sahota, nay, contre.
Ms. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Kuzmierzyk. Oh, I'm sorry, one moment. Mr. Kuzmierzyk.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor on Pavone.
Okay. Monsieur Plamondon. Oh, excuse. Is he on? Monsieur Plamondon? We'll go to Ms. Wagenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asked to confirm that my vote was recorded nay.
Okay. Thank you for confirming. Your vote was in fact confirmed as nay. Merci, Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon, contre, nay.
Ah, le voilà. Parfait. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 176, 176. Nays contre 155, 155.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre d'aménagement du gouvernement, projet de loi aménagement du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-19, loi modifiant la loi électorale du Canada, réponse à la COVID-19.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge has 1 minute remaining in her debate time.
Thank you. I wish to inform the House that I will be sharing my time with the member for Thornhill. As I was saying during my last opportunity to speak to this bill, the pandemic has really exposed the true colors of the current government, and I think where their focus lies. And what I'm talking about is, of course, the crafting of this legislation, Bill C-19. Now, they've done it at a rapid pace, and they've done it without clear consultation, or I should say attention given to consultation. And so it's undeniable that this bill was unilaterally constructed on behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada, and that it is being pushed forward in their benefit and not at all in the benefit of Canadians, which of course is very concerning to me. Our focus as parliamentarians should be on the Canadian people, on their health, their safety, and their well-being. This bill does not take those things into account. We need to see an economic recovery plan, I believe, not a Liberal election plan, which again is exactly what this bill.
We have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, what we're really debating here, Madam Speaker, is a piece of legislation that will be used in the event that an election happens during this global pandemic. And despite the fact that all parties have said that they're not interested in an election happening anytime soon, we have to respect the fact that this is a minority parliament and it could happen at any time. I'm very perplexed at trying to understand why the Conservatives don't just want to be prepared. Can the member comment what she has against being prepared in the event that an election might happen?
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
I have no problem with us being prepared. To be prepared for an election during or an election during the pandemic would mean that you put a sunset clause in place. Because after all, if this legislation is truly just for the time being during a pandemic, then there's no reason why that shouldn't be the case, where this actually would expire once the pandemic is over. So that seems like a reasonable amendment, doesn't it? The second thing is look, at the end of the day, this legislation should take into account what experts have said. Experts are certainly not encouraging that we would go into long-term care facilities and run the election for 13 days.
The questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's good to be able to enter into discussion on this important subject. My question for the member from Lethbridge is, we're seeing a debacle of epic proportions on Bill C-10, a bill that the minister obviously doesn't even understand. There's certainly a lot of questions that Canadians have around Bill C-19 and its effect on what is one of the key things that this House is required to do, and that's be the custodian of Canada's democracy. So I'd ask the member from Lethbridge if there's any parallels between the debacle that is currently unfolding with C-10 and what's possible with C-19, especially as this bill goes to committee, and now that the Liberals have limited debate and discussion on Bill C-19.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The honourable member points out, something really important, and that is, of course, first, we need to acknowledge the fact that the Liberals just moved time allocation, which means they're trying to rush this legislation through without fulsome debate. That's very problematic because it's chipping away at democracy. The second point that he raises is with regards to Bill C-10, which has to do with government censorship of the information that we post on our social media platforms. Now, of course, this is a huge overreach on behalf of the government and something that is not properly researched. Interestingly enough, Bill C-19 is one and the same, where it is, again, I believe, goes too far and ignores the voices of witnesses and those who would have expertise in this area. Shameful.
The Honourable President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to acknowledge my colleague for Lethbridge's comments a few minutes ago. She thought that it would be a good amendment to have at committee to have a sunset clause. The good news, of course, Madam Speaker, the good news is we don't need to amend it at committee to include a sunset clause, because I would draw her attention to Clause 11, which provides exactly that for which she was suggesting the committee look at. And Madam Speaker, a final question. I'm wondering if the member from Lethbridge could tell us how many times in the last 2 months she has stood in her place and voted no confidence in the government, obviously seeking an election during the pandemic. How many times did she stand and vote no confidence looking for an election?
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
I fail to see the relevance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that the proposal we have on time allocation will give 3 hours and 38 minutes. Well, I'm not sure if my colleagues can take the time to listen.
We have an honourable colleague who's asking a question on the floor of the chamber. Could you give her the, please? Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for my Conservative colleague is that we know that 3 hours and 38 minutes were allocated for the debate of C-19. So we're just starting debate, and we've deduced that there may have been a poor management of the government's legislative agenda. What is the reason, in her opinion, that we're now debating time allocation on C-19 with the complicity of the NDP?
Lethbridge, 10 seconds.
I'm sorry, I don't know that I fully understand the member's question.
You mean debate? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to finally have the opportunity to rise to speak to Bill C-19, if in the shadow of time allocation. And I'll get to aspects of the bill which I consider worthy, and a number of provisions I believe should be amended in committee in a moment. But first, Madam Speaker, let me address a number of the underlying issues that have affected the way this bill was mismanaged in its creation, as so many other pieces of legislation have similarly in this Parliament. The crux of the problem isn't the COVID pandemic. The crux of the problem is the arrogance of this government to approach virtually every practice and procedure as though they won a majority in 2019. These Liberals, Madam Speaker, refuse to recognize the range of realities, most important, the pragmatic humility, if you will, a minority government must practice to govern effectively. This Liberal government, Madam Speaker, as in the last Parliament, has ignored committee studies, it's ignored reports and recommendations in the creation of legislation dealing with critically important issues. Critically important issues such as privacy, foreign affairs, a digital charter, regulating the internet, medical assistance in dying, and now Bill C-19, an amendment to the Canada Elections Act provisionally for a possible general election in this pandemic. A pandemic, Madam Speaker, that will last much longer because of this government's inability to properly procure vaccines and to accept advice, conservative advice, when the pandemic first struck and at every stage since. Now, Madam Speaker, the Liberals, with selfish impatience, introduced Bill C-19 last December, not waiting for completion of a long and thorough study on essential amendments to the Canada Election Act to protect public health and democracy during a possible pandemic election. An interim report by the committee was at the time within days of being presented to the government. Now, that report was preempted by Bill C-19, ignoring the suggestions of the exhaustive study, disrespecting not only opposition members on the committee and the many expert witnesses who testified during the study, but the Liberal chair and Liberal committee members who had worked collegially with the opposition to develop comprehensive recommendations for such an important study. The Liberals clearly intended then to rush the legislation through Parliament, as they have with so many other flawed pieces of legislation from the beginning of the pandemic. But in the rush in this case, it wasn't to help Canadians still in the grips of the pandemic. It wasn't to prepare a plan for economic recovery to get Canadians back to work. It was in the political self-interest of preparing for the snap election they were thinking they might get away with. And in doing so, they not only disregarded the work of parliamentarians, but wasted the valuable time of health officials and elections experts who appeared during the thorough Procedure and House Affairs Committee study. In doing so, Madam Speaker, they ignored the reality that an overwhelming majority of Canadians did not want then and don't want now a general election in a deepening pandemic crisis. Now, if the Liberals had any doubts, that was surely driven home in the subsequent cycle of spiking infections and death across the country and the provincial elections conducted under pandemic conditions, most notably the profoundly disrupted Newfoundland and Labrador election. Now, Madam Speaker, the interim report of the committee contained extensive, reasoned advice based on the testimony of expert witnesses that would have improved Bill C-19 before it was tabled. But the final report of our committee, submitted to the government in February this year, provided even more important advice. Most important, the committee advised the government, recommended unanimously, every Liberal member on the committee as well, that the federal government commit to not calling a federal election during the pandemic unless defeated on a vote of confidence. Further, Conservative members of the committee wrote a supplementary report which reiterated the recommendation against holding a pandemic election and elaborating, noting that C-19 was uninformed by the extensive content of the committee report, and stating very clearly that the government has a moral obligation to refrain from triggering an election or orchestrating its own downfall, as the Prime Minister has already tried to do a number of times. Now, Madam Speaker, to the bill before us, a bill that, because of the government's inability to manage its own legislative agenda, has had preciously few hours of debate. A key element of Bill C-19 involves the change of the usual designation of an election day to be an election period of Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, rather than just Monday, to provide more time for voting, social distancing, and the precautions necessary to provide safe voting places. The bill also provides for the extension of voting hours of polls, if necessary, to midnight on any polling day, but not to exceed 28 hours for the 3-day election period. And the bill, Madam Speaker, changes the maximum writ period to 53 days because of the many challenges anticipated for in-person voting or involving mail-in ballots. Now, with regard to mail-in ballots, the bill allows electronic applications to be made with proper security protocols, of course, for mail-in ballots. And these are very detailed provisions, which I believe would secure the safety of those ballots. And there are also provisions for the safe casting of votes in institutions, in facilities where seniors and persons with disabilities reside. All of these provisions in the bill I will support, Madam Speaker, on the condition that they expire automatically, completely and absolutely, 6 months after the pandemic period is considered to have ended. But there are a number of elements in this legislation that I oppose, I strongly oppose, and I believe should be amended. I believe they must be amended at committee. Our Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which was so ignored and so disrespected by the original tabling of this legislation in December. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, there's a provision for counting mail-in ballots after the end of the official 3-day election day. Given the new powers granted the Chief Election Officer for early mail-in ballots and extended poll hours, there is absolutely no reason, no excuse for any ballots received after polls close on Election Day to be counted. Election Day must be decision day. And Madam Speaker, as well, and while I accept the extension of pandemic powers to the Chief Election Officer, I oppose the provision that would expand his determination of, quote, satisfactory proof of identity and voter residence. Pandemic protocols, Madam Speaker, should not enable greater voter fraud than already exists in non-pandemic elections. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to remind all members of this House, of the unanimous recommendation of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, each and every Liberal member included, that the federal government must commit to not calling a federal election during this continuing pandemic unless it is defeated on a vote of confidence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I don't think it would matter if this had been tabled 3 years ago. The reality is that the Conservatives don't appear to have even read, haven't even appeared to have read the bill. You know, the member from Lethbridge was just talking about wishing that there would be a sunset clause in this. It's mentioned in the preamble and then again later in Clause 11. The member from Elgin, Middlesex, London, who's a member of the PROC committee, didn't even know that there was a sunset clause in this bill. And this bill falls under the committee that she sits on. So I don't think, this narrative of we haven't had enough time. You've had the bill for 6 months, and clearly they haven't even read it. So my question to this member, who's also a member of the PROC committee, which I have a ton of respect for, I thank him for mentioning the fact that there is a sunset clause in it and acknowledging that, and to his credit, advocating so vehemently to make sure that that sunset clause is honored.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable member for his somewhat disingenuous question, and I'd like to address the matter of timing. This bill was rushed to introduction in December, again, preempting the interim report of the PROC committee. Now, this committee has been filibustered by the Liberals, by the Liberal minority on this committee for more than 2 months now, because the Liberals don't want to recognize the will of all of the opposition parties to call a relevant witness to appear for one meeting. For the last month, the Liberals have filibustered their own amendments. So I'm wondering if the rush now is to, as this bill is eventually forwarded to the PROC committee, is to allow...
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, once again, we've heard some partisanship, and in addition, it would be nice if government members could stop patronizing opposition members by repeatedly asking them if they've read the bill. I think that MPs in this House have a duty to do their work properly, and they have read the bill. So I'd like to get real answers on the real content of the bill. And so I'd like to hear from my colleague who raised some interesting points in his speech. And the ironic thing is that the same people I'm talking about are currently talking between themselves and not listening. End of parenthesis. But getting back to what I was saying, I'd like to hear from my colleague on what he raised in his speech, specifically about the concerns with the very long voting periods in long-term care centers. We all care about safety, but I'd like to hear from my colleague about his concerns on these points. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, Madam Speaker. And I think the provision for a particularly lengthy writ period is tremendously important, both for the safe conduct of polling residents in long-term care, in seniors' residence, but also to prepare Elections Canada officials and the polling stations for those Canadians who will choose to vote in place. And I attended and observed the two by-elections last year, and it's a very complicated and difficult, and safety must prevail. But I think it will also take that period of time to distribute the mail-in ballots and to get them returned.
Time for one last question. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Kingston and the Islands has said somewhat disingenuously that there is a sunset clause in this bill, Section 11. What Section 11 sub 2 actually says is that when the Chief Electoral Officer consults with the health officer, currently Dr. Tam, and the Chief Electoral Officer, as a result, is, quote, of the opinion that the temporary rules in Part 22 of the Canada Elections Act are no longer required to ensure the safe administration of an election in the context of the coronavirus disease pandemic. At that point, 6 months after that, the bill expires. That is not a sunset clause, in my opinion. That is a way of transferring the responsibility for going back to a series of bureaucrats. My question is whether the honourable member agrees with me.
In 2 seconds or less, a question from the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And to comply with your time allocation, I agree with my honourable colleague.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from St. Laurent. It's an absolute honour for me to rise today on behalf of my residents of the riding of Davenport to speak in favour of Bill C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act as per the COVID-19 response. It provides a temporary new part to the Canada Elections Act that would ensure the safe administration of an election should one happen during the COVID-19 pandemic. It also provides for the repeal of this temporary new part, 6 months, once, as it was just mentioned, as determined by the Chief Electoral Officer, once it's indicated the measures are no longer necessary in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, and this notice would be issued only following consultation with the Chief Public Health Officer. Madam Speaker, as my colleagues know, in a minority parliament, an election could actually happen at any time. We have seen elections at the provincial level take place during the COVID pandemic. We've also seen elections take place in other countries, including the United States. We've seen the major challenges that these types of elections bring. In the United States, we saw that huge numbers of voters chose to send in a mail-in ballot, which made counting ballots slower in a number of states. In British Columbia and in Newfoundland and Labrador, we saw a historic number of voters going to advance polls or using mail-in ballots. And we also saw in these provinces a historic low voter turnout, and probably it was because many people decided it was much safer to stay at home and wasn't quite sure about whether it was safe enough to go out and vote. We could expect that if...
Interrupt the member for a few seconds to ask her to approach her mic slightly to her mouth. A little more. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker, and I apologize for that. So I was saying that we could expect that if we were to hold a federal election in Canada, especially without passing Bill C-19, voters would face many of the similar challenges that we have seen across our country over the last year and a bit since the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic. We would see that some Canadians would probably choose not to vote rather than going to a public place to cast their ballot. Now, Madam Speaker, during this devastating third wave, the last thing our government wants is an election. I, for one, always say that the only election date I want to talk about is the one in October 2023, which was 4 years after the last one, because I know that an election during a COVID pandemic would be, I think many would see as a public health risk. It would limit Canadians' access to their democratic right to cast a vote. And as such, in my opinion, it's really important for us to advance this bill swiftly so that in the unlikely event of an election, we can improve the conditions and the opportunities for Canadians to safely vote and to protect our democratic process as well. So, Madam Speaker, why have we introduced this legislation? Elections Canada realized that there could be an election during this pandemic. We also did as the national government, and they have, after much consultation, proposed some temporary rules in the unlikely event that an election should occur. Elections Canada has been following the provincial elections in our country and around and the various different elections that has taken place around the world. They've monitored contingency planning. They have that has been developed both by international and various Canadian electoral management bodies. They have engaged with Canadian public health officials. They've heard about best practices from various bodies, and they've learned from recent elections held during COVID. They've also established an internal working group to determine how Elections Canada can be as prepared as possible for an election held during COVID-19. And out of this work on October 5th, the Chief Electoral Officer suggested the study and adoption of a new temporary law. And so here are some of the key changes that the Chief Electoral Officer had proposed: making Saturday and Sunday voting days, increasing voting hours from 12 hours on one day to 16 hours over 2 days, granting authorization for the Chief Electoral Officer to determine how and when voting can occur in long-term care facilities and other similar settings, and adding more flexibility to adapt the Act to emergency situations to make it easier to respond to the pandemic. And Madam Speaker, Bill C-19 builds on these recommendations and adds some other special measures to ensure that Canadians can vote safely. So, Madam Speaker, what are some of those additional measures that we have proposed in this bill? First, we give the Chief Electoral Officer more flexibility to adapt the Act to ensure the safety of election officers and voters. It also gives the Chief Electoral Officer the power to set days and hours for polling divisions established in long-term care homes, Our government recognizes that vulnerable populations like seniors have very specific needs in this pandemic. We also know that we need to protect their right to participate in the Canadian democracy and make sure that Elections Canada has a way to safely collect votes from them. This bill does provide a 13-day window to safely deliver the vote to long-term care facilities and similar institutions. This period will give election staff enough time to engage with those facilities and to determine a safe time for them to deliver the vote. Bill C-19 also extends voting hours, giving Canadians more opportunity to vote in a safe way that works for them. It creates a 3-day polling period, which to me is awesome. You can vote Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. This will help spread out the voters out, reducing crowds in polling places. And it'll give people who might not be able to vote on the weekend, maybe because of a religious observance on a Saturday or Sunday, the option to vote on Monday. It also adds more advanced polling days of 4 days, with 12 hours each for voting, since we would anticipate more Canadians to vote early in a pandemic election. Bill C-19 grants the Chief Electoral Officer the authority to respond to emergency situations like local outbreaks, local unexpected outbreaks of COVID-19. It would allow the Chief Electoral Officer to modify the day on which certain things are authorized or required to be done before the polling period. The Chief Electoral Officer would also be able to move a deadline, a day backward or a day forward, by up to 2 days. Or the Chief Electoral Officer can also move the starting date or the ending date of a period in which certain things are authorized or required to be done by up to 2 days. And finally, this bill makes mail-in voting even more accessible. If Canadians did go to the poll in a pandemic, we anticipate that many more would want to vote by mail. And of course, we would know, Madam Speaker, that this would be a whole new way of voting in Canada, other than in the provinces that have already seen such elections. But we know that this is an option that I think many Canadians would want to see. With C-19 passed, they would also be able to apply online. So they, being Canadians, would be able to apply online to register to vote by mail and cast a ballot from the comfort and safety of their home. The bill would also allow for secure drop boxes at polling stations so that those who do not have time to send their ballot through the mail can instead drop it off. It makes voting more accessible by allowing voters to register to vote by mail using an ID number like a driver's license number rather than a full copy of their identification. And finally, it gives voters the flexibility to choose to vote in person instead if they have already registered to vote by mail. If they do, they would have to return their mail-in kit or sign a declaration at the in-person voting location that they have not yet voted. Now, Madam Speaker, there is obviously a clear need for this bill, as indicated by the Chief Electoral Officer, but it's important to note that there are some limitations of the bill. The primary one is the need for a preparation period for Elections Canada, which means that Parliament needs to move swiftly to get this bill to committee, because I know that I've heard that there's a number of amendments or recommendations that a number of my colleagues would like to propose and should be genuinely considered. And then it still needs to come back to this House for a third reading. And then Elections Canada needs 90 days to implement the bill after royal assent. The longer we wait, the greater the risk of a possible election during a pandemic with no safety measures for Canadians. And again, Madam Speaker, I do want to reiterate that the special legislative measures that are being proposed would cease to be in effect 6 months or at an earlier date determined by the CEO after a notice is given by the Chief Electoral Officer that indicates the measures are no longer necessary in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this notice would only be issued following the consultation with the Chief Public Health Officer. So with such limited scope, I see no reason for disagreement or delay on this bill. All parties should be able to unite to quickly get these common sense protections for voters into place. And I think I have 1 minute left, Madam Speaker. Can you confirm that? Less than that. Oh, it's time over. So I would like to say, Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak about the importance of C-19 and why they should be passed very quickly. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my residents of Davenport.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech. Certainly, we want to do everything we can to protect workers and voters in this election should it occur in a pandemic. One thing we know is that we would likely see more mail-in ballots, and the members correctly pointed out that there are some provisions in the bill. Now, I think having ballot boxes at the polling stations to collect mail-in ballots will be a very good thing in case the capacity is higher. But one thing I've heard a lot of concern about is if the Monday's a holiday, that they would consider counting ballots after Election Day. And that's something we've never done federally, and I think Canadians have confidence in our tried and true process. So would the member agree that with the provision to allow mail-in ballots to be dropped off at polling stations if they were left too late, that we really don't need that other provision?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not quite sure I understood the question. So are you saying the provision of us being able to count the ballots after the election date and that this bill allows for that to happen, and you think that we don't necessarily need that to happen? Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to clarify that, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. Here's what I would say. I really trust in the Chief Electoral Officer that he's done some consultation. He has talked to a number of groups, both nationally and internationally, about some of the best practices and some of the provisions that should be contained in this bill. And I have a lot of confidence in the recommendations that have been made and that are now included in C-19. I will say that's why I'm anxious to get this bill to committee. I think that if there's some things that we might want to modify, they should be considered at committee. And I know that I would be open to any provisions that might actually make this bill clear and ensure the safety of any type of...
L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, listening to my colleague's speech, I have understood that she is in favor of this bill, that she believes that this should be pressed through as rapidly as possible without minimizing the safety issues that we all care about. But we do need to ask ourselves whether the means justify the ends. For example, this latest gag attempt with the time allocation. So, my question, C-19 is legislation put forward by this government. It's not necessarily based on committee recommendations or the latest Chief Electoral Officer report. So what is the committee going to do following this? I would remind the honourable member that I'm not the one answering the question, so I'll ask the honourable member for Davenport to answer.
I want to thank the honourable member for her question.
Incorrigible.
I'm incorrigible.
I want to thank the honourable member for her question, and through you, Madam Speaker, I want to sort of respond in this way. You know, I think that we're coming up, there's a lot of business, very important business that our Parliament needs to consider between now and when we rise for the summer at the end of June. And I think that it is absolutely important for us to pass a legislation that I think has had some careful consideration by our Chief Electoral Officer, by our own government. I do have a lot of confidence in the bill, in the measures that we have in place, and I think it would be responsible for us to move as quickly as possible to committee to see to ensure that if there's anything additional that we need to add to it, that we do so there, and if not, that we pass this bill as swiftly as possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate working with my colleague from Davenport on the Finance Committee and appreciate her speech. We certainly agree that there are provisions that absolutely need to be put into place given the pandemic that we are all living through. And she made some good points in her speech, but she left out the key part that has made this bill much more controversial than it normally would be. And that is the fact that the Liberals, when they brought the bill forward, also started their pre-election campaign. We had the Prime Minister campaigning openly, Liberals campaigning openly. The third wave has pushed that back, but Liberals have not come clean with the Canadian public. So can my colleague from Davenport now say very clearly in a way that all Canadians understand that Liberals will not, the Prime Minister will not call an election during this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable colleague, my honourable colleague, for that question. I will tell you that, as what I said during my speech, the only election that, to me, only election date that's in my mind is an election date that is 4 years after the last election, which is October 2023. I think that Canadians want us to govern, and I think that is what we're trying to do. And this bill is a responsible thing to do in the unlikely event that an election is actually called during a pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Mississauga East Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, yesterday was Mother's Day. Considering COVID-19 has disproportionately affected women of all ages, be it our frontline workers, PSWs, caregivers, and in particularly those that have young children, these are the brave women, mothers, grandmothers that have not stopped working throughout this pandemic. Here's a sincere, heartfelt thank you on our collective behalf. My mother has played an important role in my life. Immigrating to Canada, our family has seen firsthand how my mother had to juggle between work and home, taking care of two young children, my sister and myself. When my twins were born, I witnessed the same with my loving wife, a working mother. This past year has been a challenging one. The least we could do for our mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers is to be supportive of them, to appreciate them for everything that they do, to tell them it's okay to not be okay, to be there when they need us most, in person or virtually. We will get through this together. Thank you to every mom that is watching this today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, our farmers are the backbone of our community and the engine of our economies. They are the hard-working men and women who go out in the searing heat and the bitter cold to put food on our tables and clothes on our back. During the pandemic or at any time in recent history, Canadians have not had to worry about their food supply. Canadians benefit from some of the highest quality and least expensive and safest food in the world because of our wonderful, hardworking farmers. While we were all battling the pandemic, our farmers did not pause their work. They did not take a break. They kept planting their fields, feeding their livestock, and getting their products to market. Today, I would like to recognize the tremendous and continuous efforts of our agricultural workers.
The Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish to recognize the life of Nasser Ahmed. A caring husband, father, and son, Nasser immigrated to Canada from India with his family in 2002. Upon arriving, he continued a long and successful professional career in telecommunications, most recently serving as the head of business development and cybersecurity at Nokia. A founding member and Secretary General of the Islamic Society of Markham, Masjid Darul Iman, Nasser had a passion for serving the community. He was dedicated to educating and empowering youth in Markham and was a leader who mobilized the community during times of humanitarian concern. One of the kindest people I've met, Nasser was always a gracious host when I visited the mosque. I, along with so many, was saddened to hear of his recent passing. Nasser was just 49. I send my sincere condolences to Nasser's family and loved ones during this extremely difficult time.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My community was shaken this weekend by the disappearance of one of their most precious heritage buildings built on the shores of Lac-Saint-Jean. Inspired in part by the National Assembly, this building had been in place for 110 years. Many firefighters assembled from surrounding areas. These men and women courageously tried to fight the flames and protect all of the buildings around it. I would like to thank them because they were real heroes. Their dedication should inspire us all. I sincerely hope that the courthouse will be rebuilt very soon. To all of those in the community, know that I am with you during this difficult time. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, on Mother's Day, I sent a surprise to Bourassa County. We sent 150 cakes and candies and flowers to be distributed to seniors' residences and to seniors' clubs. The cakes were made by students from the Calixa-La-Vallée Hotel School in the riding. They recently won an international award at the Academy of Chocolate Awards in London 2020. These coffee socials were exclusively for the wonderful moms in the riding, and they were organized in strict compliance with public health measures. It allowed seniors to escape their loneliness and celebrate all those who once cradled us. Happy Mother's Day.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais...
Mr. Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to the memory of a builder from the Beauce region who passed away recently. Mr. Donald Brochu, founder of Agrimarché, passed away on April 29th at the age of 83. When he joined the Brochu Group with his brothers in the 1960s, he helped the company prosper and become a major player in the Canadian agri-food sector. The company is now in its third generation with Jean-Pierre, Guylaine, and Patrice. Having known him since 1981, I remember a man who was easy to talk to, always interested in others, always wanting to hear from those he met. During his career, he was also involved in social, sports, and educational activities. I also remember a man who in 1982, during the creation of the Chaudière Basin exhibition, had one idea in mind, to bring the agri-food sector closer to the public. I would like to offer my condolences to his family and friends. We will remember and miss this philanthropist, this leader, and this exceptional businessman. I wish Mr. Brochu a good rest. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, Polish Canadians across the country are watching with alarm the mistreatment of the Polish minority in Belarus by the authoritarian regime of President Alexander Lukashenko. The arbitrary detention of Angelika Boris, chairwoman of the Union of Poles in Belarus, is but one example of the widespread human rights violations being perpetrated. In response to mass protests after the fraudulent presidential elections last August, thousands of demonstrators, human rights activists, and journalists have been arrested. Canada was the first country to impose sanctions against Belarus and provide over $3 million in support to pro-democratic organizations. Canada stands in solidarity with the Belarusian people. We reaffirm our unequivocal condemnation of the gross human rights violations in Belarus. We will continue to hold Belarusian authorities to account and call for an end to the systematic persecution of minorities and peaceful democratic movements, and call for an immediate cessation of all violence, including the use of torture.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has been an extremely challenging time for everyone, but arguably no one has experienced more challenges and been more personally impacted than those on the front lines of our healthcare system. The tireless efforts of healthcare workers to keep our community members safe, cared for, and healthy is what has given many Canadians hope as we navigate through this pandemic. Without their service and being there for us each and every day, we wouldn't be where we are, nor able to finish the fight against COVID-19. This week is National Nursing Week, and I want to send a big thank you to our nurses in Whitby, throughout Durham region, and all across Canada for the incredible work they do. We know you must be physically and emotionally exhausted at this point, and we hope that as you dig deeper to continue on and care for our loved ones, that you know how much we believe in you and appreciate you for your truly courageous efforts. I hope all members of this House will join me in thanking our nurses.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Lights, camera, Abbotsford. Mr. Speaker, let me set the scene. I'm blessed to live in beautiful Abbotsford, British Columbia. And now it appears the film industry has taken notice of our city. Nestled between majestic Mount Baker and the mighty Fraser River, our city in the country has become one of the premier film destinations in Canada. Hallmark and Netflix have taken notice and profiled our community on movie screens around the world. Last year, 63 productions were safely filmed in venues like Claiborne Village, Mount Lehman, Matchquee Village, Mill Lake, and historic downtown Abbotsford. The economic impact is in the millions. These spin-offs are thanks to a community effort to expand our economic base beyond agriculture and manufacturing. The people of Abbotsford are resilient, and in the midst of a pandemic, we've adapted. Our future looks bright, including our place in the movies. So, Mr. Speaker, that's a wrap.
L'honorable député d'Alfred Pelland.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui débute.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the beginning of Nursing Week. This is an opportunity to highlight the contribution and remarkable work done by nursing staff. In Laval, in the Cité de la Santé Hospital, there are gems who work tirelessly to provide care to the members of our community who need it. If the staff was working miracles on a daily basis before the pandemic, they've been doing even more since the crisis started. Without regard for their own health, they've been on the front lines of the crisis. They continue to be guardian angels as vaccines are rolled out in Laval. To all the nursing staff in Laval, thank you for your daily dedication to our community. Thank you for the essential work you do every day. And thank you for continuing to watch over those of us who are sick again today.
Portneuf, Jacques Cartier.
Monsieur le Président, jeudi soir.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, Canada won its first gold medal since 2013 at the World Under-18 Hockey Championship held in the United States, specifically in Texas. It's important to highlight the performance of the Canadian team because it did not lose any of its 7 games during the tournament. This shows a good attack, but also strong defense. One Quebecer was part of this team, a young hockey player from Cap Santé in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I want to congratulate Guillaume Richard for his exceptional contribution. This young defenseman was able to show all his talent and potential throughout the entire tournament. Finishing the tournament with a +14 rating, Guillaume was a pillar for his team's defense. Guillaume, you're a role model for the young athletes of the region, and you make Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier and all of Quebec shine on our national team. You can be proud of yourself because we're all very proud of you. Congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, this month of May marks Jewish Heritage Month. Jews throughout Canada's history have made extraordinary contributions to the fabric of our nation and have helped make it the greatest country in the world, whether it be the Bronfman family and their contributions in business and philanthropy, in politics and government with former Minister of Finance Joe Oliver, in the entertainment world with the likes of none other than Captain James T. Kirk, Captain of the Starship Enterprise William Shatner, or for the younger crowd out there, Canada's own superstar, Grammy Award-winning singer-songwriter Drake. The Canadian Jewish community has made significant contributions to the growth and prosperity of Canada while overcoming tremendous obstacles. This month, let us remember, celebrate, and educate future generations about the inspirational role that Jewish Canadians have played and continue to play in communities across the country. On behalf of our entire Conservative team, I want to wish a happy Jewish Heritage Month to my fellow Jewish Canadians across the country.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I rise to bring to Parliament's attention an unconscionable attack on workers occurring in British Columbia. 2 weeks ago, an employer group representing the hospitality industry served lockout notice on some 1,200 workers in 14 communities around the province. This has been accompanied by mass firings of hundreds of workers at the Hilton, Metrotown, and Pacific Gateway hotels, 2/3 of whom are women. These employers are cynically using the pandemic to eliminate loyal employees with decades of service and to roll back wages and workplace conditions. This despicable tactic also constitutes an assault on racialized Canadians, as many of these workers are people of color. The Prime Minister promised Canadians a feminist recovery, but his government continues to operate quarantine services at a hotel behind picket lines who is attacking women. I call on this government to cease operations immediately at facilities affected by job action and suspend all federal funds to these employers until they reverse their disgraceful behavior.
L'honorable député de Montarville.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai le plaisir au nom du...
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to congratulate the Scottish National Party and its leader, Nicola Sturgeon, for their resounding election victory last Thursday. The Scottish nation clearly expressed itself in favor of a new referendum on its future within the United Kingdom. Considering that the Scots were opposed to Brexit in 2016, a referendum for Scottish independence could take a completely different turn and end in victory. I hope all the people of Scotland will have their will heard and that democracy will not be extinguished by Boris Johnson's government, which is at the moment opposed to it. I want to reiterate that the right of peoples to self-determination is a fundamental principle to which every democracy worthy of the name must adhere. I therefore call on all parties in this House to reiterate their unconditional support for this value, to assure Scotland that Canada will respect its choice in a friendly manner, no matter what it is.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker. We're not getting translation.
Okay. You seem to have a problem with translation. Est-ce que nous avons...
Do we have...
Okay, alors, est-ce que vous pouvez m'entendre?
Can you hear me now? Translation is happening? Okay, perfect. Maybe what we'll do, if the Honourable Member from Montarville agrees, to be heard in both official languages, I will ask him to repeat his statement. It is my pleasure, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, it's my pleasure to congratulate the Scottish National Party and its leader, Nicola Sturgeon, for their resounding election victory last Thursday. The majority of the Scottish nation clearly expressed itself in favour of a new referendum on its future in the United Kingdom. Considering that the Scots were strongly opposed to Brexit in 2016, a referendum for independence could lead to a victory. I hope that the people of Scotland will have their will heard and that democracy will not be undermined by Boris Johnson's government, which at the moment is opposed to them expressing themselves. I wish to reiterate the right of peoples to self-determination. It's a fundamental principle. I invite all parties in this House to reiterate their unconditional support for this principle to assure Scotland that Canada will respect its choice regardless of what it is.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
In a riding that's been decided by less than 50 votes in recent years, the member for Winnipeg North was found guilty of breaking elections law for running illegal ads on Election Day, influencing the vote of some 35,000 people on their way to the polls. It's completely inappropriate for this same member to be the parliamentary secretary in charge of changing Canada's elections laws for all candidates in 338 ridings across the country when he can't be bothered to follow our existing laws. Canadians expect our elections to be the global standard for unquestionable integrity. How can this government be trusted to ensure the integrity of our elections and have the best interest for Canadians at the front of mind when they will recklessly break current laws for their own benefit? Canadians deserve better. These Liberals break the law whenever they think they can get away with it because they believe they are above the rules that the rest of us follow. A Conservative government will bring back ethics and good governance to Parliament Hill and restore Canadians' confidence in their public institutions.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, today I recognize Quentin Versetti, an award-winning Black artist, storyteller, and educator who was born and raised in Etobicoke North. His work addresses issues of decolonization, immigration, and representation, and has been featured in countries including Australia, Germany, Haiti, Mexico, and Peru. Quentin recently won the 2020 Joshua Glover Public Art Competition. His sculpture commemorates Joshua Glover, who arrived in Canada via the Underground Railway and who helped propel the abolitionist movement. In Quentin's words, his memorial marks a moment of allyship, advocacy, and activism to improve the treatment of human beings that we can all continue to strive for. I ask members of this House to join me in recognizing Quentin Versetti, who works hard to inspire hearts and minds and pave the way for up-and-coming Black artists.
Oral Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
I think it's going too far to say we didn't know it was a Me Too complaint. Between the Prime Minister's office and PCO, we knew it was of a sexual nature. Who said that? That's what a Liberal senior government official told the Toronto Star this weekend. The Prime Minister's office is telling Parliament something very different from what they told the Toronto Star. Why did Katie Telford mislead the committee about knowing whether she was dealing with a sexual misconduct complaint against General Vance?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear that we did not know the nature of the specifics of the case when the information was brought forward, but we are absolutely committed to making sure that we create the culture change that's needed in the Canadian Armed Forces, making sure that we have an absolute inclusive working environment that's harassment-free for all women in the Canadian Armed Forces, and that's a goal that we will continue to work towards. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Not believable. For weeks, the Minister of National Defence has refused to answer about whether he knew the complaint was sexual misconduct. The former ombudsman has said repeatedly that he told the minister it was. The committee has correspondence from the minister's chief of staff saying it was sexual harassment, and correspondence on which the minister is copied saying it was sexual harassment. Can the minister stop this shameful denial and just admit that he knowingly sat on sexual misconduct complaints against General Vance for 3 years?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear that the natures of the specifics of the details were not provided, but we acted immediately on this information. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the very next day, public officials who are nonpartisan contacted Mr. Walburn to take the appropriate action. We know that we have a lot more work to do, Mr. Speaker, but we will get it done. Thank you.
Well, Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
No one trusts that minister, and no one is trusting this government or believing a word they say. Telford told committee that the Prime Minister signed off on extending Vance's term and giving him a pay raise, yet she said she didn't tell him about the allegations all that time. The Defence Minister knew. The Chief of Staff knew, the Clerk of the Privy Council knew, yet somehow Vance spent 3 more years as Canada's top soldier. My question is actually for the Deputy Prime Minister. How did this so-called feminist government allow that to happen?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we said, we have a lot more work to do when it comes to supporting our women in the Canadian Armed Forces. The work that we have done when it comes to Bill C-77, passing us Bill C-77, the Sexual Misconduct Response Center, we have taken important steps, but clearly we have a lot more work to do to making sure that we have an absolute harassment-free workplace in the Canadian Armed Forces. That's the work that Madame Arbour is doing, the work that Justice Fish, when it comes to military justice reforms, will also present. We have a lot more work to do, Mr. Speaker. We are going to get this done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff testified at committee. We could have expected solid evidence, but that wasn't the case. There was nothing of the sort. No one believes Katie Telford, and a close source to the government tells the Toronto Star that it's going too far to say they didn't know it was a Me Too complaint. That's someone who's near the government. So, on March 2nd, 2018, there was an email that makes it clear in black and white that they knew it was a sexual harassment case. Can the Deputy Prime Minister of this government defend the indefensible, the Honourable Minister?
Mr. Speaker, no specific details were provided, but we acted immediately on this information where, as I stated earlier, nonpartisan public officials contacted Mr. Walburn to take the appropriate action. We know that we have a lot more work to do to making sure that we create the confidence for women to be able to come forward, and that's the work that's currently ongoing to get this done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. How can we believe this government? Because it's changed its version of events 4 times. Last Friday, the Chief of Staff had the chance to tell Canadians the truth with tangible proof, but she wasn't able to do so. So I'm asking the question to the Deputy Prime Minister of this government. How Can the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada defend the indefensible? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we stated before, no details were provided, specific details were provided in this case, but action was immediately taken. A process was followed, the exact same process that the former government had followed when information was brought to them, Mr. Speaker. We know that there's a lot more work to do. This is the reasons why we have appointed Madam Board to give us recommendations on the way forwards when it comes to the independence of the complaints process, so that the women can feel confident to come forward. Harassment-free workplace that it's have zero tolerance for any type of misconduct is our goal and something that we are committed to. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely disturbing that the government is imposing a gag order to change the election rules in the midst of a pandemic. The government tabled Bill C-19 4 months ago, and 4 months ago we could have started debating it. But now, only today, it becomes important for the government. Suddenly, the government has no time to discuss or to think about it. It wants to impose its election rules with a gag order. Mr. Speaker, it hasn't been urgent for 4 months. How come this justifies a gag order? Is it because the government wants to start an election in the middle of a pandemic? The Honourable Minister.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Middlesex, London Middlesex, Elgin.
No problem. Once again, we're having an interpretation problem.
Okay.
We could not.
Did you get any of did the Honourable Member hear any of the question?
I heard the entire question in French.
I'm sorry? Only in French. Okay. Peut-être je vais demander
So perhaps I'll ask the member to repeat his question. Can you hear me in English? Is it being translated? Yes. The Honourable Member for La Prairie, please repeat your question. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely disturbing that the government is imposing a gag order to change its election rules in the midst of a pandemic. The government tabled Bill C-19 4 months ago, and we could have been debating it for 4 months. But only today, this bill becomes important for the government. Suddenly, the government has no time to discuss it, or even to think about it. It wants to impose its election rules with a gag order, no less. If it wasn't urgent for 4 months, Mr. Speaker, what justifies suddenly having a gag order? Is it because the government wants to call a pandemic election? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from La Prairie for the question. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that the government remains fully focused on the necessary help for Canadians during this pandemic. And this is why, since the beginning of the pandemic, we took the time necessary at the House to bring forth measures that would provide direct support to Canadians. We also believe that the Chief Electoral Officer, when he spoke to I have to interrupt the Honourable Minister. Apparently the interpretation is not working. We're having issues today. Can you hear me in English? No. So there is it's only in one language?
Home by the looks of it, or online.
So can you hear the translation online? Now, yes? So we'll try once again. I'll ask the ministers to start his answer again, and I hope that things will be better. Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I promise my answer will be just as good the second time, like it was for the question. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from the Bloc knows full well that the government remains fully focused on providing support to Canadians that is necessary to protect them during this pandemic. However, we also think it is good to respond to the Chief Electoral Officer's report, which asked us to amend the Elections Act temporarily so that we could ensure election could happen during a pandemic, and that is what we are doing. The Honourable Member for La Prairie, the best way to have a pandemic election is not to have one, but by imposing a gag order, the government's announcing that not only does it not want to go to an election, but they want it to happen as soon as possible. No one thinks it's a good idea to have a pandemic election, and no one wants the rules for a pandemic election to be imposed by the government without discussion and without regard for public health. Does the government realize that the health of voters is at stake? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, we do realize this, and that is why we're asking parliamentarians to vote or look at Bill C-19 at committee. A minority government cannot impose legislation, and I think my colleague has experience at the Parliament and should know that we need the consensus of other political parties to move forward. Mr. Speaker, it is my colleague who wants to trigger an election. He is continuing to vote against the government and showing no confidence. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff asked Friday what more could she have done to help the victims of sexual misconduct in the military. What more could the Liberals have done? Seriously? The Deschamps report outlining the unhealthy and toxic culture in the military has been known since 2015. 2015, and what have the Liberals done since? Nothing. Yes, they commissioned a new study. But why do they decide to table the Deschamps report and to turn their backs on the victims in the military? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes the allegations of sexual misconduct very seriously, and no one should feel unsafe at work. And that's why we have passed Bill C-77, the Declaration of Victims' Rights, that puts victims at the core of the military justice system, which reviews unfounded cases. Created the Sexual Misconduct Response Center, which provides confidential 24/7 support to CAF members anywhere in the world. Mr. Speaker, we know that we have a lot more work to do, and that's the work that we are going to get done. We are going to listen to our survivors, and we are going to make sure that we have a zero tolerance policy that's going to be in force, and making sure that we give confidence to the women in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Women are still waiting for the Liberals to take action to address the devastating issue of the sexualized culture within the armed forces. This government sat on the Deschamps report for 6 years. They could have implemented those recommendations. They could have enforced meaningful actions, improving the ability of women and men to serve equally. But they continue to take no responsibility on this issue, and now they have proposed another report because they are forced to do so by public and political pressure. Will this government finally take real action and immediate action to help service women and men rather than announcing yet another report?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been taking action since the time that we formed government. As I stated, we have passed Bill C-77, the Declaration of Victims' Rights, that puts the victims first at the core of the military justice system, the creation of the Sexual Misconduct Response Center, the Path to Dignity and Respect, and we put in place response and support coordination program for CAF members who experience sexual misconduct. A lot of work has been done, Mr. Speaker, but at the end of the day, more work needs to move forward to making sure that our women in the Canadian Armed Forces have the confidence to be able to come forward when misconduct is done. But our goal at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, is to be able to prevent this from happening in the first place, and we will get this done. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
When the Heritage Minister first started coming under fire for Bill C-10, he insisted that YouTube content would not be censored. But just yesterday, the truth slipped out. Uh-oh. In an interview, he said, quote, "At some point, the CRTC will be asked to put a threshold," end quote. Wait a minute. With one breath, the minister says YouTube users have nothing to worry about. But in his next breath, he says, quote, "At some point, they will be censored." Why does the minister want to dictate to individual YouTubers what they can and cannot post?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was clear from the beginning that what we want to focus on is two things. One, for social media platforms to financially contribute to our cultural industry, and two, make our Canadian artists discoverable on platforms such as YouTube. Today, I was relieved to see that the Conservatives are finally listening to the cultural sector and stopped their 2 weeks long unnecessary filibustering. We continue to stand with our artists and creators. We look forward to the resumption of the committee's work very soon. The cultural sector is behind us and in support of this bill, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
It's good that the minister is sticking to his talking points instead of trying to go on his own. That results in blunders. Yesterday, the minister admitted that if you're a successful YouTuber with, quote, a lot of viewers, and you make revenue from your content, oh my gosh, heaven forbid, the eye of the government will be on you. There are so many incredible entrepreneurs and artists and creators who have found a way to connect with other individuals and generate a bit of income from it. Why is this minister launching an attack on them?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me be clear, the bill is not about what Canadians can or can't post online. It's very explicit in this regard. Helping Canadian artists and creators is at the heart of what C10 does. And what it does is actually give them more opportunities to meet their own artists and creators. And it does so by making sure big streaming companies pay their fair share to our culture and ensure Canadian artists are discoverable on these platforms. Our creator can't afford to wait any longer, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Let me interpret that. What he's saying is that information will be censored and certain videos will be moved to the top, others will be moved to the bottom, and the government will dictate which is which. Over the weekend, the minister had yet another blunder. Every time he goes out to, quote, clarify the intent of C10, he makes things worse. Within 24 hours, he had to issue 2 clarifications and an apology. It's obvious this minister doesn't know what's in his very own bill. It's so bad that just moments ago, the parliamentary secretary had to do the press conference instead of the minister. So why does the government continue to try to defend the indefensible?
Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservative members truly care about freedom of speech, then they will let our democracy continue its work freely. This bill won't regulate the internet or what people choose to post online or even view online. Not at all. Individual activities are explicitly exempt from all 3 requirements above. Freedom of speech is not negotiable for our government. It is explicitly protected under this Act and in our Charter of Rights and Freedom. We will continue to abide by it. We will let the committee pursue its work, and if that means a charter review that needs to go on, we were happy to do so.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, this is crazy. In an interview over the weekend, the Minister of Heritage quoted the wrong section of his own bill, confirmed that the government would regulate social media for users with large followings, and mentioned that the regulations would not be done by the government, but by the CRTC. The minister confirmed that the Liberals want to attack freedom of expression, and every time he opens his mouth, he makes his bill even more vague and incomprehensible. Canadians won't be fooled. How can the minister explain his words over the weekend? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for giving me this opportunity to remind him that all those, there are many organizations across the country that support C10. There's a professor at University of Montreal, and there is a coalition as well for the National Alliance of Musicians, as well as other book distributors in French, the civil society, and other authors and associations. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we're all tired of hearing the minister say that because we want to protect freedom of speech, that the Conservatives are anti-culture. The minister is playing partisan politics since the beginning. If we're in this mess right now, he is the only one responsible for it because he's flip-flopped on protecting social media users. Can the minister show a minimum of honesty and admit to cultural stakeholders that if it wasn't for his failure to protect freedom of expression, we wouldn't be in this mess today? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to quote the Director General of Music Directors, who says, "The Conservatives are using fake news, fear, and parliamentary filibustering to prevent this bill from being adopted to the detriment of our cultural future. This is odious, and the Conservative Party of Canada is against Quebec culture. We need C10. So I'd like to remind my honourable colleague, I'm not the one saying that. These are people from this sector that are saying it. The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. While the minister quotes other people, I will quote him. He said, this law has to apply to people who are broadcasters who act like broadcasters. So if you have a YouTube channel and you have millions of views and you're receiving revenue from it, we'll ask the CRC to put some limits on it. The next day, he says the opposite. The reality is that in this current bill, amended by the Liberals themselves, any influencer, artist, politician, or social media user could be regulated by the CRTC. The minister is attacking freedom of expression. Why? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to continue the quote from Mr. Jérôme Perrot, and I quote him. He's very disappointed that you and the Conservative Party chose partisanship to the detriment of our Quebec culture and Canadian culture. C10 is not even finished being studied, but the freedom of expression is not at stake. All other parties except yours, well, they're just playing petty politics. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the PM's office has known since 2018 that allegations have been going around about the General Vance. We know it was a sexual misconduct issue, and they're saying that the Chief of Staff didn't know the nature of these allegations. Mr. Speaker, but I don't believe her. Well, let's pretend I do. So the Prime Minister's chief advisor has known since 2018 that a major complaint of unknown nature is going around against the General. What has the Prime Minister done for 3 years to get to the bottom of this complaint? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier that we did not know the nature of the specifics of the details of the information that was brought forward, but action was taken immediately, Mr. Speaker, and given to nonpartisan public officials to take the appropriate action. No politician should ever be involved in investigation, Mr. Speaker. We take incidents like this very seriously. This is why we're working extremely hard to make the culture change, not only inside the Canadian Armed Forces, but wider in government as well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting the Prime Minister Chief of Staff. I treated the complaint as if it were the most serious, even though I didn't know what it was. End of quote. In short, she knew there were serious allegations against General Vance, but she could have spoken to the Prime Minister or the Minister of Defence. And this wasn't the first time there had been sexual allegations against General Vance, and even in the midst of Operation Honour against misconduct in the military. In short, she did nothing to protect the victims. She preferred to protect the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defence, right? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to any type of allegation that brought forward, no politician should ever, or not only politicians, but political staff should be involved in any type of investigation. The information was sent forward immediately to the Privy Council officials who are nonpartisan to look at the complaint. We know that we have a lot more work to do, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to get it done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office knew that there were serious allegations against the highest-ranking military officer and turned a blind eye. This is irresponsible and unworthy of an office of the Prime Minister. But what's even worse is that the Minister of Defence knew, beyond any doubt, that sexual misconduct was involved, and he also turned a blind eye. And this is unforgivable. Since he didn't take the allegations seriously when he said he didn't know what they were, will the Prime Minister take them seriously today and fire the Defence Minister? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, the nature and specifics of the details were not provided. But, Mr. Speaker, action was taken immediately. Advice was given to making sure that Mr. Walburn contacted the Privy Council office. In this case here, the very next day, we made sure that the non-partisan public officials from the Privy Council office contacted Mr. Walburn. Action was taken immediately, Mr. Speaker. Politicians or political staff should never be involved in any type of investigation, Mr. Speaker. We know that we have a lot more work to do to rebuild the confidence with the survivors who are coming forward, and we will get it done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, to be clear, Mr. Speaker, we know that there was never an investigation even started. Katie Telford is complicit in the Vance cover-up when she decided not to tell the Prime Minister about the serious allegations against the former Chief of Defence. She confirmed at Defence Committee that she allowed the Prime Minister to personally sign off on General Vance's pay bonuses and extended his contract without properly briefing him on the sexual misconduct allegations against the very man entrusted with Operation Honour. Katie Telford willfully withheld critical information, and by doing so, she failed to protect the women and men of the armed forces from sexual misconduct. It's clear the Prime Minister can no longer trust her. Why hasn't he fired her?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when information was brought forward, it was immediately acted upon. It was given to non-partisan public officials at the Privy Council to take the appropriate action, because no political staff or politicians should ever be involved with an investigation. It is the exact same process, Mr. Speaker, that the member opposite's government also had followed when allegations were also brought forward. We know that we have a lot more work to do, Mr. Speaker, and I ask member opposite to be able to work together to be able to find the right solution so that we can rebuild the confidence for our survivors. We have a lot more work to do. We know that by working together, we can get this done. Thank you.
The honourable for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Fact is, we investigated and they turned a blind eye. On Friday, Katie Telford claimed she knew the Vance allegations did not pose a safety risk, while at the same time denying that she knew anything about the nature of the allegations. If she didn't know the nature of the allegations, there's no way she possibly could have been confident that there were no safety concerns. In fact, Gary Walbourne, the former military ombudsman, only told the Minister of Defence that he had a complaint of inappropriate sexual behavior against Vance. So who assured Katie Telford not to worry about the safety of the complainant? Was it Michael Warnick, Janine Sherman, or was it the Minister of Defence himself?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite stated they investigated, but they also still appointed General Vance at that time for Chief of Defence Staff. But when it came to the specifics of the case, Mr. Speaker, we did not receive the details, but we immediately forwarded to non-partisan public officials at the Privy Council office to take the appropriate action, Mr. Speaker. Action was taken, but clearly more work that needs to happen here. We are right now currently working to regain the confidence of our survivors. We have been listening to our survivors. The work that Lieutenant General Cariano will be doing will be absolutely instrumental in this case. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, when you're a feminist, it has to mean something. When the Prime Minister said he's the biggest feminist in the world, we know it's not true. You have to take action when a woman tables a complaint with the Ombudsman. The Minister of Defence turns a blind eye and didn't want to hear it. The next day, we see an email from the Privy Council office from 2018 that confirms that there was sexual harassment in that file. What other details do the Prime Minister need to take action and show that he's a real feminist? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, anytime, if ever, information is brought forward, immediate action is taken. As I stated before a number of times, when information was brought forward, immediate action was taken. It was provided to the non-partisan public officials at the Privy Council office to take the appropriate action, because no politician or political staff should ever be involved in any type of investigation, something that the previous government also followed the same process. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, we know that we have a lot more work to do. We can get this done. I look forward to hearing the recommendations from the NDDN committee on this matter. As parliamentarians, by working together, we can rebuild the confidence for the women in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Workers at the Pacific Gateway Hotel in British Columbia are on strike after management fired 100 long-service employees. Most of these union members are women, many people of color. This hotel and others are cynically using the pandemic to gain economic advantage. But instead of standing up for workers, the federal government is using this hotel for quarantine while its management is assaulting its staff. This is not the action of a government who is truly feminist, committed to working people, or fighting discrimination. Will the Liberals stop giving money to an employer who is attacking workers, women, and marginalized communities?
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I agree that workers everywhere need to be protected, especially as they face the front lines with such determination and courage. Protecting the health and safety of Canadians is, of course, our top priority, and keeping travelers and staff at designated quarantine facilities safe requires training in infection prevention and control practices. I understand that the employer is having conversations with the workers, and as this process is underway in a provincial workplace, I can't comment further.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, that was no answer at all, Mr. Speaker. And here's yet another case of the Liberal free ride for the ultra-rich. We learned last weekend that billions of dollars in public funds through the wage subsidy that should have gone to protecting jobs and workers instead went to dividend payments, stock buybacks, and big executive bonuses. Now, Liberals have gone after regular Canadians, the victims of CERB fraud, demanding the victims pay for the criminals. It's shameful. Will the Liberals make the ultra-rich, those companies and CEOs who misuse these funds, pay the money back?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for his question and for his concern for working Canadians. And so let me take this opportunity to point out to him that the wage subsidy has protected the jobs of 621,000 workers in his province of British Columbia. Across Canada, more than 5.3 million jobs have been supported by the wage subsidy. And Mr. Speaker, the CRA website makes clear that the wage subsidy can only be claimed for employee remuneration. It cannot be used for other purposes, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, we recently tabled the most small business-friendly budget in Canadian history. Last Friday, our government made an announcement to significantly increase rapid testing for businesses and their workers across Canada. Could the Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade please tell us how this will both protect the health and safety of Canadians and benefit our small businesses?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for Ottawa South for that important question. As we continue the fight of COVID-19...
Interrupt the Honourable Minister for a moment. We're having a hard time hearing her. Maybe try it now.
Is that better?
It's better. Go ahead. Start from the top.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for Ottawa South for that important question. As we continue to fight COVID-19, rapid screening is an important tool to protect Canadians' health and safety and help our businesses of all sizes operate safely and to reopen quickly. Last Friday, we announced that we are making rapid screening even more accessible, building on the Stay Safe initiative, working collaboratively with local chambers and SMEs in order to protect Canadians and support workers and businesses to operate safely and to recover strongly from this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Les raffineries de Lévis.
The Montreal and Lévis refineries depend on Line 5 to provide half of the oil for gas for Canadians. Thousands of jobs depend on the existence of Line 5. But the governor of Michigan said that she wants to close it down in 2 days. This government hasn't done anything to protect it. What will this government do in the next 48 hours to protect these jobs? The Honourable Minister.
Line 5 is a critical piece of energy infrastructure, vital to North American energy security. We are working on the diplomatic level. We are working on the political level. We are working on the legal level to defend it. Last week, the House had an emergency debate. There was no daylight between parties, but members for Banff Airdrie and Sarnia-Lambton suggested that the leader of the opposition actually spoke with the governor of Michigan on this issue. And in the spirit of a Team Canada approach to this, and this is important, will the honourable member perhaps share with this House what the governor said? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, it's no surprise that this minister and this prime minister can't get the governor on the phone themselves, because of course they've done nothing but fail in Canada-U.S. relations for the last 5 years. They failed to get a Buy America exemption like Harper did under Obama. They failed to resolve the softwood lumber dispute as Harper did under George W. Bush. They've had 3 presidents to work with, and yet no concessions whatsoever. The U.S. president will not even intervene right now to help save this vital energy link on which thousands of jobs in our entire energy system in central Canada depends. Why should we have any confidence that they'll do better this time after their failures the last times?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I'll take that as a non-answer. You know, at a time when producers and workers in Western Canada are concerned about getting their products to market, when consumers are worried about the price of gas and how that will affect the heat in their homes, what have the Conservatives been doing? Fundraising off threats to shut down Line 5. Fundraising for their election campaign. It is insulting to oil and gas workers and insulting to Canadians who just want to heat their homes. While Conservatives are focused on improving their bank account, we are standing up for Line 5 with a full Team Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is May 10th. In 2 days, on May 12th, this government will fail if the governor of Michigan closes down Line 5. When is this government going to actually recognize that this is something serious they have to deal with? And when are they going to talk to the governor of Michigan and get this problem solved, and also with the President of the United States? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Line 5 isn't just an issue for producers in Alberta or consumers in Ontario. It supports the entire country. Thousands of jobs depend on it. Thousands of homes depend on it for heating. We are working closely with Minister Savage in Alberta. I was just on the phone with her, Minister Eyre in Saskatchewan as well. We've been talking with Minister Rickford in Ontario, with Sarnia Mayor Mike Bradley, and I've been speaking with Minister Julien in Quebec. This is a full court press by Team Canada. While the Conservatives are more focused on using this to fundraise, we are standing up for oil and gas workers and defending Line 5. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources is leaving no stone unturned, he says. He's looking at all his options. But that's what he tells us. But, Mr. Speaker, there are 48 hours left before 30,000 jobs and millions of people who depend on them are affected. Fuel shortages, food distribution impacts, essential goods, and personal protective equipment not being manufactured. That is what awaits us if this government doesn't have a contingency plan in place. Where's the Prime Minister while his minister is turning over stones and not getting it done?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure this House we are looking at all our options. We will leave no stone unturned in defending Canada's energy security. We will work at the political level, at the diplomatic level, at the legal level. We are ready to intervene at precisely the right moment. We are standing up for energy workers, we are standing up for energy consumers, and we are standing up for energy security. People will not be left out in the cold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, since the beginning of study of C10, we've been told that only social networks would be affected by the government amendments, not users. But now, this weekend, the minister seems to have said that users with many subscribers might be affected. Now, a user is a user, regardless of the number of subscribers. The government shouldn't regulate people who just happen to have a lot of likes on their pages. So can the minister finally be clear? Does he intend to regulate or to protect the freedom of expression of users on social networks? And hopefully this time he can get the answer right. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to concentrate on two things. We want to ensure that social networks contribute to our cultural industries, and secondly, we want to make Canadian artists discoverable on platforms like YouTube. I was pleased today to see that the Conservative Party is finally listening to the cultural sector. I would be disappointed to see the Bloc Québécois stop listening to the Quebec artistic sector, and I hope that we will be able to resume work at committee and study Bill C-10 so that we can get this important bill passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I am not at all afraid to compare my record on C-10 and defending the Quebec cultural industry when comparing it to the minister's record. I'm not at all concerned about that. And this bill is critical for Quebec culture and our artists. We can resume work on this bill as soon as the Ministers of Justice and Heritage appear to reassure concerned Canadians. Will this minister commit to do his share and unblock work on this bill? What we need is for him and his colleague, the Minister of Justice, to appear at the committee on Friday to reassure Quebecers about this critical issue of freedom of expression on social media. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to appear before the Heritage Committee, as I have done each time that has been requested. As my honourable colleague knows very well, Section 2.3 of the bill specifies that Bill C-10 must respect journalistic freedom, freedom of expression, and all other freedoms under the Charter. I am surprised that he has forgotten that, since he seems to have studied the bill closely. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillé, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Dubreton meets in my riding. A company with many employees may see their activities diminish or be entirely forfeit to the Americans if Canada can't bring in a sufficient number of temporary foreign workers. There are more than 8,000 positions to be filled in this sector in Quebec. Now, the Minister of Immigration could, under Regulation 205A, could temporarily exempt these essential businesses from the 10% maximum threshold or from LMIAs if that goes in the national interest. Will he do that?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague for a constructive discussion on this issue. Temporary foreign workers are essential for our businesses. That is why we have facilitated the arrival of essential temporary foreign workers throughout the pandemic. Last year, we welcomed more than 85% of agricultural temporary foreign workers. And this year, we are going to welcome even more. I will continue to work with my colleague.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, 2 days. That's all the time that's left before the Line 5 pipeline is set to shut down. My constituents in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and farmers across southwestern Ontario are worried. Farmers depend upon propane supplied by Line 5. Where and how will they get their propane to heat their barns and greenhouses and dry their grains? Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister get on the phone with President Biden and stress the urgency and importance of keeping Line 5 open? There are less than 48 hours left.
Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I can assure this House, I can assure the honourable member, we are looking at all our options. We will leave no stone unturned in defending Canada's energy security. We are looking at the political level, we are working at the diplomatic level, we are working at the legal level, and we will be ready to intervene at precisely the right moment. We will stand up for energy workers and for energy consumers in this country, and we are standing up for Canada's energy security. People will not be left out in the cold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, for weeks, the Liberals have continued their attack on freedom of speech online. As it currently stands, Bill C-10 would grant the CRTC the ability to regulate content that is posted online by individuals who aren't even considered broadcasters. This isn't disinformation. These are serious concerns that have been raised by former CRTC chairs and highly respected academics. Will the minister agree to stringent and in-depth protections for user-generated content in C-10?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to quote members of the Coalition for the Diversity of Cultural Expression. Bill C-10 is in no way infringes on the freedom of expression, nor does it represent censorship of the internet. The cultural sector is very clear, Mr. Speaker. They want this bill. Hundreds of millions of dollars for our creators, for our artists, for our musicians is at stake. We're asking the committee to accelerate the adoption, the completion of its work on Bill C-10 so it can be brought back to the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Vimy.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, the vaccination campaign is in full swing. Millions of vaccines are arriving in Canada every week. Starting on Friday, Quebec residents over 18 will be able to receive their first dose. As more and more Canadians are becoming eligible for a vaccine, it is crucial that we continue to encourage them to get vaccinated when it's the right time to do so. Can the Honourable Minister of Health tell this House what the federal... I'm just going to interrupt for a moment. I believe there is an interpretation issue once again. Can members hear me in English? Can members hear me in English now? Apparently, it's working for members in the House, but not online. So, a member in the House can hear me in English? Members in the House can hear me in English? But people online can't hear. I will continue talking. I will continue speaking, and I hope that members will be able to hear. Oh, interpretation has started once again. It seems to be an online issue. I would ask the member for Vimy to start over with her questions so we can all hear. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The vaccination campaign is in full swing. Millions of vaccines are arriving in Canada every week. Starting on Friday, residents of Quebec over 18 will be able to get their first dose. More and more Canadians are eligible for a vaccine. And since more and more Canadians are eligible, we need to continue to encourage them to get vaccinated when it's the right time to do so. Can the Honourable Minister of Health tell this House what the federal government is doing to fight vaccine hesitancy? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague. Vaccines are an important tool to fight COVID-19. In order to help Canadians access trustworthy information about vaccines, we have announced $64 million. That was announced in February to assist with this issue. All vaccines approved in Canada are safe and effective against COVID-19. What I would say to Canadians is, I encourage you to get vaccinated. Vaccines will protect you and your loved ones. Thank you.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, today media reports state Canadian Forces members saw video evidence of war crimes committed by the very Iraqi soldiers they were ordered to train in Op Impact. Our troops, my constituents, immediately reported seeing videos of prisoners being tortured, raped, and murdered to their superiors. They first reported what they saw in September of 2018, yet there's no proof these reports were ever acted upon despite follow-ups as recently as last year. Did the minister know about this video evidence of war crimes?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is contributing to the greater peace and security in the world and remains a strong partner in the fight against Daesh. We are committed to meeting our obligations under international and domestic law. Our government takes allegations of this nature extremely seriously, and we're actively looking into this troubling allegations because we just heard of it now. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, this government announced the highly affected sector credit availability program in late November and waited 2 months to open applications. According to the Tourism Industry Association of Ontario, only 4% of their members have taken up HASCAP. Businesses have told us increased debt loads, higher interest rates, and continued issues with the criteria are the reasons for the program's failure. With an unemployment rate of 13% in the tourism sector in March, why is this government failing those hardest hit businesses and workers who desperately need support to survive through this pandemic?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we understand that the tourism sector is undergoing great difficulties, and that's exactly why we've been there. We've been there to support them through the wage subsidy, through the rent relief program, through the CEBA accounts, through also the different support we got through the regional development agencies, and also through the HASCAP program. At the same time, we know we have to do more, and that's exactly why we're doing more. And in the budget that the Minister of Finance tabled a couple of weeks ago, we have $1 billion more to support our tourism operators, hoteliers, ministers and the great people, workers that are actually making sure that this sector will be able to be relaunched in the couple.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the Vaccine Injury Support Program was first announced in December, yet it is still not up and running. In fact, a simple search shows a call for applications for a third-party administrator remains open. The minister's own office has confirmed the program isn't ready. They know the support would eventually be needed, which is why it was announced back in December. Mr. Speaker, I already have constituents contacting my office about the program that need help. Why isn't it up and running?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we've provided for Canadians, including the launch of a vaccine injury prevention program. I would encourage the member opposite, if he does have constituents that are looking for answers about the program, to ensure that he communicate with my office, and we'll make sure that they get the information they need. I will also say, Mr. Speaker, that any claims will be retroactive to the beginning of our immunization program. Will continue to be there for Canadians in the extremely rare event of a serious side effect.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, while the pandemic has affected all Canadians, many Blacks, Indigenous, and racialized groups have been at the front lines of COVID-19 pandemic, filling roles in healthcare, personal support work, and other essential services. These groups have disproportionately faced the impacts of COVID-19 and may be facing worsening mental health outcome as a result. As last week was the Mental Health Awareness Week, can the Minister of Health update us on how the government is working to improve access to mental health services, particularly for racialized and vulnerable Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his ongoing and consistent advocacy for people who struggle with mental health issues and for excellent care no matter where you live. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2021 proposes to provide $100 million to support projects for innovative mental health interventions for populations that have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19, including healthcare workers, frontline workers, youth, seniors, Indigenous people, and racialized and Black Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the conversations I had with stakeholders from coast to coast to coast last week expressed great gratitude to our finance minister, to our government for including mental health so profoundly in the budget. And we look forward to working with them all to ensure that every Canadian gets support.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Cross-border vaccination deals have been made by Manitoba with North Dakota, Alberta with Montana, and Ontario is negotiating with Michigan. The federal government has completely failed to help on this, like they did with delivering vaccines in time to avoid a third wave. For months, I've been requesting the establishment of a border task force to ensure businesses and families are part of developing a safe border plan. Now the U.S. Senate Majority Leader has engaged Congress in demanding a border plan. When will the Prime Minister finally do his job and establish a safe border task force instead of him and a select few making it up on the fly?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've worked very closely with our United States counterparts to protect the health and safety of Canadians and indeed our American cousins and neighbors. I just want to speak a little bit about vaccines, though, Mr. Speaker. It's a great day. Over 18.4 million vaccines have been shipped to provinces and territories to date. As of May 7th, 16 million administered across the country, Mr. Speaker. We can see the finish line, and I want to thank all Canadians who are stepping up to get vaccinated when their turn arrives. Mr. Speaker, this is great news for Canada. This is great news for the United States, and we'll continue to work closely with our American cousins and neighbors.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we use GDP as a measure of our economy, the emergency response to an oil tanker spill or a major car accident counts as economic growth. When we use GDP as the measure of our economy, an old-growth forest sequestering carbon and supporting biodiversity has no value until it is converted to lumber. Instead of measuring the accumulation of wealth, a well-being economy measures success through the health of people and the planet. Will the government stop using GDP and measure our success by well-being?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning, we have been focusing on Canadians' quality of life because we know it is the right thing to do for Canadians. Going beyond GDP is also an approach adopted by other major economies, including Scotland and New Zealand. As the recent OECD survey on Canada observed, policymakers should consider how policy development and implementation can be improved to help Canada achieve resilient and healthy post-COVID economy and society, specifically an approach that more explicitly incorporates aspects such as work-life balance, job quality, social capital trust, and resources for future well-being, as well as for distributional considerations. That's great advice from the OECD, Mr. Speaker, and we are and will continue to put Canadians' quality of life at the center of our decisions.
And that's all the time we have today for oral questions. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 31 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Very good. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 118,000 Canadians and Newfoundlanders have given their lives in service to Canada. We've lost them in the muddy trenches of Flanders, on the shores of the Normandy coast, along the streets of Kandahar, and while training right here in Canada. Some were senior officers and others were kids who never even shaved. More than 118,000 fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters. With numbers like that, Mr. Speaker, the fallen can become a mere statistic as time moves on. The books of remembrance are one of the ways we prevent that from happening. With the turning of a page each morning, we see the names of those lost in history. With the turning of the page, we can remember them. There are 8 books of remembrance, Mr. Speaker, to commemorate those who fell during the War of 1812, the South African War, the Nile Expedition. There are 4 books of Canadians and Newfoundlanders who give their lives during the First and Second World Wars, and to remember the members of the Merchant Navy who served and died alongside of them. There's a book for the 516 Canadians killed in Korea. And finally, there is In Service of Canada, a book containing the names of the members of the Canadian Armed Forces lost at home and abroad since October 1947. Volume 2 of that book was recently returned to the House, and this morning it turned to a new page, one that bears the names of 9 Canadians we lost last year. Leading Seaman Eric Keane, Master Corporal Matthew Cousins, Sub-Lieutenant Abigail Kubra, Captain Kevin Hagan, Captain Brendan MacDonald, Captain Maxine Miran Moran, Sub-Lieutenant Matthew Pike, Captain Jennifer Casey, and Master Sailor James McCourt. 9 more names, Mr. Speaker, a reminder of the risk those in uniform take every day, even in times of peace. They step forward to wear our flag on their shoulder with the understanding that the cost of doing so might be the ultimate one. They represent the very best of us, Mr. Speaker. We mourn with their family and friends, and we remember them today. And now, on the morning when the page turns to the one that bears their names, we know that we will remember them for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister of Veterans Affairs for his poignant statement. On behalf of all Canadians, and I believe and all Conservatives, I'd offer the following additional details about the Books of Remembrance. There are a total of 512 names on display today on May the 10th, and 16 specific entries for those known Canadian heroes that are known to have passed away on May the 10th. They are Private Francis George William Floyd, Flying Officer Reginald James Dew, Private Joseph Clow, Corporal Patrick Duffy, Private Clayton Morningstar, Lieutenant Charles Casimir von Strauss-Benzie, Private Duncan McKinnon, Private Arthur Murphy, Private Stephen Payne, Private William Roberts, Private John Vaughn, Master Warrant Officer Lauren Stewart Bessie, Gunner Rex Elms, Captain Paul Rackham, Carpenter Eric Caro, and Second Lieutenant Ivan Arthur Thomas. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share some personal connections I have to the Books of Remembrance. On September 18, 2006, I was in Afghanistan for my very first time on a tactical reconnaissance in preparation for my subsequent deployment to Afghanistan in 2007. Unfortunately, on that sad day, I was there when we lost Corporal Glenn Howard Arnold, Private David Robert James Byers, Shane Patrick Keaton, and Keith Ian Morley to a bicycle improvised explosive device. I then witnessed, Mr. Speaker, the absolute resolve and resolution within that combat team that they were a member of, and this phenomenal leadership from then Major Mike Wright. And I had the honor to participate in 3 ramp ceremonies for those 4 fallen heroes in Afghanistan, in the UAE, and then back in Trenton. Needless to say, I was really well prepared to understand what I was getting into, and in order to prepare my own soldiers for the subsequent mission when we deployed 4 months later. Unfortunately, even before then, on October 3rd of 2006, in my own riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, we lost Corporal Robert Thomas James Mitchell. I have the honor of knowing the Mitchell family now quite well. And to say the least, the pain is palatable every day with them, because I know they will never forget their fallen son. Unfortunately, back to 2007, a couple months after I was deployed, out in Maywan Desert on April the 8th, 2007, Easter Sunday, I lost 6 of my own soldiers. Private David Robert Greenslade, Private Kevin Vincent Kennedy, Sergeant Donald Jason Lucas, Corporal Brent Donald Poland, Master Corporal Christopher Paul Stanix, and Corporal Aaron Edward Williams. This was the worst day of my life, Mr. Speaker. There's no other words for it. However, the only day that was harder for me personally was when I got back to Canada a number of months later, and I had the honor and privilege of meeting a number of the family members and close friends of those fallen heroes. Because there's nothing you can say, Mr. Speaker. That pain is there. Those families will never forget, and that's why these books of remembrance are so important. I still wear, Mr. Speaker, my dog tags from my service in the Canadian Armed Forces. But on those dog tags, I have a washer. It's the washer that I found on the ground when we cleaned up the site from where those 6 soldiers were killed. I wear that every day because I will never forget those 6 fallen heroes. Now, the books of remembrance have seen the addition of 9 more names from this past year, and a new page has been turned. As the minister stated, we now have Leading Seaman Eric Keane, Master Corporal Matthew Cousins, Sub-Lieutenant Abigail Cowbrow, Captain Kevin Hagan, Captain Brendan McDonald, Captain Maxine Miron-Morin, Sub-Lieutenant Matthew Pike, Captain Jennifer Casey, and Master Sailor James McCourt. On a bit more positive note, I just found out this past week during a conversation with some constituents that back in my riding at the Billy Bishop Airport in Owen Sound, the Price family that knew Captain Jen Casey personally are now in the process of opening the new and future Captain Jen Casey's Cafe and Grill in tribute to Jen and the other fallen heroes. I'm sure all members here in the House, and for the most part all Canadians, have their own personal connections to some family or friend that has made the supreme sacrifice. In closing, Mr. Speaker, these books of remembrance are of vital importance to ensure that these Canadians' heroes are never forgotten. We owe this to them and their families. Lest we forget, we will remember them.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here to pay tribute to 9 members of the Canadian Armed Forces who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty last year. On this Monday, May 10th, 2021, their names have been officially inscribed in the Book of Remembrance in the service of Canada. This noble work commemorates all Quebec and Canadian military personnel who have died in service since 1947, with the exception of the Korean War, where my uncle Georges Désilets gave his life. In the West Block, or at the top of the Peace Tower, lie 7 other books commemorating the heavy toll paid during the most important moments of our military history. It is fitting that these books should be displayed here in Parliament, for it was we parliamentarians who sanctioned the deployment of the vast majority of them. We therefore have a double duty to pay tribute to them as citizens and as legislators. I would like to pay tribute to the memory of leading seaman Eric Anthony Keane, who died on January 19th, 2020, and Master Seaman James Richard McCourt, who died on October 9th, 2020. I would like to pay tribute to the memory of Captain Jennifer Rose Casey, Royal Canadian Air Force, who tragically passed away on May 17th, 2020, in a snowbird accident in British Columbia. I would like to pay tribute to the memory of the 6 members of the Canadian Royal Navy who tragically died on April 29th in a cyclone helicopter crash off the coast of Greece. Master Corporal Matthew Alexander Cousins, Navy Lieutenants First Class Abigail Lillian Cobro and Matthew Kendall Pike, Captain Kevin Matthew Hagan, Captain Brendan Ian MacDonald, and Captain Maxime Miron Morin. I pay tribute to the memory of the 118,000 Quebec and Canadian soldiers whose names have been added today. They all gave their lives, promising to defend ours and their comrades. Regardless of the reasons for their deaths, the oath of allegiance they took was one that commands the deepest respect. Rest in peace, soldiers. Your sacrifice will never be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise today in this House to honour those who made the ultimate sacrifice to our country. The Book of Remembrance contains more than 118,000 names of Canadians who paid the ultimate price.
We remember those we lost in the line of duty. We must remember members of the Canadian Armed Forces who serve our country in times of peace and war.
The 8 books of remembrance are really about to always remember those who served our country in times of war and peace, so we never forget. Today, 9 Canadian Armed Forces personnel killed in 2020 will be added for the first time to the Service Book of Remembrance. And I want to state the names because I think it's important for us all to continue to remember. Leading Seaman Eric Anthony Keane, Master Corporal Matthew Alexander Cousins, Sub-Lieutenant Abigail Lillian Cowbro, Captain Kevin Matthew Hagan, Captain Brendan Ian MacDonald, Captain Maxime Miron Morin, Sub-Lieutenant Matthew Kendall Pike, Captain Jennifer Rose Casey, Master Sailor James Richard McCourt. To their families and friends, I pay my respects and condolences. I assure you, they will never be forgotten.
Members of the Canadian Armed Forces, have always been there for Canadians to assist them.
The most recent example of service has been during the COVID-19 pandemic under Operation Laser, where the armed forces rushed to help our loved ones in long-term care. They were there to support northern and remote communities, including First Nations. They were there to help with contact tracing efforts in Ontario and on First Nations reserves during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ils étaient là.
And they were there to ensure that people had access to personal protective equipment to stay safe. These are teams of nurses, medical technicians, and long-term care personnel in Ontario and Quebec.
We honor those who served us and continue to do so. Canadian veterans have made untold sacrifices for our country. Today, we recognize those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for us. We must offer them the best care and services possible when they come home. Veterans tell us that they appreciate commemorative events, but they need supports that reflect that recognition from their government. We must listen and we must deliver like they did for our country, like they did for us. Veterans need reliable services that meet their needs. Veterans need one person they can call that knows them, their history, and their story. Instead, they're forced to repeat themselves every time they seek support from this government. This can be a trauma that triggers for veterans to have to retell their stories about their injuries. It is wrong to make them relive their pain and their suffering. We must be better equipped to support them. All members of this House receive calls from veterans who need help navigating Veterans Affairs Canada. We must do better for our veterans. They deserve what they are entitled to. You Democrats will keep fighting to ensure this government offers the best services possible to our veterans. We will keep fighting for their rights as we have done for a long time since the CSC have fought for pensions for veterans. They deserve no less.
On behalf of all New Democrats, we express our gratitude to all those who have served and continue to serve our country and people worldwide in tough times.
Thank you. Merci.
I understand that the honourable member for Fredericton is rising on a point of order or for unanimous consent. I'll let her go ahead.
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking consent of this House to deliver a reply on behalf of the Green Party of Canada.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart and the greatest humility that I stand today in honor of the bravest among us. Today, we add 9 names to the Book of Remembrance, where they will be honored and remembered alongside the 118 other Canadians who have given their lives in service to this country. I have the privilege to be the Member of Parliament for Fredericton, home of CFB Gagetown. I live alongside citizens who are serving this country as members of the armed forces, many who have retired from service, and many more who are the spouses, parents, and children supporting loved ones who serve. They are all a critical part of the fabric of my community. Military service is not glamorous. Those who have made the decision to serve have done so selflessly and acknowledge that they are putting their lives in the line to defend our nation. Today, we think of these 9 service members, some of them in the spring of their lives, others nearing the end of a long career. In various positions, serving in the various ranks, they are united in their love for this country and for their bravery. We will never forget them. We must also never forget that beyond their uniform, they lived rich, full lives. They were loved by parents, spouses, children, neighbors, and friends. Those family members have also made an unthinkable sacrifice for our country. And with one foot in front of the other, they will learn to continue living without a piece of their heart. The motto of Base Gagetown is diligence. Those we have lost have demonstrated diligence in their service. Today, we demonstrate diligence to their memory. For the 9 Canadian Armed Forces members we lost last year, Leading Seaman Eric Keane, Master Corporal Matthew Cousins, Sub-Lieutenant Abigail Calbrow, Captain Kevin Hagan, Captain Brendan McDonald, Captain Maxime Miron-Morin, Sub-Lieutenant Matthew Pike, Captain Jennifer Casey, and Master Sailor James McCourt. Pro Patria, lest we forget. Thank you.
En février 2019.
In February 2019, while the Parliament was closed for its renovations, the Books of Remembrance were accompanied by the member to their temporary lodging in the West Building block.
Remembrance here in the West Block, where parliamentarians and visitors could continue to see them and read the names of those who died in the service of Canada. Every day, in a simple but solemn ceremony, the pages of the books are turned, displaying the names of the fallen so that all may recognize and honor for their specific sacrifice on our behalf. While the Room of Remembrance remains closed to visitors during this pandemic, I encourage all parliamentarians to visit the solemn space created so that we might acknowledge and honor our past while building our future. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 19 minutes for a total of 49 minutes. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Mr. Genius, seconded by Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, moves that the bill S-204, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, be now read a first time. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherwood Port, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill S-204 would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. This bill would fight organ harvesting and trafficking by reducing demand, and it would save lives. I want to salute the work of Senator Salma Tvoulajan, as well as MPs Boris Yashnevsky and Erwin Kotler, who have put forward versions of this bill in the past. It has been close to 15 years since Mr. Yashnevsky first put this concept on the table. This bill has passed both houses unanimously in the last Parliament, although we ran out of time to complete the reconciliation process. As of this point, the Senate has unanimously adopted the same version of the bill as was adopted in the last Parliament. So an identical version of the bill has been adopted unanimously by both chambers, though in different parliaments. Clearly, everyone agrees that this is important, and lives hang in the balance. So let's do all we can to clear the barriers and get this done this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. The Honourable. Okay. Mr. McLean, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moves that the first report of the Special Committee of the Economic Relations between Canada and the United States, presented on Thursday, April 15, 2021, be concurred in. Debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be splitting my time today with the member for Chilliwack Hope. Mr. Speaker, today is May 10th. In 2 days, on May 12th, the governor of the state of Michigan has stated that she will shut down Enbridge Line 5, which provides 540,000 barrels of oil per day to Canadian refineries in Sarnia, Southern Ontario, and further feeds facilities in Quebec. It is estimated that 30,000 jobs depend on this important international infrastructure in Southern Ontario alone. Today, we are debating concurrence of the report of the Special Committee on the Economic Relationship between Canada and the United States, which was presented to this House on April 15th. That was 25 days ago, and still there are no signs that the Prime Minister is engaged on this file. How much of Canada's petroleum needs will be disrupted? Well, 540,000 barrels per day equates to about 1/4, 25%, of Canada's daily consumption of oil. And this shortage will fall on the back of two provinces, Ontario and Quebec,
as it will represent approximately half of the supply of this vital energy feedstock to their economic output, as the products are refined into inputs for petrochemicals, plastics and textiles, and much more that is the heart of Canada's manufacturing sector, to heating homes, driving cars, and getting goods like food and supplies to markets efficiently and quickly. In short, cutting off this infrastructure will result in a disastrous outcome for Canada. Tens of thousands of jobs, the supply chain that feeds our economy, and the manufacturing sector that has been built and depends upon this critical infrastructure, all waiting with their fingers crossed on the outcome. It is safe to say that the closure of this energy infrastructure represents a national energy security emergency. 2 days away, yet Line 5 has been threatened with closure since November 13th. 6 months have passed. I spoke about this matter needing resolution quickly at that time, but this government frittered its time away. Enbridge, one of Canada's great companies, has actively engaged with the governor's office and moved the matter to U.S. federal court where it seems to belong. Yet, the governor wants the matter heard in a state court. Nevertheless, the federal court did instruct the parties to enter into mediation discussions, which have been ongoing. It should be noted that the governor would not even return calls from Enbridge on the matter prior to the federal court judge's instructions. Although seemingly a productive exercise, the governor has insisted during mediation talks that she would be shutting down Line 5 on May 12th, whatever the process, timing, or outcome of mediation discussions. This is hardly a productive or mediatory stance. Why is the government of Michigan taking on this posture, and as unreasonable as it seems, to a friendly trading partner, international security partner, energy security partner, environmental progress partner, for a line that is an energy lifeblood for her state and other neighboring states, as well as Canada, ostensibly for the safety of water in the Great Lakes Basin. So shut down a pipeline that has never leaked, in which the company operating it is actively going through state regulatory processes to make even more secure with an underground concrete tunnel. The outcome of this misguided approach will move that product to trucks, rail cars, and barges. Yes, barges on the Great Lakes. All these outcomes have larger environmental footprints and greater environmental risks, even to the Great Lakes, than the intrinsically safe pipeline option. So by clear analysis, there are other reasons. The governor is a politician, so politics. Politics, for whose benefit we can speculate, but at whose cost it is clear. Those parties dependent upon this energy infrastructure for their livelihood, their jobs, their farms, the goods they produce, the heat for homes and barns, so that our food supply is safe and an international trade relationship between two of the world's most friendly trading nations. This is the fallout of what is really at stake. The economies of our two countries, Canada and the US, have prospered over decades, better than economies elsewhere in the developed world, because of our strong trade links and the rule of law that governs our institutions, including our trading relationships. The backbone of this mutually beneficial trade relationship is our infrastructure. And the fundamentally most important part of that infrastructure is our energy infrastructure. Previous governments of all stripes in Canada and the US have recognized this importance. In 1977, our two governments signed the Transit Pipelines Treaty to ensure that the energy transportation and trade between our two nations did not suffer because of political whims or short-term self-interest at the expense of our joint long-term prosperity and security. Yet, here we are. A state government is acting unilaterally, seemingly in direct contravention of our international treaty. It begs the question whether there is any meaning behind the words in that treaty, or do we have a trade partner that recognizes a Canadian government that either does not want to stand up for Canada's energy security, or perhaps doesn't know how? Surely it can't be because the governor of Canada doesn't recognize the importance of the infrastructure and the associated energy security. It follows on our country's disastrous showing in renegotiating the new NAFTA, CUSMA, and a negotiating strategy where Canada didn't show up with the real issues to be discussed for our benefit until too late. At one point, we were excluded from the trade discussions because the other parties did not take us seriously. No one was there to solve the emerging issues between our countries.
In the end, we ended up with far less in the trade agreement than we had in the previous agreement. And our elected officials were relieved to sign it because it could have been so much worse. So a victory is now defined by this government as doing worse, but not losing completely. The bar is being lowered. Since then, the U.S. has continued to ignore the trade treaty's terms on steel and aluminum, and now is pursuing a Buy America policy in which Canada is an outsider. So much for preferential access to our markets, so much for free trade, so much for trade treaties, so much for Canada standing up for the terms it negotiates in these agreements. This government will roll over on any trade issue. We need to get serious. Canada's standing in the world, economically and diplomatically, has declined precipitously in the past 6 years. We are viewed as a non-serious world partner. More concerned with virtuous statements.
Excuse me, I want to remind the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway to have his mic off, please. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway, please turn your mic off. The honourable member for Calgary Centre can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for his intervention thus far. Canada's standing in the world, economically and diplomatically, has declined precipitously in the past 6 years. We are viewed as a non-serious world player, more concerned with virtuous statements than fulfilling any objectives or standing for any principles. The ranking of our competitiveness has fallen from 5th in the world to 13th between 2015 and 2019. In foreign affairs, we have moved to a status where trade disputes are handled by our trade partners with hostage diplomacy. It's as if we can foresee the headlines from 2030. When did Canada lose its relevance in the world? And the world will point to this period, a period where an aimless, disinterested, non-serious government spoke virtuous words of all it stood for and then delivered no tangible results. It failed to recognize Canada's strengths, its role in the world, and its ability to add value to world events. It lost sight of getting things done. It couldn't build domestic pipelines after canceling some of its most promising ones, delaying others, making the process for approving infrastructure opaque, and adding years to regulatory process. Accountability and oversight disappeared, and Canadians weren't paying attention to the incompetence. Canada is led by a government intent on staying in power at all costs, including the future of the country itself. Then a foreign government, our most important trading partner and ally, ignored a treaty between our two countries and allowed the shutdown of a key piece of infrastructure on which Canada's energy security depends. Why did the government of Canada not engage adequately with the U.S. government? Perhaps it was because the interest groups which supported the governor of Michigan were the same ones on which the government of Canada relied for its own virtue signaling. Or perhaps it was just an incompetent prime minister who didn't know that international engagement meant getting involved in personal diplomacy with his U.S. counterpart when Canada's interests were at grave risk. Line 5 is recognized as a critical piece of international infrastructure, and its regulation is overseen by PHMSA in the United States. The Canadian equivalent would be the Department of Transport. Other critical departments that should be actively involved in this file include foreign affairs, international trade, and energy. This issue requires a whole-of-government approach, and the leader of that effort should be the Prime Minister. Delegating this matter to the Minister of Natural Resources does not accord it the importance it requires. We need to do better. The Prime Minister needs to be...
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. He'll have time during questions and comments.
Like 20 seconds because I got interrupted there.
We did stop the clock at that time. Sorry, but the honourable member will be able to add during questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the Conservative Opposition Party continues its shameful, destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. Simply amazing. In terms of here, Canadians are concerned about the pandemic, amongst other things, and the Conservatives still want to play political partisan games on the House. Madam Chair, or Madam Deputy Speaker, there was an emergency debate on the issue, yet the Conservatives still haven't seen fit to put it as one of the opposition days. When will the Conservatives start recognizing what Canadians want, get serious, and start allowing for government legislation to be able to move forward? Why the constructive moves coming from the Conservative Party day in and day out?
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague on the other side of the House for that Freudian slip. This is very constructive, Madam Speaker, and this is about Canadian jobs. This is about one of the most important issues for the future of Canada, and it is a pattern that we've seen happening. We are speaking up loudly at this point in time for the interests of Canadians, and we are asking that the Prime Minister get to meet with the U.S. President and get this matter resolved along the terms of the Transit Pipelines Treaty today or tomorrow. The deadline set by the Governor of Michigan is at our door. When will this Prime Minister act?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And listening to the member from Calgary Centre and his speech in opening this debate, you know, I think pretty much everybody in this House wants this dispute settled and settled quickly. It is undoubtedly going before the courts, and part of that is based on the Pipeline Transit Treaty. He mentioned that a couple of times. But the treaty also says that it is subject to regulations by appropriate government authorities. I'm not a lawyer, but I would assume that might include state authorities. And so this could go on. And I just wonder, you know, beyond what we've done in the emergency debate last Thursday, just wondering what the member thinks that we could be doing here that would move this forward. We all care about those thousands of jobs in Ontario and Quebec, and I just don't see the point of this debate here today.
Honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Indeed, we are talking about accepting a parliamentary report here, Enbridge's Line 5, an interim report from a parliament committee. So this is a concurrence motion today to get this on the table 2 days before this line shuts down. And we're actually have been calling on the Prime Minister to get actively engaged in this file for several months now. It is not happening without his engagement. And I appreciate that my member on the other side doesn't understand the difference between federal primacy and international treaties versus state regulation, but it is a transit pipeline treaty for the security of two nations that was designed that way, and it is meant to be overrule all the other regulations except for, of course, safety. We are looking at a very important international treaty here that is at risk, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And very quickly, I would just add that we did in emergency debate canvass this issue, that it is a legitimate concern of the state of Michigan to protect the waters of the Great Lakes, but that we all agree a solution must be found. This is an existing route, and it should be maintained by one means or another. Very quickly to the honourable member, he mentioned in debate the other night that losing the energy chapter of NAFTA in the new CUSMA somehow hurt Canada's energy security. And I actually believe it's the opposite, since that section only served to ensure that whatever quantity of fossil fuels or any product Canada was exporting to the U.S. would have to be maintained in perpetuity for those energy products, that even if we were running out of, for instance, our supplies of natural gas, we would be required to continue to sell whatever share the U.S. had gotten at its highest level. And would he not agree that this is an improvement to have autonomy?
Calgary Centre, a brief answer, please.
Well, I thank my honourable member for the question. And it is a good question. And the actual terms of the energy agreement in the former NAFTA was a proportional sharing agreement, not an absolute sharing agreement to the highest levels that we provide to the U.S. It was a proportional sharing agreement, so that if in some emergency or some international incident we had to cut back 1/4 of the U.S., we'd be incumbent to cut back 1/4 of our own supply as well, as would they, if you think about the way that this product goes across the borders in both its raw state and its finished state. So it's called a treaty for a reason, so that we can actually get some solidity on our energy security as a continent going forward. Thank you again.
Questions and resuming debate. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to share time with the member for Calgary Centre, who I think did an excellent job laying out the Conservative Party's frustration with this situation. This has been the potential shutdown of Line 5 has been on our radar since November of 2020. And once again, this government has ignored a deadline or failed to manage to a deadline. And we're now 2 days away from that. And we're not hearing much from the government. And this is why I find it quite interesting that the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader has declared a discussion on Line 5 and the tens of thousands of jobs that will be lost in Sarnia and other places where workers are anxious, quite frankly, as to what is going to happen with Line 5. For him to declare that that's a waste of time, for him to declare that this House should not be considering this issue at every possible opportunity just shows, quite frankly, the entire government's approach on this issue. They don't want to talk about it, and they haven't talked about it. And as a result of their ignoring the issue and not pursuing it as a priority, we have a situation where 2 days away from a deadline imposed by the governor of Michigan, we still don't have resolution to this matter. And the Prime Minister, we heard, I'm the vice chair of this special committee, the committee that was created because of an initiative by the Conservative opposition, because we saw Line 5 as a priority. We saw Buy America as a potential threat to our country. So we took action and proposed that this committee be created to specifically hear from witnesses on this issue. And we did. And every witness that we heard from agreed that the pipeline should continue to operate, but that the only way that this was going to be resolved outside of a lengthy and drawn-out court process was for the Prime Minister of Canada to get directly involved and elevate this to the level of President Biden. And what we have not seen that happen. We have not seen the Prime Minister take this up directly with the President. We have not seen this become a priority. We've not seen him making any noise on it. And so we will make noise on it. As the official opposition, we will continue to draw attention to the fact that this government is failing the workers in Sarnia and elsewhere along this route. This is an unacceptable dereliction of duty for this Prime Minister to have simply allowed this to go on. And this is exactly the same approach we saw with the Keystone XL pipeline. We saw this Prime Minister give some token effort, some token words about support for the Keystone XL pipeline. But when President Biden canceled it and canceled the tens of thousands of high-paying union jobs, the Prime Minister simply said, well, he made that campaign promise. What could we do about it? If only the Prime Minister of Canada placed the same weight on his own campaign promises, Madam Speaker. He doesn't seem to care much for those. But when President Biden says he's going to shut down a pipeline and kill thousands of jobs, the Prime Minister of Canada just simply walks away from the fight and the tens of thousands of jobs that have been lost. And I think that's, quite frankly, what our concern is here, is that the Prime Minister has made some token words. He said, well, we'd like it to keep running, but no one believes that if he was in the position of the governor of Michigan, that he wouldn't have the same approach. This is a Prime Minister that has shut down and canceled approved pipeline projects on the flimsiest of evidence. He canceled the Northern Gateway pipeline, which had gone through a massive approvals process, had met all of the environmental reviews, had buy-in, a $2 billion stake for Indigenous communities along the way. They were all going to be a key part of that pipeline, and he killed it because he said the Great Bear Rainforest is no place for a pipeline. So that's the level of engagement, that's the level of scientific rigor that the Prime Minister will put on canceling a pipeline. It's no wonder that he sits idly by while the governor of Michigan threatens a pipeline because it supposedly threatens the Great Lakes, even though, as my colleague from Calgary Centre has said, this thing has operated for decades without threatening the Great Lakes. And the biggest threat to the Great Lakes would be additional rail, truck, and barge traffic carrying that same 550,000 barrels a day from a safe pipeline onto those less safe, more emission-intensive modes of transportation. So I want to take a moment to thank the member for Sarnia-Lambton for standing up for her constituents. We've seen today the NDP declare this debate to be a waste of time. We've seen the Liberals declare that this debate is a waste of time. The member for Sarnia-Lambton has been standing up for her community, and the tens of thousands of jobs that are at risk. And we heard from union leaders who supposedly this prime minister stands up for. I guess he doesn't care too much for their jobs, but he likes their votes. But we heard from those union leaders who were very upset that the Keystone XL pipeline had been canceled and the jobs had been canceled, and had issued a direct request to the prime minister, a challenge. And Scott Archer from UA Local 663 in Sarnia said, quote, "I'd like to issue a challenge to the Prime Minister and the federal government. This is a call to action. As Canadians, this is non-negotiable. You need to take a stand to protect Canadian families, businesses, and industry." And I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister has absolutely failed to take up that challenge. He's failed to make this issue a priority. He likes to go to the summits. He likes to give speeches with Selena Gomez. He likes to do all of the high-profile stuff that brings him positive headlines. But when it comes to actually getting down to business, to actually standing up for Canadian workers who will be impacted not only in Sarnia, but also in Alberta, we know exactly what the Prime Minister actually thinks about that industry. And he has said before that he wants to phase out the oil sands. He has said before that he is opposed to these types of pipelines. And so Albertans and Western Canadians know exactly what kind of advocate they have in the Prime Minister for their jobs. And that's none, because he's shown before that for political gain, he's willing to sacrifice them and the industry that they represent. So one would hope that the Prime Minister would take this up more effectively and more publicly, quite frankly, with President Biden, instead of simply saying, well, now that that bad man, President Trump, is gone, everything's back to normal. Actually, there are still threats on the horizon, immediate threats, but we hear nothing from this Prime Minister on those. He seems content to let President Biden do whatever he wants when it comes to the relationship with Canada. It doesn't matter how many good-paying union jobs will be killed. It doesn't matter how our energy sovereignty is threatened. It doesn't matter that tens of thousands of jobs in Sarnia alone will be impacted, or that tens of thousands of more trucks will be coming across places like Windsor and Essex, jamming up those crucial crossings and bringing petrochemicals onto our highways. Doesn't matter. The Prime Minister can't be bothered to pick up the phone and to make this into a matter that President Biden takes seriously, because we know that Governor Whitmer was on the short list for vice president. She has a strong relationship with President Biden. And it is time for the Prime Minister to take advantage of that, to take advantage of the supposed newfound friendship and the new relationship with President Biden to escalate this matter. Because so far all we've heard is pretty words, good intentions, but no action and no results. And the people that depend on this pipeline for their family supporting jobs cannot rely on the Prime Minister saying he's got it under control when he's shown time and time and time again that he will fail to stand up for energy sector workers, that he will fail to stand up for Canadian pipelines, the safest way to transport petroleum products in the world. He won't stand up for those jobs. He won't stand up for that industry. He's failed them time and time before, and he's failing them right now. The official opposition does not think that talking about Line 5 and the jobs it supports is a waste of time. And we say shame on those in the other parties who have said this is a waste of time, and shame on the Prime Minister for his failure to get this matter resolved diplomatically. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could tell me why it is that the Conservatives in the debate, emergency debate last Thursday, didn't come up with anything tangible of ideas outside of just criticizing the government, saying we need to talk more to U.S. officials. Can the member indicate what is it that the Conservative Party would actually do differently And can the member also tell the House why it is the Conservative Party has not used an opposition day, but rather they choose to do a concurrence motion when at the opposition day they would actually be able to ensure there's a vote on an issue?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, we did bring forward an opposition day motion on line 5. It created the special committee on the economic relationship between Canada and the United States, which was specifically tasked with hearing from witnesses and delivering the report that we're discussing today. So I'm sorry that the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader hasn't been able to follow the parliamentary process along to see that that's exactly what we're talking about today is a direct result of an opposition motion to discuss line 5. We heard from witnesses who witness after witness after witness said that this needs to be a priority for the Prime Minister himself. This can't be delegated to bureaucrats. It can't be delegated to ministers. It can't be delegated down the line. It has to be the Prime Minister himself raising this with President Biden. And so far, the Prime Minister has absolutely failed to meet that challenge and has failed the workers, not only in the oil sands, but failed the workers in the refineries in Sarnia as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague. Well, I'm not sure if I should be thanking him because I don't think anyone here actually wanted to have this debate. You know, we already had the emergency debate on the same subject last week. But given that we're here, we don't really have the choice. I would like to ask a simple question to my honourable colleague. Is he concerned about the safety of Line 5? And I think this is a valid question because there are millions of people who depend on safe drinking water there who could potentially be affected by some problem with the pipeline. And when he says that there was never any problem with Line 5, it sort of reminds me of what the ancient Romans said about Vesuvius, you know? They said, well, we've never had any problem with it, but we know what happened. So does my colleague not believe that there could be safety problems linked to Line 5? The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say that the proof is in the pudding. Line 5 has operated safely without major incident for 68 years. Enbridge has proposed additional safety measures to improve the safety of an already safe pipeline. And so, yes, there are constant measures, world-leading measures. Anytime there's a Canadian pipeline, you know it's going to be the safest in the world, built to the highest standard and have the highest levels of monitoring. But I would also ask my colleague a question. This pipeline provides 50% of the propane that goes to Quebec. Is he really saying that we shouldn't be concerned about this pipeline continuing and providing the energy and the materials that his province relies on? Of course, we want to see it done safely. Line 5 is proven to be safe. It should continue to operate, and the Prime Minister should get on the phone and demand that President Biden intervene to make sure it continues to operate as it has safely for the last 68 years.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you. And I'd like to reiterate, that this is a different pipeline debate that we're having than the Keystone XL, the Trans Mountain debates that were about expansion projects. This is about a business as usual project, not expanding the oil sands in Alberta. And we, in the NDP, we do care about those thousands of jobs. And I hope the member from Windsor West, my colleague, will have an opportunity to speak about that later in this debate. But I just want to ask again, the member says this is a safe pipeline, reminds me of its sister pipeline 6B that spilled into the Kalamazoo River, destroyed 50 kilometers of river. Can you see why Michigan might be interested in the environmental aspects?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope, a brief answer, please.
Well, obviously, everyone is interested in the safety of pipelines. Everyone's interested in the environmental protection of waters, and that's why pipelines undergo the most rigorous environmental testing and constant monitoring that goes on to ensure that those things are protected. Everyone wants to see the environment protected, and the safest way, the most environmentally friendly way to transport petroleum products is through pipelines. It always has been, it always will be, and that's why we will support Line 5 and the tens of thousands of jobs that this pipeline supports in Sarnia and the tens of thousands more it supports in Alberta.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And to say that I'm surprised or disappointed, the short answer would be no. Madam Speaker, I am not surprised that the Conservatives would move a motion of concurrence on a particular report. They have demonstrated in the recent months that they have really lost focus on the pandemic. And I'm trying to be nice in my criticism here, Madam Speaker, but I do believe at times I do need to be bold and to say what it is that I believe the Conservatives are actually doing. And that is not focusing at all or giving the attention that should be there from the official opposition in dealing with what is a very important issue to all Canadians. The Conservatives continue to want to play partisan politics. And that's why I'm not surprised, because they've been doing this for a while now, Madam Speaker. I am disappointed. I'm disappointed, Madam Speaker, again, ongoing, because as the Conservatives put and insist on playing games on the floor of the House of Commons, they are filibustering wherever they can in an attempt to encourage a dysfunctional House of Commons, encourage legislation that is important from being debated so that they can ultimately say, well, the government can't even get its legislation through. Like, duh, look at the behavior of the Conservative Party. It doesn't take a genius of a group of 12 to cause a lot of frustration on the floor of the House of Commons, and we get the official opposition choosing to do that, Madam Speaker. And today is an excellent example. You know, earlier today, I was on a phone, Zoom call with the Prime Minister, my Manitoba colleagues, and 100 nurses in the province of Manitoba, where we were listening to what nurses in Manitoba had to say. That is the priority and has been the priority of this government from day one. Contrast that to what we have witnessed day in and day out over the last number of months coming from the Conservative Party of Canada. And they should be ashamed of themselves. You know, the member from Chilliwack Hope tries to give the impression, oh, I don't care about Line 5 or the jobs and the other indirect and direct things related to Line 5, and that's why I don't support having us debate this motion that we're debating today, the concurrence on a report. Balderdash, Madam Speaker. It's just not true. I, like all Liberals of the House of Commons, are very much concerned in regards to Line 5 and the impact that it's not only having on Canada, but the U.S. also. We understand and we appreciate the importance of the issue. The Minister of Natural Resources, whether in question period, other debates, including the emergency debate, has been very clear on the issue. The Conservative Party, surely to goodness, would recognize that we just had an emergency debate on the issue. Just last Thursday. Members should listen and read in terms of what was actually said then. It started off with Conservatives just bashing Ottawa, saying how bad we are in regards to Alberta, to try to perpetuate more misinformation. As if this Prime Minister and this government doesn't care about the province of Alberta. Madam Speaker, look and see what kind of ideas came from the Conservative Party on the emergency debate. There was not one Liberal that said no to having an emergency debate, Madam Speaker. I even had the chance to speak during that debate, and I'm going to share with some of the comments that I said on Thursday night, Madam Speaker. But even with the emergency debate that had taken place, the Conservatives have come up with this particular concurrence on a report. It has absolutely nothing to do with Line 5 or relationships between Canada and the U.S. Publicly, and for those that are listening or participating or care about what's taking place in the House, that's not the real motivation here. The Conservatives can say whatever it is they want and try to come across as meaningful as they want. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, it has more to do with frustrating the government's legislative agenda, the types of things that we want to see accomplished on the House of Commons. They continue to push to try to say that the House of Commons is dysfunctional. And Madam Speaker, as much as the Conservatives try to do two things, character assassination, and I understand I was even one of them earlier today in the SO31s, but also, in addition to that, the ongoing filibustering taking place on the House of Commons so that important legislation can't get through. You know, take a look at some of the debates and some of the frustrations that have been sensed on the floor of the House of Commons because of irresponsible official opposition. And for those that might be sympathetic to their terrible behavior, take a look at, let's say, Bill C-3 as an example, and the hours and hours of debate on education of training for judges into the future on sexual assaults and so forth. It was a Conservative bill. It passed everything, and it's coming back. And we had introduced it so that we could, as a government bill, so that we would be able to put it into place. Everyone agreed to it, even in the Senate. You know, I think it just got royal assent just very recently. The Conservatives debated that hours and hours and hours and hours inside the House of Commons on the floor of the House. Was that really necessary? No. What about C-14? An economic statement that was released back in, I think it was November, legislation brought forward in December, and no matter when it is that we called it up, even though they attempted to filibuster that through concurrence motions too, nothing, and within that legislation, we saw important things to subsidize and support Canadians, individuals, families, and small businesses. You'd think the Conservative Party would have cared. But they had no problems in terms of filibustering that one too. We just had to bring in time allocation on C-19. Again, to ensure it's a minority government. That as much as possible that the Elections Canada is best prepared, enabling them to do a little bit more on a temporary basis. But the political spinners within the Conservative Party says, no, we don't want to go that way. We got to remain focused. Focus to them is dysfunctional chamber and push for it, and character assassination. That's what they are all about, Madam Speaker. And it is.
Just one moment, please. I do have a point of order. The honourable member for Abbotsford has a point of order.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to relevance. This member has been going off on a tangent that is nowhere near to the concurrence report that we're debating. He's talking about Bill C-3, Bill C-14, Bill C-19, except for the matter before this House right now. This is a concurrence report. We're supposed to be debating about Line 5. This is important.
Yeah, so I do want to, I appreciate the honourable member raising the point of order. I do want to remind the honourable member that whenever there's a debate in the House, that there is some latitude during the debates, but the honourable members who are doing their speech have to keep the relevance to that debate. And I'm sure that the honourable member will come back to that if he has been wavering from that debate. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, this is just my preliminary remarks in regards to trying to explain the behavior. And if I was a Conservative MP, I would be embarrassed too, and want to get me to get right on to the motion itself in regards to line 5. And at line 5, where we debated extensively as in the form of an emergency debate. And if the member would have listened to his colleague that introduced this particular report, he'll find his colleague also made reference to the trade agreement, among other things, Madam Speaker. I fully understand in regards to the embarrassment to the Conservatives when the truth of reality in terms of their destructive force is being pointed out. Maybe they disagree with the House leadership of their Conservative caucus, and I would encourage them to have that discussion. But when it comes to line 5, Madam Speaker, let me provide specific quotes. This is how the minister has responded. So you get the Conservative Party of Canada saying, well, you know what, the government isn't doing anything on line 5. We don't appreciate the importance of line 5. Nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. The government has, from day one, been following the issue and, more importantly, been taking action on the issue. On the day in which the emergency debate was introduced, there was a question that was put forward to the minister. I actually specifically quoted it during the emergency debate. Let me quote the answer that the Minister of Natural Resources had actually given just last Thursday. Mr. Speaker, people will not be left out in the cold. The heating of Canadian homes or flying of Canadian jets or the operation of Canadian refineries are non-negotiable. Line 5 is not just vital to Canada, it is also vital to the United States. Therefore, it is vital to all of North America. Shutting it down would have profound consequences. There are 5,000 direct jobs in Sarnia, 23,000 indirect jobs in the region, thousands of jobs at refineries in Montreal and Lévis, but also in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. And that is the case we are making. Line 5 is essential for North American energy security. Now, the minister has provided answers on many different occasions, all providing assurances that the government understands the importance of it. You know, the other day when I was talking about the issue of longevity, at one time I pointed out that it was oil tankers that actually ship the oil products. And then it went to pipelines. And ever since then, I believe it was in the 50s, don't quote me on the year, Madam Speaker, it has been delivered through the pipeline. And it has done and met the expectations, I believe, of people on both sides of the border. I understand the economics of it. It's just not gasoline that's being shipped or the final product. Everything from all forms of commodities, including gasoline and propane and clothes and texture, all sorts of things, Madam Speaker. Is there any wonder why the government of Canada is seized with the issue? The Conservatives throughout that particular evening, and we see it during the question period as we saw it today. And I'll tell you, I don't believe there's going to be anything that comes out of today other than the Conservatives saying, hey, we did some more filibustering during government business. We won't see anything further come out of this than what we heard from last Thursday night. You know, the Conservatives will continue to say, well, the government's not doing enough. It should be talking to so-and-so. It should be talking to so-and-so. Let me give you another quote from the Minister of Natural Resources that I quoted last Thursday night. And this is in response to my Conservative friends who continue to try to spread misinformation to Canadians. Misinformation in the sense of trying to give a false impression that the government of Canada is not actually active on the file. And I'll quote, this is actually coming from the Minister of Natural Resources. And he said this during the emergency debate last Thursday night. Quote, we have been clear from the start. We would leave no stone unturned in defending Canada's energy security. We have been looking at all of our options. We are working at the political level. We are working at the diplomatic level. We are working at the legal level. It is a full court press. We raised Line 5 directly with the President of the United States and members of his cabinet during the virtual Canada-US summit in February. The Prime Minister also raised the critical importance of North American energy security in a conversation with Vice President Harris. And again, it's a direct quote from the Minister of Natural Resources, I raised the issue with the U.S. Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm. I was frank and unequivocal in expressing how significant this issue was for Canada. The Minister of Transport raised Line 5 with his counterpart, Transport Secretary Pating, whose department oversees the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. The U.S. federal regulator for pipelines, which has consistently stated that Line 5 is safe. The Minister of Foreign Affairs raised this issue with his counterpart, Secretary of State Blinken. Ambassador Hillman has been making the case directly to Governor Whitmer. Meanwhile, in Detroit and Lansing, Counsel General Joe Camartin has been making this case to state lawmakers and members of the Whitmer administration. Let me take this opportunity to thank Governor Whitmer, Counsel General Joe Camartin in Detroit, the team at the Canadian Embassy in Washington, and all of our diplomats who have been engaging on this issue in Washington, Detroit, and Lansing, who defend Canada's interest there every day. Madam Speaker, and that's the end of quote. It begs the question, what is the Conservative Party talking about? Do they just believe you can click their heels and voila, or pull out of a hat and the issue is resolved overnight? Do they believe that when the 2 days from now or 3 days from now that there won't be any gas coming into through the pipeline? That's the impression that they're trying to give. They try to portray a very serious issue, in which it is, Madam Speaker. I don't want to do anything to marginalize the importance of the issue. But I will criticize the Conservative Party for their attitude on the issue, in terms of their ongoing desire to give misinformation on what is such an important issue, to try to tell some of the provinces that are likely more affected than other provinces would include Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec, but it affects all of us in Canada, if not directly, indirectly. as the minister and the prime minister and the government as a whole has recognized the importance of this issue, there have been many discussions that have been taking place. I wonder if the Conservatives National Caucus can share with the House specifically what have they done? Or better yet, why don't they provide a real, tangible idea as opposed to be more concentrated on trying to promote Western alienation or give misinformation to people of Ontario and outside of that area? Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada understands the issue. We continue on all fronts to have the dialogue at the political and diplomatic levels amongst many other mechanisms to make Canada's case as strong as it is. And we all know that that is the case. We all know that the emergency debate would have sufficed, that the real reason why the Conservative Party is bringing it forward in a concurrence report is it has nothing to do with the report. It has everything to do with playing a destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in response to the parliamentary secretary who wanted to know what the Conservatives have done, I've done an email letter writing campaign to Governor Whitmer from all the stakeholders, brought petitions to the House, participated in the lobby. But for all the government's words about how they will do everything politically, legally, diplomatically, here's the crux of the matter. Within less than 24 hours, the legal brief of support for the court case on line 5 is due. Enbridge has requested the government to do the amicus curiae brief. The Canada-US Committee unanimously said the government should do the brief. The government has waited till the 11th hour. Where is the brief of support for line 5?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the government in its ministries and the diplomats, those professional civil servants, all know what their responsibility is. They understand the importance of the issue to Canadians, in fact, to North America, and in fact will ultimately be prepared to defend Canada's interest as they have continued or as they have been doing for the last number of months, even beyond that.
Questions and comments. L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was absolutely astounded by my colleague's speech when he said that the Conservatives were blocking the work of this House. And I have news for my honourable colleague. The Liberals shut this place down. They shut it down. How can you do any worse than that? What's the problem?
I'm just going to back up the clock a little bit. There seems to be an issue with translation. We have a point of order on that. Est-ce que c'est la traduction en anglais?
Is it the translation into English or French that's not working?
Anglais.
French to English.
Okay. Est-ce que ça fonctionne?
Is it working now?
Yes. Ça fonctionne ici.
It's working in the House, but is it working online? Yes? I'd just like to remind people not to have their microphones on if they don't have the floor.
One moment, please. Poser la question et puis on va recommencer l'horloge.
We're going to restart the clock once the question has been answered. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So what I was saying was that I was astounded hearing my colleague say that the Conservatives were obstructing the work of the House because their party shut Parliament down. It's incredible. We're talking about the Liberals who shut Parliament down, and now they're telling other people that they're blocking the work of the House. That takes some nerve, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague. First of all, they shut the House down for a month and a half, And it could have only been for 24 hours, but they used the pretext of the throne speech needing to have a new throne speech. But obviously it was to sweep scandals under the rug. So my question for my colleague is, isn't it like 6 of one, half dozen of the other? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
No, Madam Speaker. You know, the government did prorogue, true, and we lost 2 days. But for the first time in 30 plus years, the House of Commons actually sat on the floor of the House now, albeit in a committee, but for all intents and purposes, like a question period, where there were literally hundreds, if not going into thousands of questions that were being asked during the summer. And that provided opposition great opportunities to hold government accountable on a wide variety of different issues. I make no apologies for an area in which we provided more transparency and accountability than the previous administration. And just take a look at the numbers. Look at the numbers of questions that were put forward. I would have loved as an opposition member to would have said, here's a 5-minute time slot, go away, ask 3-second questions, ask 3-minute questions, or give a 5-minute speech. That was last summer.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member in his speech actually talked about the 23,000 indirect jobs in the region that are impacted by the loss of Line 5, and those are jobs in my region. Those are jobs in many of my colleagues' regions, and saying that no stone will be unturned, and yet, as the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton said, we are in the final moments. We are in the final stretch. People are desperately worried about feeding their children, about paying for rent and paying for those mortgages. And it's this government's responsibility to ensure that they are taken care of. So what is the government's plan to ensure that these workers will have those jobs or will have some security if those jobs in Line 5 is lost?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member raises the issue of the importance from a human side. And it doesn't matter whether you're directly employed or indirectly receiving, there will be a tremendous human cost if the Line 5 is not allowed to continue. I choose to believe that it will continue, that we do have the people and the background that's necessary. The Line 5 has the history of many decades of being there and providing, and I am very much concerned, as I know the government is, about the human cost, but I am very confident that it will continue into the future.
Comments. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to add, thank you. Can I continue? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask a question of my honourable colleague about how focused our government has been on this issue of Line 5, because it is, of course, close to London and there are jobs at stake. But like my honourable colleague, I was listening to the emergency debate on Thursday, and I was really very happy to hear our Minister of Natural Resources underscore very passionately how much we are seized with this issue. And he has spoken to me about the issue over the last couple of months, and I know he has done so much work. Would my honourable colleague not agree that the Conservatives are really taking advantage of this, and instead of agreeing to a Team Canada approach, they are using this as an opportunity to try to make it seem as if the government is ignoring this issue when we are doing quite the opposite?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has been a very strong and convincing advocate for her community for years now, and I respect the question that she poses because she understands just how critically important Line 5 is to her community, and in fact, even going beyond her community. And she is right in the sense that if you listen to what it is that the minister has been saying, and you can read for yourself from last Thursday's emergency debate. You can hear it through answers that are being provided, but rest assured that whether it is politicians in Ottawa, Washington, or diplomats, or there's a lot of people at play here to ensure that Line 5 continues to serve Canadians, and I would suggest you Americans too.
The honourable from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech, and a lot of speakers have outlined the importance of this pipeline to our economy. And Enbridge has proven themselves to be grossly incompetent in a number of areas. And the Michigan governor has serious reasons to be concerned. In a 15-year period, Enbridge has had more than 1,000 spills, 7.4 million gallons of oil spilt into the environment, including 843,000 gallons that were dumped into the Kalamazoo River. And people have a reason to be concerned. And my question to the honourable member is, should we not be holding this company to more account when our economy is so dependent on this one pipeline?
The honourable member for Chilliwack. Oh, sorry, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to address that in two ways. One is there's accountability of Enbridge itself, and no doubt whether it's on this side of the border or the U.S. side, there is an obligation for governments to work with private companies at times, and this could be a very good example of that. Then there is the other, and to me, the very important issue, and the reason why we're debating this today, and that is the Line 5 itself. And we should not be playing any form of games with Line 5, given the importance to North America. And I would encourage our American counterparts to set their targets on Enbridge if that is in fact the case, as been suggested by my colleague from the Green Party.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to join into this debate. And what we just heard was basically a 20-minute anti-conservative diatribe from the member from Winnipeg. So what would he bring forward for concrete answers? And we heard today in question period from the Minister of Natural Resources that they're going to wait. They got a plan. They're going to be there in the last second and jump in. Obviously, maybe the Prime Minister will don his Superman cape and try and save Line 5. But what we want to see is, why have they been working hard on this for the past year instead of the past 2 days?
The honourable parliamentary secretary, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I guess I would put it this way. Why would not the Conservatives bring forward an opposition day where they could highlight a few examples in terms of what it is that the Government of Canada could be doing, and ultimately that resolution would have been voted on? Play a more proactive, constructive role on the issue, as opposed to continuing to play a disruptive role on the floor of the House of Commons in order to filibuster the government on important legislations, on important agenda issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Nipissing Pembroke, National Defence, the honourable member for Fredericton, Health, and the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound, Persons with Disabilities. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be participating in this debate as the Bloc Québécois representative on this committee. I'm also the vice chair of that committee. Recently, a few weeks ago, we spent a number of sittings studying Line 5. There were doubts raised, the potential effects or repercussions of the closure. It was just a great spectacle. The invited witnesses said the same thing. The closure would be a disaster, but there was no figures. I asked the question constantly to each witness, are there studies? and there were no studies available. No witness was able to provide any information with regard to Michigan's statements. We listened to the verdict. It was clear the governor of that American state is in the wrong. No one addressed the beginning of the idea that perhaps it wasn't 100% founded. We are aware that Line 5, if it closes, will not be inconsequential for Quebec. We have heard about the possibility that Line 5, the Enbridge's line, might be closed, and this, of course, has raised legitimate concerns, and they deserve informed answers. We are also aware, because I want to state our opinion, because we think that our opinion is, others think our opinion is ideological, but it is not. It's the least worst option, with the possibility of transporting oil by train. As we have seen, there was an accident in Megantic. In 2013, this train exploded in Lake Megantic. There were 47 deaths, and many buildings were destroyed in a terrible fire. There were many failings by the rail line. Ottawa had cut the number of inspectors, as well as the number of cars. The number of inspectors on the trains as well as on the lines. There was an initiative by citizens, and they took a number of photos, and you can see cables and rails, not on cement, but on wet ground. So we know that Line 5 deserves better. It's less dangerous, clearly, too. Line 5 is better than taking oil by boat. Quebec has a central role, being on the water here. We know that despite protests by locals, Canada can proceed as it wishes. In 2014, municipalities in Sorel-Tracy complained about the fact that the size of the heavy oil takers had gone from 32 to over 40 meters wide without consultation of the municipalities and without their plans being adapted. And we know that only 5 to 20% of the oil and gas spilled in the St. Lawrence can be recovered. So we know that despite the publication of a study showing that an oil spill would cross the entire waterway in less than 8 hours. So at least on paper, Line 5 is a better choice than by rail or by boat. Unfortunately, we would still like to be more critical with regard to the pipelines. There were also, in addition to the witnesses, our colleagues, the other MPs. And they're saying, let's all be on Team Canada. I'm on Team Quebec. The Bloc Québécois is turned to the 21st century economy, that is, transitional energies. The American president's promise to turn to greener energies. People are telling us about their concerns with regard to the environmental safety of gas and oil pipelines and over waterways, but also the economic impacts of the closure. So we're not crazy. We want to keep jobs, but not at any cost. because we need to keep our waterways safe. Many people are concerned also about the cost of gas because this hits people's wallets hard when they have to pay more. And Quebec families are already struggling based on what has happened in the past year. So Keystone XL wants to develop more the oil sands. Line 5 was built in 1953, essentially to carry light crude and natural gas to Quebec's refineries through the U.S., particularly the state of Michigan. Line 5 was authorized by regulations by the American State Department and not like what happened with Keystone XL. It's also protected by the 1976 agreement between Canada and the U.S. on pipelines. So there are also legal recourses available. Now, we must also consider if a closure would have such a disastrous result on prices at the pump. We know that Quebec refineries have other sources of possible supply available. But of course, we are aware of this, this closure would be problematic for Ontario. We should also remember that Newfoundland and Labrador is third in the Canadian provinces that produce oil. If a closure occurred, getting a supply from a Canadian source from Newfoundland and Labrador would still be a possibility. If there were people who wanted to get local supply within the borders of Canada, that is, we could consider this and take into consideration the fact that Newfoundland would be able to provide supply. Now, the question of environmental security, I said earlier that in our study, most of the witnesses we heard from said that the state of Michigan was completely unaware of the concerns. We know there was a leak in 2010 in the Kalamazoo River in southern Michigan. We can understand that Michigan might then be concerned with the risk that oil and gas pipelines represent to waterways. Enbridge said, don't worry, we will heighten security. But it's up to Enbridge to show through the burden of proof that real action was taken. Each accident is one too many, a failure to protect our ecosystems. So it is also possible that there will be leaks in Line 5 and that the status quo cannot be maintained. Now, we must talk about all this issue because Canada, as we know, has the third largest oil reserves in the world. It would have, based on statistics, 172 billion barrels of oil, most of which is in the Alberta oil sands. Canada is the fourth largest exporter in the world. When we talk about a transition, it doesn't mean that tomorrow there will be no more oil and gas being used. That's not possible. A transition is a transition. We need a plan. But we have to hear from scientists. 80% of the oil and gas has to stay in the ground if we want to develop an environmentally responsible position. About 93% of the oil comes from the oil sands in Alberta. It's among the most polluting in the world. There was an argument advanced by the Montreal Economic Institute that the oil and gas industry has evolved rapidly. 50 years ago, offshore drilling, was done by humans. Now it's done by robots. So we see that between 1990 and 2010, greenhouse gas emissions have increased considerably. There is also a major economic problem with the dependency on this source of energy. There is a structural process where there is the export of a natural resource, and there is also the decline in manufacturing. I think that there was thousands of manufacturing jobs lost as the result of the increase in the Canadian dollar. So when the Netherlands had discovered oil, there was appreciation in the Dutch currency. And you know that the country must not depend on just a single industry. It's a paradigm that has existed since the beginning of Canada, be it agriculture or extractive materials. There's not a lot of processing involved, and they go abroad. Canada's history is marked by this kind of industry. It's a way to pay Canadian workers. Economic growth in Canada is tightly tied to the countries with which Canada does business. We are dependent on exports. We must note that there are geographic constraints. The state must provide some capital that business cannot. But the exporting of natural resources has an impact on these policies. The political class is called upon to preserve our national competitiveness and provide infrastructure, but also to adjust its environmental and health regulations. But the development of these resources does not require great specialization because there's not a lot of processing. So we're just providing raw materials that will be used by other industries for the greater benefit of the economic benefit of industrialized countries. Resources have to constantly increase, so it's never ending. The railway was behind the creation of Canada, and it was profitable through the transportation of goods. And this requires greater and greater dependency on goods that are not processed. So we need to continue to invest further in transportation, and this money does not go into other sectors of the economy. Since beginning, this is, of course, how Canada began, be it in the mines in Ontario, the oil sands in Alberta, other industries elsewhere. But Canada remains true to this spirit. It has not really exploited these raw resources. We need to diversify our economy. To come back to Dutch disease, the consequences can be even greater if sectors also have difficulties like fluctuations in the price of oil. Today, we are paying with the crisis, the health crisis, the oil crisis, Ottawa's support to banks and pension funds that invest in the oil sector. Investments in these sectors have multiplied, including by Quebec's Caisse de dépôt. So these funds were subject to risk because it depended on what happened to the oil industry. For the past 4 years, we've seen decreases. Shale gas is a poor investment, for example. One of the greatest dramas on the world market during this great political battle, Canada is a minor player, unable to influence the game. So we see the difficulty in this continued stubbornness of putting all our eggs in one basket. It's very difficult to get out of the oil business. When the price is high, there are many investments. Renewable energy is a sector that is trying to be developed, but people aren't going there. When the prices are weak in Ontario, there are minimal investments, but consumers, be it businesses or individuals, will rush to the gas stations, and there will be no investments in green energy. So it's a lose-lose situation.
So that's where we need political will. We absolutely and urgently need to move towards this transition. This has serious consequences, but it's also an opportunity. The energy transition is something we've been calling for a long time, and it needs to lead to decisive change. We can wean ourselves off of oil. It's not a luxury to require that supply is done safely. In other words, Line 5 is the lesser evil compared to other more dangerous modes of transporting oil. However, we don't want to continue depending on this. We need to look at the very real environmental impacts and safety impacts that can be related to this. And we can't just brush them off, as many Canadian politicians seem to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Calgary Centre. The honourable member for Calgary Centre may want to put his mic on so that we can really hear what he's saying.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks for that. I want to ask my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. Now, the parliamentary secretary in the House said that my party is stealing time from this House, whereas the government would continue to have a House where we sit as little as possible. They would even prorogue Parliament if necessary. So they're not delivering. What does my colleague have to say about that? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you to my colleague for the question. Well, you know, hearing the Liberal government accusing opposition parties of blocking and filibustering when they prorogued Parliament is certainly ridiculous. So I do agree with my colleague. I imagine that our fundamental position on this issue are different, but we're in a democracy, and I do agree with him that we need to avoid this type of childish behavior. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I want to thank him for his speech. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to speak in English here because I have some technical questions.
I may be, I think, the only member of Parliament who read the entire report of the United States Transport Safety Inquiry into the Kalamazoo spill of 2010, in which they detailed gross negligence. Yes, modern pipeline companies have all sorts of alarms and bells and whistles that we keep hearing about that will alert control room staff when there is any possibility of a leak. One alarm from that spill rang for 5 full minutes while Enbridge employees went around the control room shutting off the noise. The next shift came in and they weren't warned that there had been signs of a leak, and that's when they pumped over 800,000 gallons of bitumen and diluent into the Kalamazoo River, which could never be cleaned up. I wonder if my colleague has any further points to add on how this reputation of negligence has undermined Canada's case.
L'honorable député. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, this incident didn't change Canada's official position, because you can see that in that same state is concerned. They experienced this, and it was really traumatizing. And yet all Canada is doing is brushing off the serious concerns of the state. Now, it's entirely possible that those complaints are not, or those fears are not entirely founded, but they are legitimate. We do need to pay attention to them. We do need to track the situation. That would be my response to my honourable colleague. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He raised a number of interesting points. Notably, he talked about weaning ourselves off of fossil fuels. Now, I would mention to him that there are a number of studies confirming that in states where there is regulation concerning zero-emission vehicles, there has also been a significant increase in the sale of those vehicles, unlike jurisdictions, such as most Canadian provinces, where there is no such regulation and no promotion of zero-emissions vehicles. And you actually see that the purchase of larger and more polluting vehicles going up. So I'd like to hear my colleague speak a bit about that. The honourable member. Well, listen, of course, we want to have a Zero Emissions Act passed. We would like to force vehicle manufacturers to produce more and more electric vehicles, not more dealerships, but more manufacturers. And I think it's the right thing to do. Quebec has had such a law in force for a number of years, so has California. I think that we should pass that for Canada as well. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member's speech with great interest. Now, the Conservatives set up a commission on energy safety, which included information about the energy transition. And what does my colleague think about that? The honourable member. Well, I want to thank my colleague for his question. It's unfortunate that at their latest convention, the Conservatives also passed a motion rejecting climate change. Certainly, it's nice to have a commission that deals with this issue, but scientists repeatedly have studied the question of energy security. Although, of course, it's nice that political parties are interested in the subject. It is an important issue. It's probably the biggest geopolitical issue of the 21st century. Questions and comments?
For Cypress Hills Grassland.
Thank you much, Madam Speaker. I just want to ask my colleague the question. You know, last year we saw what happened when, with the rail blockades, when there was a shortage of propane in Quebec because of that. If this pipeline is shut down, there's an obvious risk of that happening once again, where there's a massive shortage. What's going to happen in the short term and medium term if this pipeline shuts down to the supplies of critical needs of people in Quebec?
L'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member. Well, the question of how this would impact Quebec is a question that I've asked to many, many experts as part of this study. Unfortunately, nobody seemed to have the answer. Nobody seemed to have gotten to the bottom of it. Of course, there might be some shortages. You can see that there are different sources of supply. What we want in the short term, before the energy transition, is, yes, for things to stay over, but we can't just do that on any old terms. We need to make sure that the line is safe. And if it's not, it will need to be renovated because safety is not a luxury. We have time for a short question.
Comments, questions et commentaires. Je vois que l'honorable député.
I see that the honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière still has his hand raised. I'm not sure if he had a second question. No? All right, questions and comments?
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, please. And I'm pleased to respond to this report, and it's important to recognize the good work that was done on it, but there's no doubt, Madam Speaker, that we're here not by accident, but by design. And the design has been to ignore the environment, to ignore the concerns of the people of the state of Michigan, and to ignore the realities of aging infrastructure and not being upfront about the true costs of them and factor them into our actual economic business model. And I represent Windsor West. I've been either a member of council from 1997, representing the Detroit River, to 2002 federally here. And I can tell you our relationship with the United States is one that's always complex, always involved, but it's clear is that they're moving faster.
Point of order, please.
Excuse, c'est un point d'ordre?
Sorry, was this a point of order? The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière? Yes. Could my colleague lower his microphone where we don't have the French interpretation?
With the honourable member for Windsor West's microphone, can he lower his boom a little bit more?
Yes, I can, and my apologies to my colleague, and thank you for him for pointing that out.
Okay, is it working now? L'honorable député de Lévis-Lobinière.
Can the honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière tell me if it's not working?
And it doesn't work. Okay, perfect. Okay, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll just take a step back and again reference that we're here for a reason. It's by design. It's been a design of not taking our infrastructure that's been aging in the oil and gas industry in particular, and the new economy with regards to sustainable energy and our infrastructure, paying attention to it enough. And so what's taken place, and I've seen this as Vice Chair of the Canada-U.S. Parliamentary Association, as also in my critic role as an industry critic and also the Great Lakes for the NDP, that the United States has decided to move on farther than Canada on the environment, often at times through the Democratic movement, but also too, even under Republicans, there was certainly some more strenuous environmental practices than there have been on our side over here. And so what we're faced with is a crisis right now that's come about not by accident over the last number of months, but from ignoring what's been taking place. And in fact, we haven't even learned during this process, Madam Speaker. When we look at Line 5 and its connection to the Great Lakes, and we look at the fact that the Governor Whitmer has been clear on this for a long period of time, and their concern over the Great Lakes and the environmental effect of it. And there's no doubt that Enbridge, with their previous indiscretions at Kalamazoo and other places, there's not just that one alone, have broken trust in many respects. And here is at the debate pinnacle that we're having coming into this moment, our budget that we just actually tabled and discussed didn't even include the word Great Lakes. So here you have the United States that's putting billions of dollars into protecting the Great Lakes. You have a governor expressing the concerns of a new refurbished pipeline, which is something that's important and needs to be done because of our connection to it and our lack of our commitment to develop alternatives and our dependency. And this government didn't even mention the Great Lakes once. How is that possible when we even had members of Congress and the Senate write specifically to this government about putting money together to actually work on the Great Lakes environmental sustainability as they're putting billions of dollars into it? And we actually have the International Joint Commission of the Great Lakes, a binational treaty that's one of the best in the world that deals with water, it deals with the environment. It's certainly in needing of a stronger legislation to allow it to do even better work, but it's part of actually our international agreements that we have. One of the proudest ones that we do, sharing some of the most important fresh water in the world. And yet we didn't even mention it in this budget. We didn't care so much even to throw a bone, so to speak, to the governor and to the other environmental concerns being expressed here of all the billions of dollars that we're spending. And we couldn't commit specifically even to mentioning the Great Lakes. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, being on the front line of the Detroit River here, there's incredible interest, opportunity, and expressions to improve the environment and the ecosystem and also our energy alternatives. When you look at Detroit, Michigan's over $10 billion in the electrification of vehicles in terms of battery and other types of energy efficiencies and a new age of automotive. And meanwhile, in Canada, all of Canada, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen a paltry $6 billion, and it hasn't been greenfield sites. It's just been refurbishment of plants. And those plants and the refurbishments have come because of collective bargaining opportunities from Unifor, where we can thank Jerry Dias and the rest of the bargaining committee for opening the door for that type of investment. But at the same time, what's been happening in Detroit and other parts of Ohio, Indiana, have been receiving billions of dollars into the electrification and manufacturing. And we have a prime minister here famously said in London, Ontario, we have to transition out of manufacturing. Well, we did, and we've seen how that has served us for COVID, whether it be vaccine production or whether right now it requires innovation and a response for alternatives. We're behind, and we're behind for a reason. We have decided to basically skate for many, many years. I've seen this in the House of Commons. I've seen these agreements signed, whether it be the Kyoto Agreement and others, where Canada continually misses its targets. And right in our front lap here, though, across the lakes here, we have a whole series of environmental movements taking place with the citizens of Michigan. And all you have to do is engage our council offices, our trade offices. We have actually the connections and the people on the ground here that understand what's taking place. And what they understand is the governor and the commitment to shut down Line 5 has been something that's been front and center in many respects for a long period of time. And what do we do in response? We're just going to try to lobby what we can. We didn't offer even something back in return. We're going to have to rely upon now invoking an international treaty on pipelines and using tactics like that versus actually being a cooperative partner to actually improving the environment system that we actually share together. Why wouldn't we always talk about offsets. Why wouldn't this government at the very least do an offset for the state of Michigan to show some support and importance for the Great Lakes systems that we support and we actually share, whether it be our fisheries, whether it be ecosystems? Here I am still fighting for a national urban park on a piece of port property the Windsor Port owns, which is the citizens of our country, where they want millions of dollars of local taxpayer money, or they're going to bulldoze it. And when I had an actual event here in Windsor before COVID on building a national urban park here, I actually had the Michigan Department of Environment come over and be part of it. They came in full regalia. Their federal department came. They came to a public meeting in the city of Windsor. They crossed the border here because our ecosystems are tied together, because the wildlife, the fish, the fauna, all the different endangered species. There's 110 dangerous species. And to this day, for 8 years, I've been fighting for the protection of that property. And I've been fighting this government for the last number of years to actually transfer this piece of property to the Ministry of Environment instead of it getting bulldozed. And we still don't have a commitment for that. We don't even throw a bone in all of this to their concerns. We don't even give the state of Michigan any recognition that their concerns are valid, and they are valid. You look at Kalamazoo. How can you actually have a serious debate about this issue and not look at the consequences of what took place in Kalamazoo and at least pay a nod of attention
that there is some serious issues that they have. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the government's back on this particular position now that we're going to have to rely upon an international agreement or some arm twisting from Washington on the state of Michigan, with us offering them nothing. It's a terrible proposition. There's no offset from us. There's nothing other than trying to make ourselves in a strong position because of international agreements and obligations, as opposed to what we could have done is got in front of this with some improvements and suggestions. And Madam Speaker, who's going to pay for this at the end of the day? Well, if the Line 5 closes, it will be the working people. It'll be the people that are actually doing the lifting and the hard work that's necessary every day to run our economy as we try to transition, and we should transition, but we still need that for our farms. We still need that for our auto places. We still need that for our manufacturing. We need it for our gas, for our cars. We need it for our airports, all those different things. And so, Madam Speaker, one of the first things I did when I came back to Parliament was retabled a motion for a petroleum monitoring agency, something that was put in place once before but never funded to ensure that there's consumer accountability. What's the backup plan right now to protect consumers from being hosed from the industry if there is going to be speculation or potential reduction of service products when it becomes oil, gas, propane, or so forth? There'll be no protection for them, Madam Speaker, because the Competition Bureau doesn't have the capability to do so. So we're going to have individuals across our Ontario, and it'll also affect other places eventually as well too, that'll be completely vulnerable to the oil and gas industry and some of the pricing issues that we've seen in the past. We've seen actually them having to be dragged front and center, but it's taken a long time and it's been at the expense of a lot of people. And we still don't even have the basic supports and decency for reporting mechanisms that will protect consumers. So we have no plan for that either, Madam Speaker. Our plan coming forward is not going to be anything significant, and it's not going to be anything that's going to grant, I guess, some faith or some type of good gesture to the state of Michigan about this. And that's what's backwards about this argument, the debate that we've been having here. It's been totally neglect from their position. And you can see, Madam Speaker, when you look at infrastructure like mine, I have the Windsor-Detroit region. I started working on a new border crossing. My first public meeting was 1998, and we're finally getting the Gordie Howe Bridge built. But our infrastructure that supports basically 38% of the Canadian economy is about 100 years old. A tunnel for cars and trucks, a bridge, and as well too another tunnel for trains. And as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, we're here for a reason. It's because we've been on borrowed time, and if we don't do anything about it and we don't address the issues that are being brought for the state of Michigan, then all we can do is rely on arm twisting, and that's not being a good neighbor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm curious what the member's comments would be. And I will say I really do appreciate his intervention today and being on point about the realities of the economic and environmental perspectives of this particular project. But, I mean, I can't help but be slightly cynical to think that the reason why we're having this discussion right now is because the Conservatives are adamant about not talking about C-19. I'm wondering if the member can provide his comments as to how important he thinks it would be to have a discussion about a piece of legislation that is required to be in place in the event that we do have an election during a pandemic.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mean, we're here speaking about Line 5, and really the issue I would ask back, and of course, having preparation for an election and a debate about it is important, but where is he and his government with regards to recognizing or supporting some supports to Michigan? I spent a lot of my time talking about it. Why isn't the Great Lakes mentioned in the budget? How atrocious is that? How disrespectful is it to the state of Michigan and to the environmental movement over there, and also putting some extra support against the political leverage that's taking place by actually respecting some of their concerns and actually partnering where they've asked you? Why hasn't this government even responded to the senators in Congress that have asked the Canadian government to support and at least put in our percentage of rehabilitating the Great Lakes? We have a missed opportunity here, and we still don't see the government doing that. The government tomorrow could do that. They could come forward and say that we made a mistake. We left the Great Lakes out of some of the actual economic formula that we have coming forward, and maybe that would alleviate some of the tension.
And comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And let me ask the member, first of all, I'll tell him very clearly that I agree with him 100% on what's happened here is total neglect of this file by the government, which is why we're raising in the House of Commons today, 2 days before the deadline that's going to be imposed by the governor of Michigan. And she stated that publicly. So I'm straight on point with him. But I do want to ask him some things he raised in there, including ignoring aging infrastructure. When you've got a pipeline company here that's committed over $600 million to actually building a tunnel under this very strait, and yet they're being thwarted. They can't even get a phone call return from the governor of Michigan about how to mitigate it, and they've got all kinds of processes being added into it to build that pipeline. Is this really about it? Because it does seem to me that they actually are doing something to mitigate the environmental concerns of the state of Michigan, but they're getting no ears on the other side.
Question, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And quite simply, it's so late in the day. I've seen their program. I've seen what they've offered. And their abysmal record with Kalamazoo flies in the face of everything. In fact, I mean, they should have been on bended knee to the state of Michigan about Kalamazoo, and they weren't. All you have to do is follow or talk to the NGOs and the different organizations and the irreparable harm they did to the environment here. They have zero credibility whatsoever. So they needed partners to actually bolster their credibility with guarantees that go beyond just the immediacy. That's the problem here. The pattern of behavior has just been atrocious. So there's no wonder that, to me, that we're in this situation that we are right now.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier today, I asked the honourable member from Winnipeg North about jobs and job losses and the preparations that the Liberals are going to do for people if Line 5 is lost. He said that on faith, he thought it would all work out. If the honourable member could comment on that and the NDP's plans in regards to a national manufacturing strategy and what that could do for southwestern Ontario and the jobs impacted by the loss of Line 5.
The honourable member for Windsor West has just a little under a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Real quick is that I worry because here we have right now the province of Ontario finally, and it was after I've been asking for months for the federal government to step in to do similar programs that were done for COVID assistance for our travelers. They're negotiating with Michigan, and the federal government's absent from that. They could have played a central role because we actually saw Manitoba, North Dakota, we see Alberta, Montana. I asked the government a question today in the House of Commons. It was totally ignored. There was not even anywhere near an answer to what I asked. And so I'm concerned, and we do need a manufacturing strategy. We never should have abandoned manufacturing. It's a point of national security. It's a point of pride, and with the innovation taking place, it's a missed opportunity. So I'll just conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying I'm a little bit worried right now because Ontario is negotiating with Michigan to get people vaccinated. And every vaccine we get over there means somebody over here gets a vaccine sooner. And at the same time, our federal government's doing this and won't even throw them a bone.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd really like to thank the member for Windsor West for sharing his time with me here. He's such a strong voice for the people of southwestern Ontario, and he knows the effects that shutting down Line 5 will have on the thousands of workers in that part of Canada. He knows how serious this is for the environment of the Great Lakes, and he knows Michigan. It's just across the river from his home. Today, we're talking about Enbridge Line 5 again, this time through a concurrence debate on a report from the Committee on the Economic Relationship between Canada and the United States. And while almost everyone in this House is concerned about Michigan's threat to shut down this pipeline, and I'm happy to talk about why the NDP is concerned about the Line 5 situation, we did just have an emergency debate on Line 5 only 4 days ago on Thursday night. So I'll reiterate today a lot of the points I made on Thursday. And I'll start by saying again that this is a very different debate to the ones around expansion pipelines, such as Keystone XL and the Trans Mountain expansion. These pipelines are expansion projects designed solely to increase the amount of raw bitumen exported from Canada at a time when world demand is flatlined and the climate crisis requires that it decline steeply in the future. Even the Canada Energy Regulator, the former National Energy Board, has reported that Keystone XL and the Trans Mountain expansion are not needed. that the Alberta oil sector will never be producing enough oil to need them. But Line 5 is a different story. This is a debate about the impending closure of a pipeline that brings Western Canadian oil to Eastern Canada, creating Canadian jobs. This is about maintaining the status quo, about maintaining those jobs in the industrial heartland of Canada. The one similarity between this and the other pipeline debates is that at the heart of it, there is credible environmental concern. Line 5 is an Enbridge pipeline that transports crude oil and natural gas liquids from Alberta through Michigan to refineries and other facilities in Ontario and Quebec. It's capable of carrying 540,000 barrels of oil per day. And a similar pipeline, a sort of sister pipeline in the Enbridge system, Line 6, also serves these markets with 667,000 barrels per day. Line 5 was built 68 years ago, and the Michigan section operates under an easement granted by that state. In November, the governor of Michigan announced that she was revoking the easement for the pipeline through Michigan, effective May 12th, this Wednesday, 2 days from now. The governor cited permit violations and environmental concerns, especially regarding the section that travels through the Strait of Mackinac between Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. For its part, Enbridge has proposed to enclose the underwater section in a tunnel to protect it from future accidents and has obtained some of the permits necessary to carry out that work. So what will the impact be if the pipeline is shut down? Well, there are about 4,900 jobs in Sarnia that directly rely on the supply of crude oil that Line 5 now supplies. One of the products those plants in Sarnia produces is jet fuel that supplies large airports such as Pearson International in Toronto. The oil not diverted in Sarnia is carried on to refineries in Quebec, so the impact could be huge. Now, there's some debate on how alternate supplies could mitigate these impacts. Pearson Airport has stated in a recent article in the National Post it isn't too worried about a shutdown of Line 5 as it has diversified its sources of jet fuel. The Suncor refinery in Quebec said it had made arrangements to get its crude oil from another pipeline. Industries in Sarnia may be able to get some crude oil through increased flow in Line 6, since they managed that way when Line 6 was ruptured in 2010. Then they got alternate supplies through Line 5. But it's clear that the petrochemical sector in Sarnia could be facing significant shortages that would have to be made up through transport by rail and truck. That's not an ideal situation, and one that could result in direct loss of jobs in the Sarnia industrial complex and indirect job losses throughout the region. So we have to have a strategy to keep Line 5 going and protect those jobs. And that strategy goes through convincing Michigan that it's in all of our interests to keep Line 5 operating. So what are the environmental risks that Michigan is citing in their decision to cancel this easement? One of the largest inland oil spills in U.S. history happened on that other Enbridge pipeline in Michigan. Line 6 also goes through Sarnia via Michigan, but goes around the south end of Lake Michigan instead of crossing under the Strait of Mackinac. In 2010, Line 6B ruptured, sent about 20,000 barrels of bitumen into the Kalamazoo River just east of Battle Creek, Michigan. The spill contaminated over 50 kilometers of the river, took 5 years to clean up, and admittedly, it probably never will be fully cleaned up. Line 5 itself has suffered a number of leaks over the years. So the people of Michigan are very well aware of what could happen. The minister has always said that this is a demonstrably safe pipeline. Well, I think the people of Michigan would tend to disagree. They pointed out numerous violations of the original easement agreement, including the design of the support systems and the pipeline, the bottom of the Strait of Mackinac. And recent assessments show that the underwater part of the pipeline is suffering from thinning walls and other stressors. A 2017 risk assessment found that a leak of Line 5 in the Straits would contaminate about 1,000 kilometers of shoreline of the Great Lakes. Madam Speaker, we need to protect the Great Lakes ecosystem and the thousands of jobs in Ontario and Quebec. The federal government needs to have a plan that would do both. The governor of Michigan made an election promise to shut down Line 5, so it should be no surprise that she's doubling down on this threat. If we're to solve the problem through diplomatic means, and everyone agrees that this would be best, will have to prove to the state of Michigan and everyone else that cares about the environment that Line 5 will not have a history similar to Line 6B. We must point out the economic impacts that this closure would have on Michigan itself. Michigan and the neighboring states of Ohio and Pennsylvania also receive some of the fuels carried through Line 5, including over half of Michigan's propane supplies. Enbridge is counting on the 1977 transit pipeline treaties if talks fail, and right now it does seem that both sides are very, very far apart. We may see this stuck in the courts for a long time. And as I said at the beginning, this pipeline dispute is very different from the others we've debated in Canada over the past decade or more. It's an existing pipeline that supplies oil to Canadian industry, maintaining good jobs. It's an integral part of the economies of Ontario and Quebec. And we will be using oil and gas over the next 3 decades, albeit in declining amounts, as we transition to zero emissions by 2050. We will be using crude oil as a feedstock in our manufacturing sectors for years to come. And Line 5 is an important delivery mechanism for those purposes. But this dispute has been a wake-up call. The public, both in Canada and the United States, is increasingly unwilling to accept the environmental risks associated with pipelines and the climate impacts of burning fossil fuels. We in the NDP, and I think everyone in this House, are concerned about workers in the oil and gas sector, whether they work in Alberta or the industrial cities of Ontario and Quebec. We need a plan, not just empty promises to provide good jobs for these workers over the coming decades. We need programs that will allow these workers to move on to jobs in building retrofits, electrification, electric vehicle manufacture, renewable electricity, battery technology, and the myriad of other sources, other sectors that will provide good employment for decades to come. And we need government programs to provide those jobs to prove to workers we're serious about helping them. Getting this done will require strong public sector leadership that the Liberals and Conservatives have so far been unwilling to even discuss. While this transition takes place, we need to protect the thousands of jobs that Line 5 provides, and we need to protect the ecosystem of the Great Lakes. The federal government must have a clear and effective plan to do both. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise to my feet and ask a question to the honourable member, who I listened intently to his speech, and I recognize one thing he said. He said, well, Line 5 is different because it sends Western oil to Eastern refineries to make fuel and help heat homes. But expansion pipelines, no way. There's no way that we should build capacity and build expansion in Western Canada to export oil. Doesn't he think those two can exist in the same reality? Because the more prosperous Western Canada is, the more oil that we can produce, cleaner and more environmentally friendly, and ship it to our allies and export it around the world, the lower the emissions come down, because Canada has the most environmentally friendly oil in the world. So I do believe, and I like to have his conversation and like to listen to his speech when he said that Line 5 is important, but isn't it equally as important to create prosperity in Western Canada?
So true. Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member of Regina Leuven for that comment. You know, the oil and gas sector, I agree, has created prosperity over the past decades, and I think all Canadians appreciate that. The fact is, there's more than 20 oil sands projects on the books now that have all the permits ready to go that aren't moving ahead, and they're not moving ahead because they don't have the investment behind them. The world investment banks are moving away from the oil sector. They don't want to get involved in new projects that will take decades to amortize. They're interested in other opportunities in the energy sector, but not in new oil projects. And that's why it would be difficult to carry on whether that oil goes to Western Canada.
And we'll go to the next question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I want to kind of turn a reflection, since we've been talking about this for some time now. We are, as a society, incredibly negligent when it comes to fossil fuel products and understanding what's in a pipeline or what's on a train. And I asked my honorable colleague, because I know he's rigorous, the Kalamazoo, Michigan spill was the first time that anyone realized that diluted bitumen would separate at a spill, that the diluent would float. Actually, that was what alerted people there was a spill. The neighborhoods began to get sick from the smell of the diluent while the bitumen sank. Whereas in the case of Lac Mégantic, we didn't know that Bakken Shale would blow up and should never be on a train. And yet those are simplistically minded folks say, well, oil's safer on a train, or oil's safer in a pipeline because a train once blew up. I just asked my honourable colleague for any comments on understanding the products we're talking about.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for that question. And, I would agree, not only do people not talk about the difference between these products and how they react in an accident, whether it's a train wreck or an oil spill on land versus water. For years, I remember when I first got to Parliament, we were still debating in Parliament whether bitumen sank or not. It obviously sank in Kalamazoo, and that's why it took so long to even get the basic cleanup that it got. A colleague of mine has recently completed some studies in the Experimental Lakes program in northwestern Ontario that actually took bitumen and saw what it did. And yes, these things do different things. And again, I hear constantly the Liberals and Conservatives.
We're going to try and just get one more quick question in there. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And real quick to my colleague, wasn't it odd in terms of negotiating that Canada really didn't deal anything to the state of Michigan during the budget? We didn't even mention the Great Lakes. So if we're really concerned about the political position the governor was in and the concerns and priorities that she's made, how could we not have actually followed through by the request of Congress and the Senate to actually do something for the Great Lakes?
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you to my colleague from Windsor West for that. And I would just say simply, the Liberals have been saying for years, for the past 6 years, that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. Yet time and time again, I've seen quite the opposite. The economy always comes first with them. The environment has always taken a back seat. And I think that people have to realize very quickly that you cannot have a strong economy without a clean environment, without a real plan for that. And that means making those investments into environmental protection and environmental cleanup.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today to enter into this debate on this concurrence motion. But before I go any further, I just want to recognize the fact that this is National Nurses Week throughout our country. I think we have so much to be grateful for the nurses that are out there on the front lines right now, in particular over the last 15 months or so. The incredible work that they do, Mr. Speaker, truly is remarkable. We've asked so much of them during regular times, and more recently to be the demands that are being put on nurses throughout the country truly are remarkable. But they rise to the challenge, and they are there to take care of Canadians. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I actually got my first shot of the AstraZeneca vaccine at a clinic not too far from here. And so well run. I walked in, I got brought through the check-in. I got up to a gentleman by the name of Renaud who was administering the shot. He told me that he had been working at that clinic for 30 years and came out of retirement in order to help with administering shots. Nothing is, in my opinion, more patriotic than somebody who rises to the call of their profession once in retirement in order to come back and to take care of Canadians. So indeed, I do want to extend a huge thanks to all the nurses and the frontline workers out there that are taking care of us and keeping us safe. So we're here today to talk about this concurrence motion. And I find it very interesting that we're having a discussion about this, Mr. Speaker, in light of the fact that the Conservatives knew that what we wanted to talk about today was C-19, which was the new piece of legislation that's coming in to discuss specifically how we would deal with an election during a pandemic, a piece of legislation that's actually crafted in response to the Chief Electoral Officer saying, hey, guys, I noticed you're in a minority parliament. There's always a chance of an election coming at any moment. Maybe it's a good idea to have some plans in place in the event that it does happen, despite the fact that nobody might want it to. We do know that in minority governments, elections can happen, and it's really not controlled by any one particular party because there's not a majority. And one of the really fascinating things that I find about what the Conservatives have done today, Mr. Speaker, is that they have taken a really interesting route in bringing forward this concurrence motion. We had an emergency debate on this issue last week. We stayed here till midnight debating the issue. The Conservatives did not offer anything, did not offer any solutions. They didn't talk about recommendations, which I will talk about, that came from the committee. All they did was sit on the other side of the House and criticize the government. The role here of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, is not just to criticize, but to actually try to improve upon policy and to push the government to do better. Now, I don't know how much experience Conservative members have in trying to encourage people to do things, but I can tell you that there are different approaches that one might take. For example, when I want my 4-year-old to do something for me and to work with me on something, Mr. Speaker, quite often the approach, if he tries to take the approach of yelling and screaming at me and telling me how horrible of a parent I am, might not be the best approach if he's genuinely trying to get something out of me. So likewise, I can say that the opposition, if their strategy to encouraging the government to do better is just to yell and scream at them all day long, well, they're certainly delivering on their
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot on a point of order.
So, Mr. Speaker, as much as I appreciate the dialogue or diatribes coming from member opposite, I fail to see the relevance, a point which he often brings up in this House. I fail to see the relevance of and how this relates to the report that is being discussed in this House currently. And certainly, he's talking at length about how Conservatives somehow aren't contributing to the conversation. And Mr. Speaker, I find it very ironic that he would be speaking at length about that, which has very, very little relevance to the report that is to be discussed before this House at this moment. And I think that Mr. Speaker, it would be a fitting reminder to the member from Kingston and the Islands that when rising to speak on a subject, that it be related to the point at hand.
Sure. I'll let the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Island go ahead.
I think it's important to reflect on the fact, Mr. Speaker, that what we are debating right now is to concur in a motion, concur in a report from a committee. I am speaking right now as to why I think the Conservatives feel the need to concur in that committee report. So I am actually extremely relevant to the subject because I am speaking to the concurrence motion which is before us right now.
Yeah, I appreciate the honourable members weighing in on this. Members know that, of course, the topics in their discussions at hand need to be relevant to the motion or the question that's before the House. I've been listening to the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, and I noted that he, at the start of his discussion around the essence of the debate that we're having on the concurrence motion was related to today's projected order of business. So I do think it's relevant, and we'll let the honourable member carry on.
And I do have the recommendations here with me. I would like to wager a guess that I bet you the Conservative members that are participating today, Mr. Speaker, don't even know how many recommendations there are in here, let alone what they say. But anyways, let me get back to what I was saying. So here's the interesting thing about the scenario that we're in right now in concurring in this report, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have I don't know if they just didn't plan this out properly or not, but they concurred this report in order to, and I think this is extremely germane, especially to those that are watching this and might not be quite understanding how we got to this point. During our routine proceedings, there's an opportunity for opposition members to, or any member to concur in a report. We can only do one of those per sitting, and it will take up to 3 hours of debate. So quite often what the Conservatives do, and they've done a number of times in this session, is they will move to concur in a report because it burns 3 hours of the day, usually on stuff they don't want to talk about. However, I don't know if those that were deciding that filibuster strategy had really thought out exactly what they were doing, because the time allocation motion that came in this morning said there will be one more day's worth of debate, or sorry, the debate on C-19 will adjourn after one more day. So they're not filibustering anything because they're not preventing that legislation from actually being voted on tomorrow. All they're doing is literally replacing discussion on C-19 with this motion to concur in an issue which I would remind members that we spoke about in an emergency debate only 2 or 3 days ago. So yes, it is extremely germane to this discussion, and as the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of the Queen's, the President of the Queen's Privy Council indicated earlier on, this is just a tactic by the Conservatives. But the irony is that we're still going to be voting on this tomorrow. We're literally, if you do the math and you factor in that they'll burn through the whole 15 minutes of petitions, when we finally get to that part of orders of the day, when you calculate all that, we will literally talk about Bill C-19 for about 20 minutes, and then we'll be forced to vote on it.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague just raised another point of order about the relevance of this member's speech, and now he spent the last 5 minutes talking about procedure rather than the matter at hand, which is line 5, a concurrence motion on line 5. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I would ask you to gently correct him and move him in the right direction so we can actually have a debate about energy security for Canada.
Hear, hear. I thank the honourable member for Abbotsford for weighing in on the subject. Again, as I said earlier, quite often these debates do tip into matters of the process involved, and generally those are accepted as being relevant to the debate at hand. And as I've listened to the honourable member, I know that he has. He's only 7 minutes into his remarks for his allowed time, and I'm certain that he will, in the time that's at hand, get around to matters specific to the motion. But honestly, his remarks are relevant to the topic, and if he wants to talk about the process involved here as it relates to the motion, then that's relevant as well. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I know they don't want to hear it, Mr. Speaker, because what I'm saying is clearly getting under their skin. They don't like the truth, and the truth hurts sometimes. So Conservative members have now been told not once, but twice by you, Mr. Speaker, that what I'm saying is in order. So perhaps if they're not going to listen to me, they'll at least respect your ruling on this, not once, but twice. In any event, Mr. Speaker, I do find it perplexing the fact that we're having this discussion instead of talking about C-19. However, I'm not surprised that the Conservatives would rather talk about pipelines than proper measures to bring into place during an election. I mean, that's par for the course. That is indeed exactly right up their alley. So, Mr. Speaker, this committee, as we debated a few nights ago, had brought in this issue that we discussed a few nights ago, really centers on the fact that there is such a close and strong relationship between the United States and Canada. We have the largest trading partnership in the world. Billions of dollars are moving back and forth. We have infrastructure that moves from one country to the other and back along the supply chain, and indeed when it comes to end products. This particular issue, as I mentioned a few nights ago, is so important not just to Canada, but indeed to our our neighbors to the south, in particular those northern states that are affected by this. I have full confidence, despite the fact that the committee made 7 recommendations here. There were seven recommendations here. I have full confidence that the committee and that the committee's recommendations, most of them are already being undertaken by the government. Now, of course, you've heard members like the member from Chilliwack Hope and from other areas say, well, we want to know exactly what the government's doing. We want it to all be public. Well, as you know, and as I'm sure the Conservatives would know from way back when they were in government before, that from time to time, you do have to allow those processes to take place. You recognize that not all of these discussions happen in public, and quite often they happen in individual phone calls and behind the scenes. And we've heard the Minister of Natural Resources say, he said on a number of occasions that he's been engaged with all stakeholders, his counterparts. This issue's been brought up with the President of the United States directly. People are talking about this to try to come to some resolution. But I have confidence in the fact that a meaningful resolution will come, if out of nothing else, born out of the fact that there are so many people on both sides of the border that are affected by this. This is quite indeed a reciprocal issue that is going to affect a lot of people on both sides of the border. So therefore, yes, Enbridge is being forced with dealing with some of the issues that has been pointed out by members in the debate today. They're being forced to deal with some of the issues that they've had, and rightfully so, especially as it comes to impacts on our environment. But I don't believe that there won't be a solution that will be in the best interest, especially when it means so much, economically speaking, and from a stability perspective of making sure that product continues to move back and forth. I have no doubt that there will be a successful outcome to this, and I have no doubt, I have great faith in when the Minister of Natural Resources says to us that this is a top priority and that he is engaging at every level and continuing to make sure that these discussions move along at every level, that is actually happening. But if you look at these 7 recommendations that came from the committee, the first one is basically that the Government of Canada encourage Enbridge and the state of Michigan to resolve their dispute. Well, I mean, I think it's safe to say that just about all of us would agree that we want them to resolve their dispute. So, I appreciate the committee putting that into a full-fledged recommendation here. The next recommendation is that the Government of Canada continue to engage with the relevant stakeholders on both sides of the border, something, as I indicated, the Minister of Natural Resources has indicated that he's doing. He's continuing to have those discussions in order to look for a resolution, to find a resolution that will be to the benefit of both the state of Michigan and to the ability to continue to deliver this product back and forth between and to the various different locations where it is utilized on both sides of the border. The recommendations continue to go on to, basically in the same vein. I'm not going to read all 7 of them, but they basically are in the same vein of continuing those discussions. And I find that the recommendations, although would have set a perfect template for what the Conservatives could have come in here and discussed, have served absolutely no purpose to the Conservatives, because they've come in here and all they've done is berate this government for the work that it perceives it hasn't done. It has no way of knowing what has actually been accomplished, other than taking the word of the Minister of Natural Resources, which they apparently refuse to do. But what we do have is we have Conservatives coming in here and not referencing any of these recommendations, not talking about ways to make this better. We have them coming in here and just going on and on and on, about where they perceive the problems to be, not offering any constructive solutions, not trying to make a compromise, not coming forward here with a substantial plan. And whenever asked the question in the emergency debate a few days ago, what would you do differently? Tell us what your plan would be to resolve this. They don't have an answer, because they're not interested in an answer, because it doesn't serve their political objective, Mr. Speaker. All it does is provide, I would, I hate to say this because I don't think any member in this House would actually not like to see a good resolution come out of this. But quite often from time to time, Mr. Speaker, I'm left wondering, God, do the Conservatives really even want us to resolve this? Like with the vaccine issue, quite often I sit here and I'm like, do the Conservatives even really want us to be successful in dealing with this pandemic? Part of me thinks, well, maybe they don't, because they're more interested in the politics that come of this stuff than actually taking care of Canadians.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot on a point of order.
It's certainly incredibly troubling to hear the member opposite suggest that somehow Conservatives would like Canada to fail in procuring vaccines, when that means that somehow how he's suggesting that Conservatives would want to see more Canadians die. Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely absurd reasoning that the member opposite.
Yeah, I'm not hearing a point of order in there, so there will be time for questions and comments, and perhaps the honourable member will get an opportunity to pose that when the time comes. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Somehow the member across the way is offended by that comment, and I full on said, I don't want to believe it, but I've often left wondering. Sure, because I did put it out there, because often I am left wondering that, Mr. Speaker. But I find it incredibly amazing how the member finds that offensive, but not half the stuff that comes from that side of the House during question period. But anyways, the reality here is, Mr. Speaker, is I think I've hit a nerve, because I'm getting a lot of heckling right now. I think I've successfully pointed out some of the realities of this situation, Mr. Speaker. But when I stand here and I look back on the way that this day has unfolded, I can't help but think that Conservatives have absolutely no interest in helping Canadians. Like, there are many scenarios in which this House could go into an election tomorrow. The Conservatives, for example, routinely vote against confidence in this House whenever a budget bill or something like that comes up. There's always, they're always voting against the government. All they need are the other two political parties in here, the Bloc and the NDP, to agree with them just one time, and then we'd be down into an election. And all we're trying to say is, let's have a discussion. Let's talk about this bill, C-19, but instead they use this tactic today to bring in this, to burn time, and they all know that that's exactly what they did. They're burning time on this issue, on that, so that we don't talk about that. And then you know what they're going to say? They're going to say, well, we only had 4 hours in total to debate this, and so on and so forth. The government had all this time, but they don't even understand the bill, as we saw. That's probably actually why, now that I think of it, I can't believe I didn't think of this earlier. That's probably why they insisted on this concurrence motion right now, because we saw the massive misunderstanding and the massive lack of, from members like the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London, the member from Lethbridge. We heard what they had to say about this during the 30-minute Q&A with the minister. They had no idea what C-19 was really about. They missed huge parts of the bill that were in there. They didn't even realize it there. So as I come to a conclusion, it makes so much more sense now, Mr. Speaker, as to why they're insisting on talking about this, why they're insisting on heckling me to try to shut me down from bringing forward the truth to this floor. But nonetheless, Conservatives will do what they do. They've done it every single time. And at the end of the day, we will have 19 minutes to discuss C-19 before a vote is put to this House.
Wow. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to simply give the opportunity to the member from Kingston and the Islands to actually talk about the recommendations, which he referenced at length, but didn't actually talk about.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
So he just said I referenced them at length, but didn't talk about them.
You mentioned there were 7. You referenced 7.
C'est commentaire dans la députée de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président, merci.
Honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, this is starting to make me a little bit sick. I'm like, I feel like I'm on a roller coaster here every time I'm listening to the Liberals. It's just amazing, you know. First they say the Conservatives are filibustering and it doesn't make sense, and that they're being partisan. But this party had filibusters at all kinds of different committees. They prorogued Parliament for a month and a half. And they're trying to tell us that they don't play political games, Mr. Speaker. Ha! I laugh at that.
Kingston and the Islands.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Did I leave out the Bloc? Are they feeling a little disappointed that I didn't mention them enough in this? Well, they're just as complicit in what's going on today as the Conservatives. This member has stood up on a number of occasions today, Mr. Speaker, talking about how the government shut down, or the Prime Minister shut down this House. It was for 3 sitting days. Plus, in addition to that,
So there's... Il y a seulement 15.
There are only around 15 members in the House, but the noise level is too high. So we will allow the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands to finish, and after that, we'll go to the next question. The Honourable Member.
And to the member from Abbotsford, 2 days and 1 day for a throne speech. Mr. Speaker, before that, throughout the summer, we had a special committee, which I'd never even heard of happening in Parliament, that met regularly throughout the summer. If you go back and look at the number of questions that have been asked by the opposition, there's no doubt in my mind that it's going to outweigh previous parliaments just based on that alone. But the member from Saint Jean, when he keeps Lac Saint Jean, when he keeps going back to shutting down the House, it was for 3 days.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now I'd like to ask the member for Kingston and the Islands about Michigan's concern about the environment. You know, the governor made it an election promise that she was going to shut down Line 5, just like President Biden promised to shut down Keystone XL when he was running for president. And the Liberals and Conservatives seem surprised by this. So I'm just wondering what the government has been doing to allay those concerns. You know, I'm thinking, for instance, we have a new energy secretary in Washington who's also a former governor of Michigan, someone with very close Canadian ties. I'm just wondering, has the federal government been speaking directly with the energy secretary, and what's her thoughts on this matter?
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
So, Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the Minister of Natural Resources, he has been engaged in discussions with various different stakeholders on both sides of the border, his counterparts on the other side of the border. I don't have the list of everybody who has spoken, so I can't clearly answer to that one specific person. But I will say, to his first point, yes, I believe that the governor raised a very good point. And I believe that, especially when I hear some of the stuff that has been said by the member from Saanich Gulf Islands and other members in this House, including this NDP member, that there are some environmental concerns, and I certainly want to see that they're taken care of.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have to thank my colleague on the other side of the House for his comments. I'm often challenged by which comments are more worthwhile to this House, his or the Deputy House leaders, because they both seem like they're taking up a lot of oxygen, and they are, frankly, more partisan than they are practical. And I would suggest, if I can, that a little parsimoniousness in their words might get us a little further when we're going here. But let the record show as well that while we're 2 days away from this line potentially shutting down, I've got the member from Kingston and the Islands smiling and joking in the House of Commons that we shouldn't be bringing this up. Well, I'm not manipulating process here, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking on behalf of a very important industry of this country that is going to be felt all the way across this country if this line fails. So I'm bringing up in Parliament today 2 days before a deadline. And I'm sorry that the member on the other side of the House can't recognize the importance of this to 30,000 Canadian jobs and the lifeline of the energy infrastructure across this country. Can he please explain why he is minimizing this issue for Canadians?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I did not say, Mr. Speaker, that he shouldn't bring the issue forward. What I said is that he should make sure that the members are speaking directly to how we can make a solution out of this, how we can come to some kind of healthy resolve out of this. And if the emergency debate last week was to be foreshadowing for today, it completely demonstrated that the Conservatives have no interest in talking about this issue other than for the purpose of political grandstanding. I will be the first to agree with that member that I have no problem standing up here and saying what I believe in and putting that forward, but to suggest that I am as partisan as some of the members that I hear from that side of the House, well, I'll let my electorate decide that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages, and for Canmore. I think the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary just is on mute, potentially.
Oh.
There you are.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's good. Go ahead.
Is that better? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to ask the member, he made the good point that we're supposed to be discussing the Elections Act in case there could be an election at any time. Doesn't he think it's ironic that the Conservatives are complaining that we're not, are distracting us from that when they have voted numerous times in the last few weeks to have an election along with the Bloc?
Well, member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, that is a fair question. Thank you. And I would agree, Mr. Speaker, that it is absolutely, I find it absolutely perplexing and hypocritical for the Conservatives to stand in here and say, how dare you even threaten us with an election when they're the ones that keep voting for it at almost every opportunity they get. Now, maybe they're doing some political calculations on how the other parties will be voting, and they're thinking that their bet is a safe one. Hey, but this is a minority government. All they need is for the NDP to agree with the Bloc and the Conservatives, and we'll be into an election. And so all I'm saying is, let's be prepared for that by making sure that a bill like C-19 that will protect Canadians during an election is put in place.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the time. And I'll agree with one thing the member from the Kingston and the Islands said, is that he is afraid he's disappointed us. But I'm sure he's disappointed more than us in his life. Because when it comes to his political grandstanding, no one in the House does it better. He didn't talk about the concurrence motion. He wants to talk about Bill C-19 because Liberals want to have an election during a pandemic because they think they can get their majority. That's the only thing Liberals care about. They are great at campaigning. They're terrible at government because they are out of touch with the people of Canada. So when we bring forward a topic like this that affects hundreds of thousands of people's jobs in the economy of Canada, for him to just push it off to the side of the desk saying this is all political grandstanding is actually disrespectful to people from across this country. And what he should have said, he should have stood up and said, you know what? I listened to the Minister of Natural Resources question period, and the fact is they think they can jump in at the last second and save this pipeline.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
It's fascinating if you just look at the questions that were asked of me, Mr. Speaker. The only person that asked me an actual question on the policy of this was the NDP member. Every other Conservative just attacked me. And that just proves the point of my entire speech. They're not interested, although they will grandstand like the member from Regina Leuven is right now and suggest that that's what they want to talk about. They don't. The only member who actually asked me about substance was the NDP.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think it's fascinating to hear the member for Kingston and the Islands, say that we're not talking about C-19, whereas today we actually had a time allocation motion for C-19. This bill has been here for 4 months. We've had 4 months where we could have talked about it, but now we're dealing with a closure motion. If the Liberals really wanted us to debate C-19, why wait until today to finally declare it an urgent matter? The Honourable Member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, the bill's been tabled since December, but yet the Conservatives still don't even know what the content of it is, as was demonstrated during the 30-minute Q&A. And so I will say to the member, that yes, this bill might be before the House today, but by supporting this ridiculousness that's being demonstrated by the Conservatives today, we're just not even we're even losing 3 more hours to talk about it. So, I mean, it's up to the Bloc as to where they want to fall on this and if they want to agree that that's the position that they want to take on it. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we're losing more time as a result of this discussion right now.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Prince Albert. Today's concurrence debate on the interim report of Enbridge Line 5 is vitally important and matters to Canadians. Canada is on the precipice of a national energy security emergency, and the deadline is this Wednesday, May 12th. A critical piece of Canada's energy infrastructure is set to be shut down, and Canada simply doesn't have the luxury of time. On the 13th of November 2020, the state of Michigan revoked the easement that allows the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline to travel underwater through the Straits of the Mackinac between Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. Unless reversed, this decision requires Enbridge to cease operations of this section of the line by this Wednesday. Any disruption to Line 5 will be devastating for Canada's energy security and economic well-being. Enbridge Line 5 carries up to 540,000 barrels a day of petroleum products, including light crude oil and natural gas liquids from Alberta and Saskatchewan. It supplies over 53% of Ontario's crude oil and 66% of Quebec's. Line 5 provides an estimated 4,900 direct jobs and up to 23,000 indirect jobs in the supported industries. It supplies significant portions of diesel fuel, propane for Canada's east, and much of the jet fuel that supports Pearson Airport. Line 5 generates over $65 billion of direct and $28 billion of indirect revenue in annual trade. Closure of the section of the pipeline under the Straits of Mackinac would require 2,000 tanker trucks or 800 rail cars a day to keep pace with the demand. Estimates indicate there would not be enough surplus truckload rail car capacity to support this increase. Furthermore, a rise in the volume of trucks on Canada's roads and at the border would dramatically increase congestion, vehicle emissions, and the risk of serious traffic accidents. This should be a wake-up call for Canada, not only because of the short-term challenges, but for the long-term ones as well. Citizens in Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritime provinces heat their homes, support their families, keep planes and trains moving, and crops growing because of Western Canadian oil and gas that travels to Eastern Canada, among others, through Line 5. The decision to shut down a portion of the pipeline happens this Wednesday. And in the short term, what is the plan B if Canada is unable to get this decision reversed? Where will the additional trucks come from, or the rail cars, when we already have a shortage of ability to use rail and get supplies to market? How will the jobs be replaced? Tens of thousands of jobs. And what will this shutdown do to the price of oil, gas, and propane? How will aircraft at Pearson Airport get back in the air? Even more importantly, how will this affect our economic recovery after COVID at a time when lives and livelihoods have already been so drastically disrupted during the pandemic? But even more disconcerting are the long-term implications. A unilateral decision made outside of a Canadian jurisdiction threatens the very health and security of millions of Canadians. Even if it weren't a U.S. political decision, but instead a natural disaster or equipment failure that threatened the delivery continuity of this pipeline, Canada's overwhelming dependence on this one infrastructure asset is simply too great. Canada must have an alternative, preferably one that transits from east to west entirely within Canada. COVID-19 has made every Canadian increasingly aware of the risk of dependence on other countries for critical health, safety, and security supplies. As a trading nation, being part of a global supply chain is central to Canada's economic prosperity. However, this must be balanced with domestic self-sufficiency for critical items that Canadians can't live without. Items like PPE, vaccines, and critical drug supplies. But with the threat to Enbridge Line 5, Canada's self-sufficiency should also include the supply of oil, gas, and propane that supports the agriculture that feeds us and the energy that keeps us warm. Climate change is real, and as Canadians, we must do our part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and contribute to sound environmental stewardship. Canadian oil and gas meets the highest environment regulations and standards in the world. Other countries look to Canada to achieve a higher standard in environmentally responsible resource production. If all of the oil and gas producing nations around the world adopted Canadian standards, the worldwide greenhouse gas emissions would be reduced by a substantial 25%. Canadians can be proud of the current standards that have been achieved and the research that is underway to further push the boundaries of greenhouse gas reductions. Despite being the world's 6th largest oil-producing nation, Canadians get 44% of their supply from foreign producers rather than domestic supply. Increased use of Canada's domestic oil and gas supply would reduce both Canada's energy vulnerability and the nation's total greenhouse gas emissions. So, the future of Line 5 is in the hands of the U.S. courts and with it, Canada's fortunes. And that's why this report by the Canada-U.S. Economic Relations Special Committee is so important, as are the critical recommendations. And I'd like to share with you 4 of the 7 recommendations that I think are drastically worthy of note. The first is that this Prime Minister of Canada and his ministers pursue frequent and direct dialogue on the issue of Line 5 with the U.S. President in an attempt to resolve the dispute diplomatically as soon as possible. We have not seen this. It must happen. We don't have the luxury of time, and we need a sense of urgency. We need the Prime Minister to take this matter up with the President of the United States. Secondly, we need to be able to put forward Canada's legal perspective. And based on the information currently available to the special committee, we recommended that an amicus curiae brief, if a negotiated or immediate settlement permitting the continued operation of Line 5 is not reached between Enbridge and the state of Michigan prior to the date with such briefs must be filed. And this brief would set out Canada's legal position with respect to the operation of pipelines that cross international boundaries, including but not limited to advising the court of any rights set out in the bilateral or multilateral treaties or agreements, including the one that protects this pipeline, which is the 1977 agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States concerning the transit of pipelines. Thirdly, and this is where we start looking to what's our plan B if the decision is not reversed. The Government of Canada work with industry to develop contingency plans designed to ensure that Canadian oil and gas products will continue to be delivered in a timely fashion to the Canadian refineries and industries that rely on Line 5 pipeline in case an interruption should occur. Obviously, we don't want an interruption. Obviously, we want this decision to be reversed. But we can't just say it's going to happen. We have to have an urgent plan B. And lastly, and most importantly, that in light of the external threat posed to Line 5's continued operation, that the Government of Canada evaluate other possible vulnerabilities to Canada's critical energy infrastructure and supply chains and develop contingency plans to ensure that our interests are protected in the event of disruptions there. Canada's energy security, economic recovery, and commitment to climate change requires an oil and gas pipeline that connects west to east entirely within Canada. It's the right thing for Canada, and it's the right thing for the contribution that Canada makes as global citizens to the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question and comment.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Mr. Speaker, in all likelihood, and according to what the experts are saying, there's very little likelihood that there's anything to worry about if Line 5 is closed down on May 12th. In fact, the Governor of Michigan, maybe she's threatening Enbridge, she's brandishing this threat to force Enbridge to renovate the line. But the pipeline is worrisome because of how old it is. So what does my colleague have to say to this idea that there's nothing to fear, that it's really just a matter of safety that is of concern here? The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Mission Hill.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for a very important question, because the fact is that never say never. The Governor of Michigan has said that she is absolutely committed to shutting this down. Not to mention, this is not something new. The discussion started officially in November of last year, but this narrative and this trend towards shutting it down has been going on since 2015, and Canada perhaps hasn't taken it as seriously as we needed to. So that I don't believe is going to go away, which is why at the same time, even if we are able to reverse a decision and have this pipeline continue, we still need to have a plan B and some mechanism to protect Canada's energy security going forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to ask a question in this important debate. Back when the Kalamazoo spill happened, 840,000 liters into the Kalamazoo River in Michigan, environmentalists were already flagging the problem with Line 5 crossing the Mackinac Strait. So I saw a video of that pipeline, underwater video, flagging this issue way back then. And I'm wondering why the Harper Conservative government didn't do anything about this, and why we've waited so long when we knew that this could be a potential problem. We need to hold companies like Enbridge responsible for their infrastructure, especially when we are reliant on that infrastructure for our economy. And I would like to ask the honourable member whether she thinks that we should have stronger regulations on these pipeline companies to make sure that they adhere to environmental standards.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
I think the important question is, what are we as Canadians going to do today? This should be a wake-up call for us. We have the highest environmental standards in the world, and we hold our companies to a very high standard. And if the rest of the world were to meet our standard, greenhouse gases would be reduced by a whopping 25%. So the question is not how we got here, but what are we going to do to protect the environment, energy security, and Canada's own self-sufficiency so we're not vulnerable to decisions made in other jurisdictions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kelowna, Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a question and thank her for her good work on this special committee. One of the points that she touched base on was the recommendations, and specifically working on the contingency plans. And with all of the testimony that you've heard, with all of the witnesses, and also there's been a lot of questions in the House of Commons, do you feel that there is a plan B? Have you heard of what the short-term and long-term plans are for this, depending on what decisions are made over the next couple of days? Have you heard that there's plans and specifically what those might be?
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much for that question, because ultimately the reason that my colleagues and I on the Conservative side have brought this forward in this urgent discussion today is because we haven't seen a plan B. And the plan B to use trucks and rail, etc., is not actually a viable plan B, because we've been told by witnesses at committee that there's a shortage of trucks. There isn't enough rail capacity. So essentially, the current government plan that says it's never going to happen, while obviously we as Canadians hope that that's correct, I don't think is a viable plan, because we need a plan B that says, what are we going to do if our greatest fear that this pipeline is shut down happens? And that's why the recommendations, why the sense of urgency, and why this discussion is so important in the short term, but also in the long term, to make sure that we don't find ourselves in this position again.
So we'll go to resuming debate. Now, the honourable member for Prince Albert there's exactly 10 minutes left in the time for debate on the motion that's before the House. So if he wants to have some question and comment time, he may want to come short of his 10 minutes for his speech, but it's absolutely up to him. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Yeah, maybe, Mr. Speaker, if you can give me a 7-minute notice, that would be great, and I'll at least get 3 minutes for some questions and answers, because I'm sure the member from Kingston has all sorts of questions that are relevant to Line 5 and nothing else. I'm sure he's got some burning questions there. You know, Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, Canada's ambassador to the U.S. made the following statement on CBC's Power and Politics regarding the potential shutdown of Enbridge's Line 5. I quote, "It is not a threat to Canada's national economic or energy security. I think that it is an important dispute or disagreement that exists between Enbridge and the state of Michigan and needs to be taken very seriously." Now, the minister says something totally different. This is a bit of a pivot for this government, whose Minister of Natural Resources stated to the committee back on March 4th that Line 5 is a critical energy and economic link that is vital to Canada's energy security, and that the government takes the threat to our energy security very seriously. Mr. Speaker, this is last week. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about this government supposedly understanding the consequences of Line 5 being shutting down. Yet our ambassador, when you ask her the question, she doesn't see the same urgency necessarily as we see it here in Canada, or as the minister claims to be saying it is here in Canada. Why the disconnect? If we had a true, actual plan in place to deal with Line 5 and the shutdown of Line 5, there would be no missteps, there would be no misquotes, there would be no misspeaking. There would be a consistent message coming not only from the minister, from the prime minister, but from our ambassador and everybody who's talking to people down in the U.S. in regards to Line 5. But there isn't. So one has to say, how seriously has this government taken Line 5 shutdown to be? Now, you could say, well, and the member from Kingston will say this, that, well, why aren't you bringing forward suggestions and proposals? Okay, let me bring in some proposals. May 12th, line shuts down. How many trains have you acquired? How many rail cars have you acquired? How many trucks have you booked? Now, just on the trains, I think you're going to need something like 8,000 rail cars a day. Pardon me, 800 rail cars a day. So that's roughly 200 cars to a train. So that's a train every 6 hours, on top of what's already heading down those lines as we speak today. Now, I'm a farmer here in Saskatchewan, and we have all sorts of fun and rail issues in the wintertime when it comes to getting trains delivering product to port on time. Have you put in a plan for dealing with that? When you look at trucks, if you're going to go to 25,000 trucks today, have you talked to the Windsor Border Authority and said, okay, how are we going to handle that volume of trucks going across the border? How many people have you hired to deal with the movement of those trucks across the border? What have you done with the mayor of Windsor and the mayor of Detroit in regards to facilitating this type of movement through their cities? Bet you they haven't thought about that. You know, it's really interesting. This government doesn't do anything until it's a crisis. Now, there was talk about this during the campaign last fall with the governor, and she had this proposal, and she's an extreme leftist, an extreme environmentalist, and she doesn't care if she shuts everything down and people get thrown out of work. That doesn't care, but she wants to go to her environmental buddies and check a box. Well, if they were really serious about the environment, if they were really concerned about it, and they really had an issue about it, why wouldn't they put in a reasonable plan? If they said to us, okay, we need to do something different in the Straits. Oh, wait a minute. Enbridge already has a reasonable plan. They already have a game plan where they're actually going to borrow underneath the Straits and then put the pipe in concrete to make sure that. They just need time to get it done. But what's happening? No, they're just shutting it down. Now, if I was a consumer in Ontario and Quebec, I'd be very concerned when I start listening to my members of parliament. Lucky we're going into summer. Lucky I don't need heat for my house. Lucky. You know, if I was a farmer going into harvest and it's a damp harvest, lucky I don't need propane to dry my corn. Very lucky. But if this does get shut down, those questions aren't going away. And there has been no plan B put in place to deal with it. You know, it's really disappointing when we start hearing the left talk about how it's worried about our own sovereignty. Here's a situation where Canada's sovereignty is being dictated in a U.S. court. Really? Why wouldn't you actually take on 25,000 jobs in Sarnia being decided outside of Canada? But that is what's happening right now. And when you go to the committee and when you start going to other members of other parties and say, okay, you know what, this isn't that smart. And my member who spoke before me, she talked about this. Maybe we should have our own pipeline. Maybe we should make sure we have our capacity so that we can actually take care of ourselves, especially learning from the lessons we've learned from COVID-19. You know, I find it really, nobody talks about the 25 to 30,000 people. These are people. On May 13th, if this was to be shut down, may or may not have a job. They may or may not be able to pay their mortgage. They may or may not be able to buy groceries. Is there a game plan put in place for unemployment offices? Is there a game plan put in place to transition them into new jobs? And then if we look at it, okay, well, what about the auto sector? What about the other manufacturing sector? Everybody thinks this is oil and gas. Well, what about the plastics and the other components that come out of those refineries that go into Ontario manufacturing that get shipped around the world? You know, in the auto sector right now, they're having issues with computer chips. Well, what would happen now if all of a sudden they couldn't get the plastics they need for their bumpers or other items in their cars? And then how sustainable is that auto sector in Canada if we can't even supply the components that go into the cars? Or does it just move to the U.S. with everything else and then the left just says, oh, I guess that's what happens when we shut everything down? Mr. Speaker, it's very, very frustrating when I look at the Line 5. We had the special committee, and I thought everybody was on the same page and understood the importance of it. And then when I start hearing different comments from people in government or your ambassador, and it sounds different, and when I see the member from Kingston get up here and not even talk about it and show such contempt for the 25,000 jobs, not understanding that 2 days from now, these folks could possibly be unemployed. And he wants to worry about an election? Liberals want to talk about an election? You know what? I'm worried about the jobs. I'm worried about those people. I'm worried about our economy. I'm worried about Canada having a future for our kids to grow up in. You know what? When we had an NDP government in Saskatchewan, at least you could go to Alberta and work. But when you have an NDP/Liberal government federally, where do our kids go to work? Mr. Speaker, I'll end it there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, since the member referenced me a couple times in his speech, and I appreciate that, I figure I owe him a question, Mr. Speaker. He did say that I would probably be asking him a question about proposals, so then he proceeded to talk about a proposal in his mind, but it wasn't. What he did was he continued to talk about what might have to happen otherwise if the line is actually shut down. So a proposal is to tell this House what the government should be doing differently in order to secure this piece of infrastructure so that it continues. So the question is very simple. What more would he do to actually encourage the governor to reverse her position so that this infrastructure keeps being utilized?
Member for Prince Albert.
Thank you for that question. What should this government do? First of all, get your talking points straight. The ambassador should be saying the exact same thing as the minister, as the prime minister. If they're not, there's a...
Order. Have a point of order, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Most members know that they're not, that I don't use talking points, I would think, but he should not be saying, here's the point of order. He said, you should not be using your talking points, and I'm certainly not using your talking points, Mr. Speaker. So.
Thank the honourable member. Yes, the honourable member for Prince Albert. Of course, you know, I noted that he does use the odd you and your reference in his speech. It was, I think, done in a rhetorical way. But perhaps he was a little more direct that time. But I think the honourable member is aware of that, so we'll let him carry on. And I do think that we'll let him finish up his remarks, and then I think that's all the time we'll have. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
And of course, Mr. Speaker, through you, this Liberal government should at least make sure that their diplomacy is in such a consistent manner that everybody is talking the same language, selling the same issues, discussing it, and making sure they have a game plan on the ground like we did with USMCA, where you're actually addressing it to the appropriate key people, the decision makers. But when the governor won't even talk to you, it kind of tells you how ineffective this Prime Minister is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty now to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. McLean, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moved that the first report of the Special Committee on the Economic Relationship between Canada and the United States, presented on Thursday, April 15th, 2021, be concurred in. As usual, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair.
For Battle River Crowfoot on his feet, so we'll see what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for a recorded division.
En conséquence, compromise.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, May 11th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The House will now revert to routine proceedings. And at this point, we are under the heading motions. Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting 3 petitions to the House today. The first petition is in support of Bill S-204, a bill that I tabled for first reading in the House earlier today. The bill seeks to make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. It also creates provisions by which a person could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they are involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners are hopeful that this bill will be able to pass in this Parliament. It's now passed the Senate, and it's now up to us in the House of Commons. The second petition draws the attention of members to the ongoing genocide facing Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners would like to see the House as well as the government recognize that genocide and apply appropriate response measures. The House has taken this action, as members know, but the government has not yet recognized this genocide. The third and final petition highlights the horrific human rights situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. It calls for greater government engagement in response to the human rights and humanitarian events that have taken place there, and as well as broader engagement of Canada with developing events in Ethiopia and engagement with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend all 3 petitions to the consideration of my colleagues.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to present a petition on behalf of the citizens of Regina on the air traffic control towers at the Regina International Airport. So this is a petition that has already done some of the good work that it was meant to, because the Transport Minister and NAV Canada has said those air traffic control towers are going to stay. But the second part of the petition says, and explicitly oppose any decision or recommendation that advocates for the closure or reduction of service levels at Regina International Airport's air traffic control tower. I'm very happy to present this petition on behalf of the 901 signatures from Regina. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present this petition initiated by seniors advocates in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to include long-term care in the public health care system under the Canada Health Act, to work with provinces to develop national standards for the person-centered relational care that includes the Registered Nurses Association of Ontario's Basic Care Staffing Guarantee formula, eliminate profit-making by government-funded corporate for-profit chains by ensuring funds provided are spent as allocated and by banning subcontracting, standardize equitable and living wages and benefits and implement single-site employment for all staff, ensure government oversight and initiate strong penalties and clawbacks for facilities not complying with standards and regulations, and require independent family councils with protected rights. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de petition. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honor to rise in this House today to present 5 petitions. The first petition, signed by members of my constituency, includes quite an extensive explanation, but I'll try to keep this very, very brief. One, that the government should seek the agreement of provinces to amend the Constitution and include property rights, and to ensure that legislation is implemented to ensure just and timely compensation for that would be paid as the result of any federal government initiative, policy, process, regulation, or legislation regarding the acquisition of property. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is very clearly that the government immediately increase and backdate the fiscal stabilization program, and that the government commit to working with provinces to address the current inequities that exist in the equalization formula. Mr. Speaker, the third petition is very, very simple, and it says simply this: take the steps required to establish equal representation from each province in Canada's Senate. Mr. Speaker, the fourth petition includes a number of points, first of which is to formally recognize Alberta's place as an equal partner in the Federation, 2, remove any barriers to Alberta being able to develop its resources without interference, and 3, ensure unfettered access to international markets for those resources. And Mr. Speaker, the final petition that I bring forward, signed by constituents and Canadians, is outlining some of the concerns related to Bill C-6, and specifically that the government do ban the coercive and degrading practices designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, but raise a number of concerns related to the bill that the government has brought forward in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 586. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 575 to 585, 587, and 588 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure at the House?
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be transformed into orders for returned and that the documents be tabled immediately? No objections?
Okay, agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is this also an agreement? Carried.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, COVID-19 response.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me time this afternoon to talk about C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act COVID-19 response. For obvious reasons, this is an important bill. It should be considered very seriously because it concerns the health and safety of Canadians. For over a year now, we have been in the middle of a pandemic, and even if it has been quite some time, we don't know enough yet about this virus. Even if the province of Quebec is doing quite well, we see that the numbers are dropping, and there will soon be an end to the lockdown. Perhaps this summer, if Quebecers are lucky, they will be able to return to a more or less normal life, like last summer. However, we see that in other provinces, such as in Ontario, the situation is not quite as positive. There are now variants that are making COVID more contagious, and it's true that increasing numbers of people are getting vaccinated. This is excellent, but the truth is that we don't know how long immunity will last. That's why we need to put in place measures to protect Canadians and, if possible, find ways to prevent putting people in danger. For these reasons, I am pleased to talk about Bill C-19. This is an important initiative that will allow Elections Canada to hold elections safely if an election needed to be held during the current pandemic. Around the world, events have been canceled for over a year, and it's necessary to keep people safe. But since we don't know how much longer we will remain in this situation, we must find ways to ensure the health of our democratic institutions. If a general election were to take place, it would need to be held safely for everybody, including voters, volunteers, and election workers.
Distancing and other public health measures resulted in the postponement of elections at the provincial and municipal levels in some provinces throughout the last year. We have realized that because so little is known as to how long we will be in this situation, the situation of living with a pandemic, we must find solutions rather than postpone. In a democracy such as Canada, it is important to give the population the right to choose their government and their representatives when the time comes to do so. We can no longer indefinitely postpone elections. Instead, we must make the necessary changes to adapt to our current reality so as to protect Canadians, but also the health of our democratic institutions. Some elections have been held worldwide since the start of the pandemic, and efforts have been made to put in place strict public health measures, such as the requirement to wear a mask and practice physical distancing, providing hand sanitizer or disposable gloves to voters, just to give a few examples. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-19 adds a new part to the Canada Elections Act that would further protect Canadians in the context of an election. This new part includes extending the Chief Electoral Officer's power to adapt the provisions of the Act to ensure the health and safety of electors or election officers, authorizing a returning officer to constitute polling divisions that consist of a single institution where seniors or persons with a disability reside, or a part of such an institution, and to set the days and hours that a polling station will be open, provides for a polling period of 3 consecutive days, consisting of a Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, provides for the hours of voting during the polling period, provides for the opening and closing measures at polling stations, sets the days for voting and at advanced polling stations, authorizes the Chief Electoral Officer to modify the day on which certain things are authorized or required to be done before the polling period by moving that day backward or forward by up to 2 days, or the starting date or ending date of a period in which certain things are authorized or required to be done by up to 2 days. Provides that an elector may submit an application for registration and special ballot under Division 4 of Part 11 in writing or in an electronic form. Provides that an elector whose application for registration and special ballot was accepted by the returning officer in their electoral district may deposit the outer envelope containing their special ballot in a secure reception box. This would basically allow some flexibility, Mr. Speaker, to the Chief Electoral Officer to make changes if he or she sees fit. Changes that would better protect Canadians. It would make voting more accessible to seniors and people living with disabilities, who would have more of an opportunity to have a polling station within the building in which they reside. Furthermore, more Canadians will have access to mailing in their ballots, which may be a great option for many vulnerable Canadians who may be at higher risk of getting sick, or even for Canadians who are afraid of going out to the polling station and would prefer not to do so. Elections
Canada estimates that up to 5 million voters may decide to vote by mail-in ballot if an election were to take place during a pandemic. To meet that demand, the bill provides for the installation of secure reception boxes for the ballots at polling stations and for identification numbers to be accepted as proof of identity. Furthermore, it would allow voters who will have made the request to vote by mail-in ballot to change their minds and to vote in person. This measure, of course, has various conditions to protect the integrity of the electoral system.
And that in the context of the current pandemic, many Canadians will prefer to vote using the mail-in options. These mail-in vote measures outlined in this bill are designed to strengthen a mail-in vote system that is expected to see a significant surge in electors opting to vote in this manner. The overall goal is to facilitate the use of this voting method for Canadians who may not feel safe to show up to the polling station in person. Electors will have the option of using an identification number rather than a copy of their ID to establish their identity and residence when registering to vote by mail. Furthermore, extending the voting period from 1 day to 3 days would allow Canadians more flexibility as to when to go vote, which would allow less gathering to take place at a given polling station. After having lived with physical distancing for over a year now, I'm sure we can all see the reason behind extending the voting period. With regards to long-term care considerations, the federal government recognizes that our most vulnerable Canadians should be able to exercise their right to vote in a safe way that does not endanger their health in any way. Bill C-19 proposes specific measures to ensure that we protect the right to participate in the democratic process while allowing them to do so in a healthy and safe environment. Specifically, it will provide a 13-day period during which election workers can safely deliver the vote to residents of these facilities. The period will provide election staff with enough time to determine, along with employees of these facilities, specific dates during which the vote can be safely delivered. Furthermore, it would allow election workers to create polling stations, even on certain floors within a given building, in recognition of hotspots or quarantined areas that have been established across these many facilities. Bref, ce projet de loi.
In short, this bill will make elections safer for Canadians. It's important to remember that elections can happen at any time when there is a minority government. So we must take precautions to protect the public if an election were to occur. As I said before, we don't know when the pandemic will be behind us and if it will last longer and if there will be a fourth or even a fifth wave after the wave that we're experiencing now. We won't then have the choice of holding an election during the pandemic. So let's do the right thing and let's make these elections, next elections, safer for Canadians.
In favor of this bill in order to make sure that if there are elections held during this pandemic, even though all of us don't want that to be the case, hopefully we will be over this pandemic soon enough and soon before the next election. But if ever we do have to vote during an election period, vote during the pandemic, let's do so in a safe way and let's vote in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to the member's speech. And There's been a lot of discussion today about the idea of a sunset clause, and I know certain members of the Liberal Party have taken shots at the Conservatives for saying that, well, it's clear, it's in Section 11 of the bill. Well, I've read quite extensively the bill, and I've followed some of the experts who have examined it, and the problem is that it lacks clarity. And democracy. Among many other things, but specifically as the custodian, this place being the custodian of Canada's democratic infrastructure, clarity is such a vital part of ensuring that elections are held with certainty for Canadians. So can the member opposite talk, maybe add some clarity to what supposedly is the sunset clause that I certainly don't see it being that in Section 11 of the bill?
Well, member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member through you. I agree that clarity is extremely important when discussing these bills and when putting them into law, and so it's absolutely important that the members on the committee do take these comments into consideration, and it is being sent back to committee. So hopefully members of all parties can discuss and try to improve the bill even further before we vote on it at the next time. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, I want to read a quote, and then I'd like some quotes. It's from the member for Winnipeg North following a gag order on the Election Act in 2014. Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if the members could talk about the fact that the Elections Act and the Parliament Act are essential to our democracy, and that any amendment considered must be the fruit of a broad consensus and must be based on solid evidence. It is a fact that the Liberal Party vigorously defends this. What are her comments on that? The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question. As we know, this is a pandemic. There are many things that we have done during this Parliament that we've never done before. Special powers have been used in order to be able to help the public. I think we need to take into consideration what we're currently experiencing. That's very important as well. We are in different times than we normally are, so I think it is normal that even if it is a bill that should take more time, as the majority of bills we have looked at this year, this is a special time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And throughout this Bill C-19 debate, I've heard countless Liberals say, we don't want an election and we don't want an election. No one in this House wants an election. It's what the Liberals have continuously said throughout this debate. So if no one wants the election, why are they pushing this bill through so fast? Why did they bring in time allocation? Why are they pushing and pushing if they don't see an election on the horizon? Because if the Liberals don't want an election and no one else in the House wants one, we should really have a lot of time to examine this bill and make sure we get it right for the democracy and for the sake of all Canadians.
Député Saint Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
And I'd like to thank the member through you once again. It's really important that during a minority parliament, we're ready for this type of thing at any moment, because we never know when the government could fall. I think that that's something everybody in this House agrees with. And so if we were a majority, it wouldn't be the case. We wouldn't need to be looking at this as quickly as we are. But because we're a minority parliament and can fall at any moment, I think it's important that we take these things into consideration and do so quickly in case.
We have time just for a very short question for the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would hope that we don't have a pandemic election. I was hoping that we would see some other changes to the Elections Act, given the promise in 2015 that it would be the last first past the post election. And my question is whether the honourable member thinks it's fair that a party that received 1.3 million votes got 3 seats, while a party that got 5 times as many seats, the Liberal Party, got 50 times more seats, and each Liberal represents about 37,000 constituents or voters, and the Green Party represents 380,000 voters. Do you think that that's a fair representation of democracy? Or should we have a fair vote system?
Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member through you. And I would just like to say that, no, I don't think it's fair, and I don't think that the system is perfect. And I definitely think that, different changes could be made and that it should be studied further in order to make sure that we go and move forward in the right way and in the best way for Canadians.
Reprise de débat. Il reste 4 minutes.
Resuming debate. There are 4 minutes remaining for the honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, Bill C-19, we're dealing with time allocation here, and these are two offenses to democracy. When you're dealing with the most essential aspect of democracy, the right to vote, there should be a consensus within this House. But the government is pushing this bill down our throats. I'm ashamed for them.
A point of order. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, just to make the point that there is no English translation, and I would like to hear what the member is saying.
All right, I'm going to test here for the interpretation. Is the English channel working now? Is it working? So it's working in the House. I would ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary if it's working. Yes? All right. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right. So these are two things that have offended our democracy, the bill and the time allocation. Now, the title of this report is Protecting Public Health and Democracy, an election during the pandemic. They worked on this for 24 hours. They saw at least 10 witnesses. They said, okay, we're going to table a preliminary report so that we can enlighten the government. We'll try and get this out as fast as possible. And the report was tabled on December 11th. This gang over here tabled the bill later in December. I would be ashamed if I were them. I would be hiding my head in the sand. They tabled this in December, and they barely waited. They didn't They didn't debate it again until March 8th. The Proc Committee had professionals come and appear. They spent time on this. They gave advice to the government. And now they're saying, well, it's a pandemic. We can do whatever we want with democracy. No, it doesn't work like that. But there's a flagrant lack of ethics on the part of this government. Everything they touch turns, it turns to mud. It's the opposite of Midas with the golden touch. The third wave, they're the ones who caused it. That is a fact. They could have it took them 30 days to wake up from the beginning. The Prime Minister was out traveling. First, they were saying it was provincial jurisdiction. But you know what? It's this government that was unable to make clear decisions, and now they're trampling on democracy. And that's because the NDP is helping the Liberals by staying polite. The NDP is helping with this time allocation. They're saying, oh, don't worry, we'll muzzle ourselves. We don't need to talk anymore about this bill. But this is a bill that tramples on voters' fundamental rights. They should be able to vote rationally. And what this bill does is it limits the right to vote. There should be a consensus in this House. But this bill is trampling on democracy. And they're proud of this. Well, good job. It being 7:04 p.m., pursuant to an order adopted earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt proceedings and to immediately dispose of all questions necessary to dispose at second reading of the current bill. The question is as follows.
By Ms. Anand, moved that Bill C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act COVID-19 response, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. And now, if any member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I'd ask them to rise and indicate so to the chair. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
We'd ask for a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, tomorrow, May 11th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, concurrence in committee reports, resuming debate on the motion of Mr. Poilievre to concur in the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, the Investment Canada Act, responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and facilitating Canada's recovery.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to speak on this report. Why? Because this report was really fascinating.
Is it the interpretation again?
No, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies for the interruption. I was just under the impression that I had adjourned debate and the other day, but that doesn't prevent me from being able to continue with my speech.
Yeah, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention. We're just going to check on the time that he has available. Indeed, the adjournment motion was adopted, so the Parliamentary Secretary, should he wish, does have some time remaining, and we'll get that to him. Et j'apprécie la patience.
And I appreciate the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue's patience. He will be the next speaker up.
So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had 17 minutes remaining in the time for his remarks on the motion before the House at that time. So we'll go to him now, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much. And again, my apologies for the interruption of my friend from the bloc. Mr. Speaker, you know, no doubt when you think of foreign direct investment, that it does play an absolute critical role to Canada as a developing nation, as we want to encourage ongoing economic activities that in many ways, because of foreign investment, we get to see that realized. I wanted to be able to provide a number of thoughts on the concurrence report, but I'd like to be able to pick up first in terms of where it is that I left off prior to the adjournment, which is kind of a fitting place with the member from the bloc who just finished speaking prior to us going back into this report, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, my friend and colleague from Kingston did a fabulous job in terms of explaining the process and what it is that we're being asked to concur in. And, you know, it's very interesting. When the member from Kingston pointed out, for example, on the issue of C-19 and what the debate was supposed to be about, that there's a lot of similarities to what the member from Kingston said to what I said on this report back on April the 27th. And back on April the 27th, again, I expressed my disappointment. I talked about how it is that the Conservative opposition party, official opposition party, was playing that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. And much like earlier today, when I got the chance to speak, or the member from Kingston and the Isles spoke, we talked about that destructive force in terms of the process and what it is that we're ultimately being asked to vote on. So if you go to what the last speaker had to say, he provided comments by saying to the degree how shameful it is with the C-19, how we're trying to limit debate and bringing in time allocation. In the back of our minds, I want members of the House to reflect on those comments, because that's in essence what took place back on April the 27th also, where a concurrence report was brought in because the Conservative Party wanted to debate an issue as opposed to debating what the government needed to see debated. Why this is important to recognize, Mr. Speaker, is because if we were to do a concurrence report on all on all the different reports that are coming in, we wouldn't have government days. We wouldn't even have opposition days to the degree in which we have them today. There are many reports that are out there. And it's easy to pick a report, move a concurrence, and there goes 3 hours of debate on the floor of the House. And then argue, well, that is an important issue. Look at the issue of this particular concurrence debate. It is about those valuable resources that we have. We could talk about natural resources. We can talk about our health sector, and I'll get more into that, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt that that's important. But do you know what it is that we were supposed to be debating on that particular day? It was the net zero legislation. Important legislation that Canadians want and expect their government to act upon. But for whatever reasons, the Conservatives moved a motion to ultimately say that we want to debate the foreign direct investment as opposed to net zero legislation. Now, one would say, well, that's, so that happens once, maybe twice, but it's happened more than that. In fact, the Bloc member just criticized us in the Liberal Party, and to a certain degree, even my friends in the New Democrats, by saying, how can we limit debate on C-19? And, the member from Kingston and the Isles pointed it out. That because of the concurrence motion, much like this concurrence motion, instead of debating C-19, we were actually debating another issue, an issue that we just finished having an emergency debate on last Thursday. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, look in terms of April 27, when the Conservatives in their games and the politics of the chamber and their dislike for allowing the government to pass legislation brings in another motion to prevent debate on yet another piece of legislation. So then we can be criticized again for not allowing for enough debate. Just like the Bloc member criticized us for not allowing for enough debate on C-19. And what I didn't reference was the fact that we had attempted to bring in C-19 before today. And the Conservatives had introduced another concurrence motion back then, let alone today. Is there any reason why, that the Conservatives are behaving in such a pattern? They will adjourn debates. They want to take time off. They bring in concurrence. They look at ways in which they can attempt to frustrate the government in being able to do the things that we need to do as government. And it's not like it's only happening 2 or 3 times. This destructive force has been playing its games now for quite a while. And there is a substantial cost to it. And to my friends within the bloc, I would suggest to them that maybe they should be looking in terms of some of the comments that came even from my New Democratic friends. And maybe not be as quick to take the Conservative Party's side. Many would suggest to you either the Conservatives are conning them into supporting their legislative abuse, or the Bloc just don't know any better. Or maybe it is that they want to participate in this destructive force just as much as the Conservative Party wants to play its political games. Is there any wonder why, when we see things that are happening inside the chamber, that we have a prime minister and Liberal members of Parliament consistently saying some of the same things, such as, we will continue to remain focused on the priority of all Canadians, and that is the pandemic. From the very beginning, we have been saying that, led by the Prime Minister of Canada. The Conservative official opposition throughout this last number of months, in their irresponsible behavior, I would suggest, focuses in on 2 things that I referenced earlier today, on another concurrence where opposition is trying to kill the time of the government legislature. The first agenda for the Conservative Party is character assassination of government members, and they will go out of their way in order to do that. The second thing is to cause as much detailed frustration as they can on the floor of the House of Commons, so that the members, like we just heard before we got into this report, could say what it is that he was saying. Well, the Liberal government is not being respectful for democracy because of time allocation. Maybe if we had indications from a cooperative, at least to a certain degree, we're not saying the Conservative Party has to agree with everything that we're saying, but there is some onus, especially in a minority government, to be a little bit more responsible in terms of the legislative agenda. Unlike opposition members, the government doesn't have timing processed on government bills. So, for example, the Conservatives had a choice. They could have concurred in this report and no doubt concur in many other reports. They could have said, you know what, foreign direct investment is so vitally important to our nation that we are going to bring in an opposition day. And then they can highlight what it is that they believe. After all, if you take a look at the report, I believe there was a dissenting report that came from The Liberals, Mr. Speaker, I see 5 minutes to go. And, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, as opposed to bringing in a concurrence report, could have highlighted some of their concerns and then brought it in the form of an opposition day motion, and then ask for the support from the Bloc and the NDP. They could have just as easily done that, just like they could have done for Line 5 earlier today, Mr. Speaker. And unlike government legislation, at the end of the day,
Excuse me, a brief intervention from the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean on a point of order. Yes, I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader to try to make his point. I think he's forgotten that they're a minority government, and he's been off topic since the very beginning of his speech, which is about a concurrence motion. So I think he's just wasting our time. Could he please come back to the topic at hand?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary wishes to respond. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I trust that the clock has been stopped. And throughout my comments, I've been talking about and referencing the report and the process that we have found where we are debating these issues. And in fact, just before I was interrupted, I was talking how the Conservatives could take part of the minority report and incorporate it into a day.
Okay.
Yes, the clock was stopped. I appreciate the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean's point of order. Certainly, there is a lot of latitude for members to make arguments on this motion, and certainly all members recognize the need to keep their comments relevant to the topic at hand. I will allow the Honourable Member to continue for the rest of his speech. He has about 4 minutes left to continue and certainly try to keep his comments relevant. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was indicating, the official opposition had an option, and they chose not to use the option. So, for example, when you think of foreign investment, there's certain areas that are of great national interest. I could talk about food and medical supply lines, and there are some very good examples that I could cite today. Think in terms of how much PPE was actually being manufactured in Canada prior to the pandemic. Contrast that to what's happening today. Take a look at the importance of our natural resources and recognize the issue of ownership and how important it is that we ensure that the national interest is served. One could talk about media and culture. And there are many other areas where there is a national interest. So foreign investment matters. And I would have welcomed a debate on that particular issue. But you see, as I indicated prior, that the Conservatives' focus doesn't facilitate that sort of a debate per se. Rather, what they would do is try to enter into a debate of that nature by concurring in a report, which then prevents the government from being able to ensure more hours of debate on important legislation. Or they'll use their days in order to often look at ministers or staff of ministers to be able to what I've always referenced, character assassination. And we see that played out inside the House a lot more than we need to. So even though when we see important issues in these concurrence reports, there's no doubt about that, I don't see members in the Conservative Party saying, well, why don't we have a concurrence report on a Tuesday, on a day, an opposition day? As I indicated, Mr. Speaker, when the opposition days come, their matters before the House are actually voted on. The only way in which we can get things voted on, whether it's the net zero, which was supposed to be debated longer than it was, but because of this particular report, it wasn't, or on C-19 earlier today. They do that because they're more interested in the partisan politics than they are in terms of seeing a chamber that can be productive and be supportive of Canadians through some very challenging times. Yes, we are in a minority government. The government is very much aware of that. I would remind my opposition, some within the opposition, that in a minority government, opposition parties also have a responsibility to live up to. And I'm afraid not all are, Mr. Speaker. And I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Go to questions and comments. We'll start with the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's always interesting to listen to the member opposite. And he speaks of character assassination of government members. I would like to remind him of the $16 orange juice and the main lead on that, which was his leader. I guess the other thing, when we talk about behavior, adjourning debate, his concern about the concurrence motion, he perhaps forgets about prorogation. He perhaps forgets about the filibusters that we see in so many different committees to protect various ministers or staff. I guess those are other things that seem to be going past him today. And of course, the question was on supply days. Why don't we deal with that? Well, I would like to point out to the member that of the recommendations that we had, there were 9 of them. 6 of those were rejected by the Liberals in their dissenting report. I'm just wondering if they didn't listen to the experts on the subject in committee. What makes us think that if we were speaking to that here, that as an opposition day, that there would be any more attention given?
Well, Parliament Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would think that the member would have better luck if it was an opposition day where they could be more specific and ultimately there's a specific vote. In regards to prorogation, there was 2 or 3 days that were ultimately missed, but could the member indicate when the last time the House sat, albeit in a committee format, but on the floor of the House of Commons over the summertime, where we literally saw thousands of questions that were actually being answered? That's accountability and transparency, and I would suggest to you it more than compensates the prorogation that we lost a couple of days.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That argument that we've only lost 2 or 3 days. Is it okay, Mr. Speaker? Is the interpretation working? Yes, I believe it's correct. There was a brief interruption, but I think it's okay. Well, what I was saying, Mr. Speaker, was that argument that we've only lost 2 or 3 days, it completely astounds me because the fact is that on the committee, it's like there was a prorogation. Not only was our work stopped, but the study was deferred, and it took over a month and a half for us to get back to it because committees only started back up in October, and then we had to have re-elections and we had to start over again. We really only got started in November, so 2.5 months were completely lost on this. When it comes to the Parliamentary Secretary's intervention, I'd like to thank him for his opinion on C-19, but I would have liked to hear him talk about the Investment Canada Act And my question is simple. Is it important to him to adequately protect Canadian and Quebec businesses? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did speak actually quite at length in regards to foreign investment. And if the House would have given me more time to be able to speak, I would have been able to address more of those issues. Having said that, standing committees play a very important role. And it's interesting if you go, for example, the other day, I stopped in to listen in on the Agricultural Committee, and I was actually quite impressed with a number of the things that were being talked about. Contrast that to other standing committees where thousands and thousands of pages are being requested, especially during a pandemic. And for what purpose? Questionable. But anyway, sometimes there is a need for us to talk.
Questions and comments. I think we're going to try the honourable member for Windsor West. His hand was up earlier. It isn't at the moment, so just check the honourable member wishes to pose a question. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I accidentally took it down. I apologize, and thank you for that. I'll ask a quick question as well, too, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, prorogation took more than a couple days. It's just disingenuous to suggest that that's all it was. But I'd ask the Parliamentary Secretary what he feels about recommendation 2 and whether he supports it.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I fully support the minority report that was published, and I would encourage the member to read the minority report. And when I said 2 or 3 days for prorogation, that's exactly what it is. And I was in opposition for over 20 years, and if you asked me for a trade-off between sitting for days in the summer where opposition members are provided literally thousands of questions versus giving up of 2 days in order for government to, or 2 or 3 days in order for government to reset given the pandemic, I would have done exactly what we did.
Comments? The honourable member for Windsor West on a point of order.
Yeah, just for make sure it's clear. Actually, I'm one of the authors of the report, so I have read it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I didn't say you did.
Okay, I think that's probably in the category of debate. We'll go to questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just back to the preceding question to this one. I mean, if the Parliamentary Secretary would like to continue talking, I'd be happy to move a unanimous consent motion to ask to let him, but I don't think I'm going to get cooperation from the other side. But he started off his speech by talking about the concurrence motion and really helping Canadians who are watching this understand how it is that we're here right now. And the reality is that the Conservatives have put on notice something like, I believe it's 35 or 40 motions that they can move during this concurrence period. It's like they've built up this buffer ready to go, and then as soon as they need to throw one on there in order to block something, they do it during routine proceedings. Can the Parliamentary Secretary add to that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to use the word hypocrisy in my comments, but I can tell you that the Conservative Party is definitely not very consistent. They talk about an election more than any other entity inside the House of Commons. When it comes time to vote, if they have a chance to vote non-confidence in this government, they take that chance. They like to play partisan politics extensively. And, at times I can be somewhat of a partisan myself. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that in the last number of days, we've seen a lot of party politics as the chamber seems to be wanting to frustrate the government in its own so you can.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through my honourable colleague and friend, the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, whenever he said that the Conservatives were playing politics, I really was reminded so much of Claude Rains in Casablanca with the great line, "I am shocked, absolutely shocked to find gambling is going on in here." So as he complains for his lack of speaking opportunity, I reflect sadly on the day I've had waiting to speak on Bill C-19 at second reading before the Liberals imposed time allocation, only to be deprived the opportunity to speak because the Conservatives decided to pull a concurrence motion. I would just, it's more of a comment than a question, Mr. Speaker. As somebody in this place who respects the place, loves our traditions, and loves real democracy, today didn't feel like any of that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I respect about the former leader of the Green Party is that she does her homework and often will provide a comment on a wide variety of bills. And as much as possible, we've tried to accommodate her words of wisdom on numerous pieces of legislation. I would have looked forward to hearing what she had to say on C-19, given my role with respect to the bill. But I guess we'll have to wait till committee stage. It is unfortunate. We could have had at least another 3 hours of debate earlier today.
I'm going to try and get both of those remaining questions in. The honourable member for Regina Luban.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, the member from Winnipeg North has wanted to talk about Bill C-19 more than the concurrence motion we're talking about right now. And I find it so on a day that he wants to talk about new election laws, that he was found breaking old election laws. And I just find it, and I'm not going to use the word hypocritical, I'll use the word inconsistent, that he stands there as a martyr asking for help to pass government legislation, and then he breaks election laws in the 2019 election. Is that just not a little bit too much for us to bear in this assembly today, listening to this member preach about the respect he has for democracy on the day or a day that he was found breaking election laws? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've been a candidate for over 10 elections, both provincially and federally. And I made a mistake on election day. I actually boosted an ad, or actually when you do the car waving, and after the car waving, live car waving, I boosted it. I also had boosted something the previous day, and I didn't cancel it at midnight. When I was told that it was wrong, I went to Elections Canada. I gave them everything I could possibly do. And I think that's why they reduced it. I made a mistake. It goes to show no matter how much experience you have as a candidate, you can still make mistakes. And I am sorry for it.
I say the time for
enough time for a quick question. The honourable member for Lac Saint Jean. I'll be very brief. My colleague from Winnipeg North used a word. I'll use the same word. He has reached heights of hypocrisy in his speech, Mr. Speaker, when he says that it didn't really affect, that prorogation didn't really affect our work that much. Minimizing that prorogation, I think, is heinous, in my opinion. The report was supposed to come out in August. It didn't come out till October because this government prorogued. And it's very important. I think it's outrageous what he said. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, to be very clear, Mr. Speaker, I agree fully with the Prime Minister's decision to prorogue, given the priority of this government in fighting the coronavirus. It was the right thing to do. We came back in with a throne speech on September 23. I would encourage people to read it. It is something that reset the agenda for the House of Commons. Unfortunately, as we continue to go through day after day, the Conservatives seem to want to lose that focus, and the Bloc seem to have bought into the Conservative con job.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll go back to where I left off earlier. It's a pleasure for me to speak to this report from the Industry Committee, and I'm the Vice Chair. Just by way of context, that study was in the context of the COVID pandemic and how we were supporting our economy in response. So I'd like to commend the initiative from the member for Calgary Nose Hill who tabled this motion.
Member for Red Deer Mountain View, is a problem with interpretation? The honourable member.
Yes, there is a problem with interpretation.
Okay, I thank the honourable member.
Okay, just a comment in French. If the interpretation is, I just want to check if the interpretation is working in the House.
Ça fonctionne maintenant?
Is it working now?
Merci.
Thank you.
And I have the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot on a different point of order.
A different point of order.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you review the record, you will see that the previous Speaker and Parliamentary Secretary ended his comments with what I would suggest would be unparliamentary language, and I would ask that you review that, and if it is in fact unparliamentary, that he be asked to retract and withdraw that statement.
I think the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, I'm not sure what it was that he's referring to. I will check the record and get back to the House if necessary, but appreciate him pointing that out. So,
same point of order.
Oh, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Perhaps he can enlighten us as to what this is about. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Sure, Mr. Speaker. My intention was not to make anyone feel uncomfortable, so I will apologize for the comment and withdraw.
Okay, whatever it was, I'm sure the House accepts the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's apology. And
now we will continue with the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to try a third time to begin again my speech. I salute, obviously, my colleague from Red Deer Mountain View, and I appreciate the fact that he wants to hear my speech since he's a member of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, and he's here to defend the constituents in his riding. The same for the member for Windsor West, who I hope will also have a speech. So we are here, and the context is not C-19, but rather the Investment Canada Act, as I was saying, and I salute the member for Calgary-Nose Hill at the time, who was with me, Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Industry. As Vice Chair, she tabled this report. And why do a study on Investments Canada Act in the context of COVID? Well, it was because there was a very legitimate concern to see the devaluation of our Canadian businesses, Quebec businesses as well, that could be threatened of being acquired by foreigners at a very low price, ridiculously low price. So we had legitimate concerns to see our headquarters leave Quebec, leave Canada, to the benefit of foreign investors, China, in fact, but many other issues existed. We can only think of Air Transat, Air Canada airlines that were seeing their liability significantly increasing and their client numbers dropping and their vulnerability increasing. So in that spirit, the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology met, invited witnesses in order to be able to react to protect those businesses. So today, it is, if I look at the summary of the Investment Canada Act, would allow the government to examine in foreign investments two distinct processes, an examination of net benefit and the national security. So a net benefit to Canada. To me, the net benefit to Canada must be demonstrated constantly, and we must expect a kind of transparency from the government in this regard, from the Minister of Industry in particular, who will be able to impose conditions on a sale. Obviously, I can think of the acquisition of Rona by Lowe's. We never knew whether the federal government put conditions. Obviously, there were to allow the acquisition of Rona by Lowe's. But the problem is that it wasn't made public, and so it was easy for Lowe's to avoid its commitments. And we have seen businesses close in different centers throughout Quebec, and the issue of supply. A company like Rona provides work for Canadian suppliers. Now it's an American company. It will promote or favor investors, and this will be that way. I would like to give this context and say that ultimately in the report, the committee wanted a more prudent, reactive, and transparent approach with regard to the regulation of foreign investments. But, Mr. Speaker, in the Bloc Québécois, I tabled on behalf of my party a complementary opinion. Why? Because there were enough elements in the report to say, well, it was positive and relevant and constructive. However, there were some important things missing, in particular, the issue of examination. So I'd like to read to you this complementary opinion issued by the Bloc Québécois, which was simply called Protect Our Companies Better, because that is what it was about. Can we get out of a neoliberal economy for an economy where we protect our domestic market, where we have a Canadian and Quebec market, where we can be independent and we can deal with suppliers in our regions. We can support our businesses independently. And the COVID context, be it for personal protective equipment or any other health issue, vaccines, we were dependent on foreign countries, and we lost 8 months because of that. We can consider the context in which the study was done, and I think it's absolutely essential. It's more important than ever before. We must come back to the principle of a strong domestic economy where we protect our national interests, and we buy Quebec, we buy Canadian. So the report. Better protect our companies. With regard to controlling foreign investment, this is an important shift. After decades, the Bloc Québécois welcomes this shift. After a decade of inaction, we would have liked the committee to go further. In our opinion, the report should have suggested the government bring the review threshold for foreign investments down to a reasonable level so that it can determine which investments are truly beneficial, hence this supplementary opinion. 4 years. Federal government's foreign investment policy these past years can be summarized in 2 words: deregulation and permissiveness. The policy provides for increased security when national security is at stake and ongoing oversight when investors are foreign countries. The fear of China, Israel. However, the floodgates are open for other foreign investments, which are approved automatically and without review. Statutory review mechanisms, which the government readily insists on protecting in every trade agreement that it signs, are essentially rendered ineffective for foreign investments. In 2013, the Conservatives set the tone by announcing that they would raise the review threshold used by the federal government to determine whether foreign investments are truly beneficial. From 2015 on, the Liberals have been doubling down on this change. Between 2015 and 2020, the threshold applicable to private sector trade agreement investments increased from $369 million to $1.613 billion. The result is striking. The share of reviewed foreign investments fell from 10% in 2009 to 1% in 2019. You read that right? Under the current rules, 99% of foreign investments are now approved automatically and without review. This lack of oversight comes at a bad time. Over the past 30 years, the nature of foreign investment in OECD countries has changed. New investments are down, while investments in the form of mergers and acquisitions of existing companies are up. And just a parenthesis here, it's even truer in the context of COVID. Between 2010 and 2015, only 54% of foreign investments in Canada went towards new entities, while the remaining 46% went towards mergers and acquisitions, where foreign investors took over a number of our companies, either in part or in full. Canada is doing significantly worse than other industrialized countries in this regard. New entities represent 72% of foreign investment in the United States and 78% in France, compared to only 54% in Canada. And the trend continues to this day. From 2018 to 2020, mergers and acquisitions accounted for $90 billion of the $244 billion in foreign investments in Canada. Simply put, over 3 years, foreign companies have invested $90 billion to take over, in part or in full, a number of Canadian companies. This $90 billion in takeovers led to the downfall of head offices, turning them into regional offices with little power. We do not condemn the rising tide, we build levees. Quebec has gained significant economic and financial leverage since the Quiet Revolution, enabling it to pursue a policy of economic nationalism, the intensity of which varies from one government to the next that gives Quebecers greater control over their economy. Our economic nationalism has 2 components. On one hand, we are open to foreign investment as a driver of growth and development. On the other hand, we invest in Quebec companies to keep them intact and fuel their growth. We protect our head offices because we know how important they are as decision makers. Quebec does not, however, want to shut the door to foreign investment. Our economy is and will always be open to the world, and openness towards foreign investment is essential for enabling Quebec to access major trade networks, which is crucial for guaranteeing the prosperity of our relatively small-scale economy. As Jacques Parizeau, former premier, wrote in 2001, even before China joined the World Trade Organization, we do not condemn the rising tide, we build levees to protect ourselves. Unfortunately, weakening the Investment Canada Act has caused those levees to break. Quebec and Ottawa are two conflicting policies. One striking realization is that the federal foreign investment legislation was being gutted at a time when Quebec was becoming concerned about foreign takeovers and the collapse of our companies' head offices. In 2013, the same year that Ottawa announced that it would raise the threshold for reviews under the Investment Canada Act, Quebec went in the opposite direction and established the Task Force on the Protection of Quebec Businesses. The task force was established by a Parti Québécois government, co-chaired by a former Liberal finance minister and composed mainly of business people. It reflected Quebec's consensus for protecting our businesses. The task force began by noting that Quebec's 578 head offices provide 50,000 jobs that pay twice the average salary in Quebec, in addition to 20,000 jobs for specialized services, such as accounting, legal, financial, and IT providers. That's important, Mr. Speaker. In addition, Quebec companies tend to favor Quebec suppliers, while foreign companies with a foothold here rely more on global supply chains, which has an obvious impact on our small and medium-sized businesses, particularly in rural Quebec. As we have seen during the pandemic, global supply chains are fragile and make us entirely dependent on foreign entities. Furthermore, head offices are essential for Montreal's financial sector, which is in turn essential for small and medium-sized enterprises across Quebec, since it gives them the financial tools needed to spur their development. Quebec's financial sector, Mr. Speaker, is responsible for 150,000 jobs in Quebec and generates $20 billion, or 6.3% of its GDP. A large part of these jobs are in Montreal, which ranks 13th among the world's financial centers according to the Global Financial Centers Index. We're talking about close to 100,000 jobs. Lastly, companies tend to concentrate their strategic planning, scientific research, and technological development where their head office is. In other words, a subsidiary economy is a less innovative economy. The task force recommendations were mainly addressed to the Quebec government: make more equity investments in companies, facilitate the distribution of employee shares, and better equip boards of directors against hostile takeovers. However, the power to legally regulate foreign takeovers to ensure that they are beneficial for the economy and society is in Ottawa's hands. And at a time when Quebec was concerned about foreign takeovers of its key economic assets, the federal government chose to relinquish its power to keep foreign investments in check. Quebec and Canada are two contrasting economies. While Quebec upholds economic nationalism, Canada focuses on deregulation. That is because our economies are different. Quebec's economic nationalism encourages Quebec companies to grow. However, Canada's economy is largely based on major foreign company subsidiaries, whether in the automobile, Ford Canada, GM Canada, and so on, or oil, Shell Canada, Imperial Oil Industries. Canada has had a subsidiary economy for a long time. As for Canada's large companies, they operate in industries that are protected against foreign takeovers by federal law, such as finance, rail, and telecommunications. Canada, unlike Quebec, cares very little about protecting head offices because it does not believe that doing so is in its national interest. Nevertheless, Canada's stance is informed by policy difference, not contempt for Quebec's interests. A welcome, albeit incomplete, shift. A new wave of major investments from companies linked to the Chinese government has been a game changer. Canada is starting to realize that it needs to better control foreign investments and to make sure that they are in fact beneficial before greenlighting them. The Bloc Québécois is pleased that this issue has finally surfaced in the context of a study and in the committee's report. The report suggests that the government should tighten restrictions on investments from foreign governments and investments that could impact national security, better protect strategic sectors of the economy, better protect intellectual property to ensure that China cannot access our technology, and increase the transparency of the government's net benefit review process. Increased transparency. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois fully supports all of these proposals. However, the committee did not take the next step needed to protect our economy, businesses, and head offices, namely lowering the review threshold. Hence this supplementary opinion in which the Bloc Québécois speaks on behalf of a broad consensus of Quebecers. Even if the committee did not adopt our proposal, we hope that it will provide the government with some food for thought. After all, the pandemic has shown us that global supply chains are indeed fragile and that it is unwise to be completely dependent on foreign decision makers. All the more reason, in fact, to protect our companies here at home, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to add a few points in addition to this presentation, which was our supplementary opinion. So the importance of ensuring that we protect our intellectual property. I'd like to be able to highlight a few words that were mentioned in the recommendations when we table. We wanted to ensure that the government will protect strategic sectors, and not exclusively, but health, pharmaceutical industry, agri-foods, manufacturing, natural resources. And I think it's in the report also aerospace industry, because we voted for that. And innovation, intellectual property, data, and expertise. And that, Mr. Speaker, is essential. I want to highlight the testimony by Jim Bassage, who is known for his leadership in Canada and Quebec economy, and he came back several times as a witness to speak to our committee to talk about the importance, the essential importance of protecting innovation, intellectual property, data, and expertise. This is absolutely essential in a knowledge economy, and I wanted to name him. And when we talk about recommendations that the Bloc Québécois made, we wanted to ensure that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry should ensure that there was a net benefit for Canada. We want more transparency to explain the elements on which the decision was made with regard to an acquisition by a foreign entity, to ensure also that there would be a follow-up later. It's easy when things are secret for a company to ignore what their commitments are because no one knows what they would be. But it has to be accountable to the public. But the heart of the debate for me that we had in terms of the recommendations made in committee concerned the following motion. It was a recommendation that the Government of Canada have the examination go back to 2015. So based on the year of reference 2000, that's not what happened though. So I recognize with the Conservatives that they worked on the Investment Canada Act and they want to protect Quebec and Canadian companies from Chinese investments. At the request of the Conservatives, the Liberals tried to maintain the status quo with regard to Investment Canada Act, which hadn't changed a lot since 2000. So there was therefore the recommendation tabled. So I wanted to strengthen this, talking about the threshold, and have a formula based on a domestic product, gross domestic product. We wanted to ensure that we look to the thresholds, we protect our companies, unless there was a risk for national security, but the goal is to protect our economy. And to protect our economy, we will have a strong nationalist economy if we can take action and not be vulnerable because we are subject to foreign investment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really want to warmly thank my colleague, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. You can really see that he knows this subject well and that he's passionate about it. That's very evident. So I want to thank him for his speech. And maybe he can tell us more about what's missing from this report. Thank you. The Honourable Member. Well, thank you to my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean. You know, there are a number of things. Currently, the Industry Committee, we're studying the green recovery. We had Benoit Lassalle, witness, come a couple weeks ago, and he talked to us about strategic and precious metals. Now, they're not necessarily the property of Quebec or Canada. In fact, they go to the highest bidder, and that's not always in our interest. Now, this is like what oil was at the beginning of the 20th century. Now it's lithium and precious metals like that. And if we can't protect our mines, if we can't protect our companies, if we can't provide our companies with this material so that they can really ensure growth, you know, if companies can't get lithium, well, we won't be able to do anything. We won't be able to make the investments that we need for economic growth. Those are just examples, Mr. Speaker, but I think that they're very important. Questions and comments?
Member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and of course, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, certainly does a great deal of work on our committee, and I always welcome that.
Just going to interrupt the honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View. We're not seeing his video. There we are now. Okay, very good. No, there we are. Good. Now it's on. The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View. Please continue. We did get the audio, but please continue.
Bit of a chameleon there, so sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. But yeah, certainly what the member has done such great work, and I certainly appreciate that which he has done, and I know that we heard probably from 25 expert witnesses on this issue. He mentioned Mr. Basili and the encouragement that he was giving everyone to make sure that we understood the importance of intellectual property and so on. So I'm just curious if perhaps the member can just describe the frustration that he has that 6 of the 9 recommendations that the committee spent all of that time for and the witnesses spoke to were rejected by the Liberal members on our committee.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member for Red Deer Mountain View, who I think in committee showed us how important it is to have a safe and reliable Wi-Fi connection for all Canadians. That's another study that we actually did in the Industry Committee, and my colleague was involved in that as well. And I also just want to mention how committed he is to all kinds of agricultural issues when it comes to food sovereignty, food security, and protecting our economy. He really cares a lot about that, and he's defended farmers. Now, when it comes to the frustrations regarding our recommendations, I want to focus on this. We need the minister to be accountable. Now, if the Conservatives take power at some point, if the Canadian voters decide that, well, I hope that they will remember just how important it is for the minister to be accountable, just how important transparency is, so that we can have predictability, too. We also need to have the lowest possible thresholds to ensure that the government can intervene and protect our companies from foreign takeovers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today, as well, too, to recognize how cooperative and good it's been to work with him. Industry Committee generally has a good reputation of being a thoughtful and less partisan approach, and I want to thank the member for his really solid contribution here. He came really well prepared, and it needs to be acknowledged. I do want to ask him a specific question about Rona. In the takeover from Lowe's, especially given right now with the pandemic and lumber materials being increased in prices. What we have now is a loss of competition and supply, and I think that it really affects people's quality of life in a different light than ever before. I'd like to ask him his reflection on that, because Rona, of course, is a proud Quebec company, not only just in Quebec but across our country, but in particular, that's where its foundation's from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for Windsor West, who has actually been a bit of a mentor to me at the Industry Committee. I think it's important to mention. I believe it's been 15 years or so that he's been on that committee, and he's always had a very constructive approach. He's always defended the interests of his constituents, and I really appreciate that. Now, in terms of the acquisition of Rona, yes, this has a major impact. And what is the major issue that we're facing in my riding? Well, a labor shortage. Why aren't we able to attract skilled workers? Because we don't have housing. Why don't we have housing? Because now it's too expensive to build. Because building materials are just exorbitantly expensive now. We're not able to get that material in Canada. So there's a lack of investment from the federal government in forestry. We don't have a sufficient domestic market for lumber. And also, we don't have access to those suppliers that we need. So how do we get our economy based locally? We don't just want to make the Canadian dollar more valuable. What we need is suppliers who will buy locally so that we can buy housing that meets our needs.
Nous allons inviter.
We'll have another question. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate that I did hear the member talk about the importance of safeguarding resources during this COVID time. And I would ask on a bit of a extended or expanded note that include the safe, ethical oil, environmentally friendly oil that comes from Alberta. However, more specifically to the debate at hand, there's been massive disruptions in supply chains that we've seen because of COVID-19, which has put a specific stress on many corporate interests across our country, and certainly that's what largely the scope of this report and its relevance to the current pandemic is to ensure that there are safeguards so that the disruptions because of the pandemic that have taken place, that they don't put Canadian business and industry at risk. I'm wondering if he could comment further on that.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot. Well, I think there's maybe a debate that we could have around Alberta oil, but I do want to talk about something that kind of traumatized me a bit. Now, there was an airplane that left from China that was supposed to bring PPE and medical equipment that we urgently needed in hospitals in Quebec and across Canada. And that plane never landed because of the U.S. Intervening. I don't know how much money it cost us to get that plane to eventually come here, but I think that shows just how vulnerable we are. I don't know how much it cost the federal government to get all of these vaccines because we weren't able to produce our own vaccines here in Canada. Having economic nationalism means not depending on foreign purchases, foreign economies, foreign countries who can then bid off their equipment and can charge us 4 or 5 times the price of PPE. We need to be able to have a strong economy that can produce our own material. That's what COVID has shown, and that's what the Investment Canada Act can show as well. Whether it's Air Transat, Air Canada, or other companies, they're almost going to go bankrupt. because there were foreign companies that were willing to pay a bit more money. And, damn, like we might have lost out on a bid like that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to talk about this report. It's a very important one. The Investment Canada Act has been very much lively as a discussion for many years. And this report, I want to start by thanking, it was a motion from the member from Calgary Nose Hill. It was well supported to bring it to fruition. I want to thank all the witnesses that came forward to present and also those that made submissions. And I want to further thank Mr. Speaker, the staff, our legislative crew was excellent, and our researchers and analysts were always doing a good job during the process on a very complicated issue. And so we have a report that's quite extensive, around 50 pages of materials that have been condensed and really reflect, I think, some of the concerns that we saw emerge under, the sale of Canadian companies, but also to the loss of sovereignty in some respects to those lost investments that we have. I do want to start, though, by discussing something that took place in the debate tonight, though, and it related to the parliamentary secretary, and it'll be interesting to see how the Liberals configure their position out of that, is that he, in an answer to myself, I asked him a recommendation too, and that recommendation, Mr. Speaker, is this: that the Government of Canada introduced legislation to amend the Investment Canada Act so that thresholds are reviewed on an annual basis. And the parliamentary secretary of the Prime Minister, and if you think that that would be significant, responded by saying he supported the recommendations of the committee. Yet the Liberal dissenting opinion, and you can actually put a supplementary opinion, but they put a dissenting opinion in, says this: under the ICA, the annual net benefit review thresholds are reviewed and revised by the minister on an annual basis, rendering the proposed legislative amendments unnecessary. So I'm wondering whether, since the parliamentary secretary represents the Prime Minister, is having second thoughts with the fact of the committee members, or second thoughts to the Minister of Industry who didn't adjust this, or whether it's just the parliamentary secretary freelancing by himself on this issue. I don't know what it is, but it'll be interesting to sort that out, because that is the reality of what's been presented in front of us today. In fact, the reality is the thresholds have been raised over a number of different years, and they've created quite a concern from amongst Canadians and also businesses. We've seen them raised, and just because of the iconic ones that we've lost: Falconbridge, Inco, a whole series of ones that are named and brand recognizable firms. But what has been presented in the previous speaker so eloquently discussed was that we actually have smaller firms right now that go under the radar of the threshold that are gobbled up on a regular basis. In fact, there's been an exponential increase of that, and that was part of the discussion that we had at committee, and part of the report here is that under COVID-19 that we have a lot of vulnerable businesses that could be purchased by non-democratic governments. I don't want to speak to just one particular country at the moment, but the reality is that some countries are using their public assets to purchase Canadian companies. And with the COVID-19 issue related to businesses and the vulnerability, we have a lot of startups, medium-sized businesses that are very vulnerable to this. And with regards to this issue, Mr. Speaker, it goes back quite some time, at least from my perspective. I first raised this at Industry Committee with regards to non-democratic governments buying Canadian companies back in 2004. And I discussed it before, but we actually had hearings back at that time. And I look at even just the Globe and Mail, Chinese bid prompts MPs to eye revising Investment Canada Act. And that was because of, Mr. Speaker, Noranda being purchased by China Minmetals. And at that time, I raised the question as to whether or not it's appropriate to have that type of investment because, again, it's a non-democratic government. It's not really necessarily this China, but there's others as well, too. China decided to actually go on a purchasing spree after the year 2000 across the globe, and that included Canada. And you look at the sliding scale of purchases and investments, they're quite significant. And so that brings up a lot of questions about privacy, a lot of questions about control of ownership of our different types of assets. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that has played itself out also, too, in terms of the housing market and speculative approaches that have had significant consequences on Canadians. And so what I pushed for, and then later on it came back in Parliament back in 2007, and here's a Toronto Star article here. It talks about security may be a factor in buyout review. When I pushed for, again, Industry Canada to look at this again, is looking at a national security clause in review, which has now been introduced as part of it, because there were a lot of companies that basically were important to our national security that were being purchased. Mr. Speaker, I guess this comes from my interest in it, representing Windsor, Ontario, where the manufacturing centre has been part of our DNA since our establishment as a community and as a part of Canada. During the First and Second World War and other subsequent, even recently, manufacturing has been part of our heritage to provide. In fact, during the Second World War, we were very much a logistics center for producing materials that were to fight fascism. And I've always viewed manufacturing as part of our national structure of defense and also our national, I guess, importance of connecting people to jobs and meaningfulness and also self-determination. If we didn't have that capability, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we do today. And I'd point to, back at that time, it was maybe more raw materials and then turning them into, things that were used versus today where, a lack of that vision. I always remember, and I reference quite often, this Prime Minister going to London, Ontario and saying that we actually had to transition out of manufacturing. And that was pretty offensive because we don't need to just do rip and ship. One of the tragic things about, I think, our oil and gas industry is that we don't have enough refining capacity. I've seen, Oakville, for example, lose Petro-Canada. I've seen several other refineries close down as opposed to being invested in, often because they were lost of Canadian control in some respects, or they just no longer became investment opportunities because of a lot of different issues. But we lost the capability there, just like we've lost some of the capability right now for actually our forestry industry, as we have a lot of our industry co-owned between, Canada and the United States. And so there's less, really, you don't even have to have collusion. You could just have a disinterest in kind of competing against yourself and lowering market prices because there's no real interest to do so. So with that, Mr. Speaker, this issue, has reared its head as Canada has had some of our natural resources purchased, and I mentioned the mining industry for one, to actually, be sent and be prioritized because it goes to foreign markets to be value-added manufacturing that this Prime Minister wants us to transition out of. And that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because the value-added economy of manufacturing also is important today in this new age for innovation. When we're looking at solar, wind, alternative energy, and also the innovation that's taking place, I often point to what's taking place in Detroit, basically 2 kilometers from where I am right now, where they have billions of dollars going into new electric vehicles and manufacturing there, and we don't have the same over here. We have some piecemeal and some very important projects that are taking place that are exciting, but we don't have a national strategy and we don't have the same type of investment taking place. In fact, in Detroit, there are over $12 billion of investment in the last number of years, and for all of Canada, for the last 5-6 years, we're less than around $6 billion, which is just basically not in the game anymore in respects to where we should be. And so this report, Mr. Speaker, did get a response from the minister. There have been some modest improvements to the actual bill, and there's been some strengthening related to national security review, but they don't rank some of the bigger changes that we had asked for. And one of the ones that I point to, and I had done some work with Unite. It's a labor union out in British Columbia. They had represented a number of companies that had basically been taken over by the Chinese state, different companies there. I won't get into the full details, but I will say this is really what at the end of the day, I still have a concern, and I'm going to read this recommendation that hasn't been implemented, is that the Government of Canada immediately introduce legislation amending the Investment Canada Act to allow for the establishment of a privacy protection review of and the ability to enforce Canadian privacy and digital rights in any ICA-approved acquisition, merger, or investment. So that's the one that we're still, I'm going to talk a little bit about that. The one that they did get pushed through, which I'm pleased about, also allows for divestment issues to take place, and the minister did move on that, and that's important. But where I want to pivot is because we're looking at some of our privacy laws right now, and people need to be aware, they may not be, but we have a privacy commissioner in Canada. They don't have that in the United States. Other places don't have privacy. But our privacy laws affect everything from our capability to be involved as a citizen in your own personal life, but also to our businesses and our ability to actually share and disseminate information, and also look at working together collaborative wise, and also to be connected in terms of actually mergers and so forth like that in a more modest way. And so what we've asked for is this to be part of the actual law, is because with those expectations, we can keep data and information under a review process. So I want to give a specific example that I worked on before to show the vulnerabilities of that, and that's the Canada Census. When the Canada Census was, and it's ironic because it's taking place right now, the census, and I encourage everybody to sign up for it, but my riding here has one of the higher rates that's needed to be improved. We have a low compliance with it for a lot of different reasons, often because of language and for other types of reasons, but they're important to fill out for your government supports and services and a whole series of different things. But at any rate, our census was actually outsourced to Lockheed Martin. I know it sounds kind of bizarre maybe to some people that an arms manufacturing regime would actually get a hold of our Canada Census, but they did. They won a contract. They had done that in a number of different places, and they've done that here too. And part of that, under the Patriot Act, was they were going to assemble our data in the United States. Well, that then allowed all of our census information to be vulnerable to the Patriot Act. And the Patriot Act in the United States, the way it works is that you don't have control over your data and information. The U.S. can access that, and then actually the company that actually is giving that up is not even allowed to report that to you. So that's a fallout from 9/11 and a series of laws that were put in place. And so the data was then going to be moved from Canada. So we fought hard, and we were able to get that actually, the data to stay in Canada to be actually processed here, then protecting it from that. Ironically, Lockheed Martin is no longer doing our census, and it turned out to be another one of those things where we outsource to be so-called efficient, but it turned out to be a loss because we had to actually pay more money for that. And then on top of that, they're no longer around, and we're back to where we started from. So that shortcut didn't work. So, Mr. Speaker, the reason I mention that is because with this, the takeovers, I really still believe that there should be a privacy screen as part of it. When we look at the complications of Facebook, we look at the complications of other companies that have actually been held even to hostage of some of the privacy breaches. It's important to note that we are very much vulnerable, and we still don't have laws to protect companies. And I would point to one of the things that took place in terms of the University of Calgary, where they were breached, and they actually paid money to actually have their privacy protected. So we don't even have a sense of the entire situation right now, because privacy right now has been compromised by a number of different companies, and they can make payouts and they can make different types of restitutions, but they don't have to make that public. And so some of it does go public, some of it doesn't. It just depends upon the situation. So when we look at foreign takeovers and we look at the Investment Canada Act, I do want to point to a couple of the different ones that really affect people in your actually, day-to-day life. I mentioned earlier about the Lowe's and Rona that was raised earlier by my colleague, and I thank him for that. But that's a great example of the consequences right now, is that we lost competition there. We basically had two competing companies that have been erased off the chessboard, so to speak, and now we're very vulnerable, and there's no motivation to compete. In fact, that there's not only less of that, it's also made housing more difficult. It's made fixing your property more difficult. It's turned small businesses very more dependent upon the one provider. It has significant economic consequences. And I opposed that merger and appealed to this government to stop that, and they refused. They basically, they signed a side agreement, I think, to keep maybe the headquarters here, and that's about it. Eventually, the stores are closed and shuttered, and I can't think of a worse situation that we have right now, because we are now dependent upon one source provider, where we've lost those jobs, but more importantly, the competition. On another note, that may be seen a little bit less significant, but it's true, the Future Shop taken by Best Buy. Again, for consumers, how did that benefit us? We lost another competitor in the field, a Canadian franchise company, the Future Shop, which electronics make us very vulnerable to being one source supplied, and we've lost that element. Another one that I think is one of the worst ones ever was Zellers being bought by Target. There you had Zellers making a profit, and during a time when chains were very difficult. They had unions. They had wages that are just above minimum wage. They had benefits. And so we had Target come in and buy up the Zellers and promptly shut them down, basically, of a failed operation here. So not only did we lose the jobs, we lost the benefits from for the workers, but we also lost competition, and for nothing. We had a phony U.S. chain come in here and basically do a social experiment, and we lost a significant part of our actual retail market economy. And we've never recovered from that in many respects because we don't have that type of a competition anymore. There's more, Mr. Speaker. I think about London, Ontario, where we had then the Caterpillar take over Electric Motive. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's an important one because those were good manufacturing jobs. And we saw basically what that was about was just basically union busting and also to drive out competition. So we had that as another one. One of the more iconic ones that I think of is the Stelco. When you had Stelco being taken over by U.S. Steel in Hamilton, we still have the repercussions of that. We have basically lost production capacity. An important part of our long-term history of manufacturing steel in the Hamilton region, a skilled labor workforce that was exceptional, and then just thrown basically because U.S. Steel wanted to wind down operations. So I don't think that we are going to continue to have, the type of situation that we've seen at the moment just because of COVID. But what we do is we have a lot of situations of the smaller companies. And there can be a better way, Mr. Speaker. And I want to point to, and I don't want to be just, it's a negative speech because it's not, it's just raising the awareness here. But there have been some wonderful cases where we fought back and we've seen Canadian companies remain. And I would point to the Potash, the Corporation of Saskatchewan, back in 2004. There was an Australian company, BHP Billiton, that was trying to take over the potash, and we fought that, and we were actually successful. And the second one that I can think of is McDonald Detweiler and Associates and the Canadian Space and Satellite Technology, where we were able to prevent some of that takeover from taking place, and some that's Canadian innovation. So I only have a few more minutes, Mr. Speaker, but I would want to touch on something that's important that's often forgot about this, is that when you look at some of the tax and research and development that we have and the incentives, shred credits, and a whole series of different things as incentives. We have to remember as we're building up some of these companies and we're actually providing subsidies for them to do research and development, is that we need and we should have an obligation, and so should they, to stay Canadian. And that's one of the things that we have to recognize is that when we're doing these types of incentives, whether they be direct subsidies or whether they be indirect ones, that there's an obligation and there actually is an investment by the Canadian public. So if we're just going to have a so-called free market economy where we get government out of the way, well, if we were doing that, then we wouldn't be doing tax credits and subsidies for a whole different series of things. We choose them as a kind of a thing for a democracy and for an innovative society to make advancements on those things. And if we, Mr. Speaker, don't actually get the fruits of those investments, it doesn't make any sense at the end of the day. So we've talked a little bit about thresholds, but we're not seeing the action that I think we need to see. And I know that as I wind up my time here, we have much more work to do on this, and there's so much awareness that's necessary. It's a very complicated file, but there's no doubt that it's just sometimes captured in some of the iconic companies and the bigger acquisitions that take place. But let's not forget the small, medium-sized businesses that fly under the radar, that fly under the requirements for review, that just get notifications that we're losing. And Mr. Speaker, that is a poor choice for a country, especially if we're trying to build up our small and medium-sized businesses. We need to protect those assets and develop them better. So I'll conclude by this, Mr. Speaker, by again thanking the staff and the analysts and all the work that went behind this report. And I know that some have diminished this debate for different reasons in the House of Commons, but I want to say thank you for it because I think it's been important. And at least for anything, we have it on the record. And I know that the House of Commons worked really hard to present stuff in front of the government and the minister for food for thought and for also making a difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly to the member from Windsor West, who is the dean of the industry committee. We always learn a lot by listening to him. And at I believe our last meeting, we had Dan McTeague sort of lamenting on the lost Liberal legacy as far as industry is concerned and business. But I guess really what I would like to ask is if he could comment on the expert testimony that we had seen. And although he didn't mention it in his speech, I'm just wondering if he could comment on one of the recommendations and the discussion that we had, where the Liberals felt that there's no need to compel the minister to consult with our security agencies during a national security review, and in the past the minister actually didn't consult with CSIS or RCMP while doing these reviews. Most experts we heard said that the minister doesn't even normally bother consulting with them. So is that a good idea to leave it as it is with so much discretion to the minister?
For Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question, who's I've got a chance to serve with a couple of times through the committee. And it's been, always very positive and good. And I'm going to go right to his question, which I think is a really good one. And thank you for raising this, because I did have it circled at one point. The recommendation, I'll be really quick to read it, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada immediately introduce legislation amending the Investment Canada Act to compel the minister to consult with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, the Canadian Royal Mounted Police, the Canadian Security Establishment, and the national security process. Sorry, interpreters, if I'm going too fast. But the member brings up a really good point, and that's that there is no this would mandate and make sure it actually gets done, and it hasn't always been done. And he brings up an excellent point, because it's about best practices and good practices and making sure everything is thorough and also consistency. And I think that's the most important thing of the Investment Canada Act, especially when it comes under scrutiny and fairness of reviews, is that consistency would be there. And I know that he's been a champion of that and raised it. And I think it's been a missed opportunity, because some of it gets done, not all of it, and it's not consistent. And I think that would bring some solid resolution to even the challenge of a decision under the Investment Canada Act.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say to my colleague from Windsor West that he touched on a sensitive point when he talked about Falconbridge. I'm from Rouyn-Noranda, and in my region, that's a company that was founded because of the Noranda mine. It became Falcon Ridge in 2005, if I'm not mistaken. And so they took over. It was a Canadian business that became Swiss and British, and then it became Falconbridge. Obviously, that has an impact. And Noranda has such a rich history, particularly from a union point of view, my colleague would be happy to hear. That's where the union movement really asserted itself in Quebec. But unfortunately, that's where tear gas was used for the first time in Quebec, according to Richard Desjardins, who's probably the most famous person from Rouyn-Noranda. And Dave Keon also won the Stanley Cup in Toronto, the last one to win the... he's a guy from where I'm from. So anyway, it's important to be an owner of our own strategic businesses, precious metals, copper, you name it. We can now go to the answer. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's exciting to hear. I didn't realize that. And actually, Dave Keon, yes, awesome hockey player as a goalie. Those are the people you fear. It's point well taken. And actually, it's interesting because where I represent as well too, we had the Ford sits-down strike. It's where we actually had the RAND formula eventually, came out of, and so forth. It's part of our DNA. So I'd like to thank the member for that. But you see, you can see even by this discussion, there's actually a sense of pride that goes deeper than, with ownership and heritage and a connection to the community. And I think we don't want to lose sight of that. A lot of people forget that about building up our businesses, is that there's nothing wrong with showing that interest. And of course, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the unions and the people, men and women working at the company want it to do just as well too. The issues around safety, fair compensation, and so forth are there, but they want to be successful and to wear with pride the signature of their company just as much as anybody else.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And as someone who was not part of the committee but has had an opportunity to read through the report, it was eye-opening and helped me understand the environment in which our companies now are made vulnerable because of the COVID pandemic. Now, I would ask the member to comment, to loop back to his early comments in the speech, the circumstances that provided the genesis for this report. This report was brought about because of the COVID pandemic and the vulnerability that Canadian companies now have to takeovers and investments that may not serve the public interest well. I would encourage the member to perhaps share some further thoughts on how important it was for that study to take place. This is not a trite study, as our Liberal colleagues have suggested. They'd rather debate the Elections Act, which would help them go into an election in the fall. But I would want this member to comment on why it is that this study even took place and how it's helped us understand why Canadian companies need to be protected under an Investment Canada regime.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Abbotsford for his question, especially as a former minister. He has experience dealing internationally with a number of different matters. And what's changed significantly is the vulnerability right now of the financial capabilities of some companies. So you have some sectors like mine that I represent were Canadian, like mold makers and so forth, which traditionally, if you had a hard time with transition to find new ownership as somebody who looked to retired or the next step, they might be sold outright. But now you have questions about some companies that are doing well and are building up that now actually don't have the equity to continue themselves, that could be basically bought for a fire sale. And that's the concern. So there's been a lot of support to try to get the solvency issues taken place. But at the same time, there's just so many companies and there's so many of those, the mid-range ones that really could be vulnerable. And there's been so much work for them to build up, and the innovation that's taking place with some of them is incredible. We don't want to lose those. So that's really what's taking place. Under COVID-19, it's even more vulnerable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I was reading this report, I did note the tremendous amount of work that the committee put in and how it was unusual to have a dissenting opinion from the government as well as the other two opposition parties. But specifically, I would ask the member to expand on some of the specific concerns that are raised around not necessarily the big companies that often make headlines, but the report specifically mentioned, and I forget the quote exactly, but this particular expert talked about it, more concern around a $10 million, a company valued at $10 million related to a specific sector like health or technology than a $100 million company that might be in a more traditional sector. I'm wondering if the member would have further comments on that.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you. Appreciate the question. And, it's very correct. And that's the vulnerability that we have with some of these companies. Jim Balsillie talked about some of the tech that we have vulnerable. And also, too, there's been a series of other witnesses. But there's where we actually have some innovation and some breakthroughs that are very unique, especially with the digital economy, which is still emerging, and Canada is competing quite well in some aspects for it, but we're not doing the proper supports for them to kind of expand, and that's a whole other separate conversation. But we do have some exciting opportunities. I know, for example, I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that mold makers and that for this area, when we had trouble with the auto industry, we helped them diversify into aerospace, into medical devices, and a series of different things. So we have some exciting companies and opportunities, but they're going to be vulnerable right now and for the immediate future. And that's where the threshold won't provide the review. The takeover going to happen, fait accompli, and that's really against the public interest.
We have a little bit of time for the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming to ask a question. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is simple. What does the member for Windsor West think of the fact that the Liberal Party tabled a dissenting report? So they don't support the report that was basically consensual. What does the member think of that? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's why I thought it was interesting that the parliamentary secretary said that, to the Prime Minister, said that he supported a recommendation that was directly quoted in the Liberal dissenting opinion, and then he said he supported the rest of the report. So they got some sorting out to do, I think. I don't know if it's, I mean, that's why I asked specifically to the member to give him a chance, because he had, and later on he mentioned whether I should read the report. He referenced that, in which was kind of, at any rate, Mr. Speaker, I don't really know where they're at, but I can say this much is that I think that, the report overall is a very solid document to read over, and I appreciate being part of it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. La députée de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Kingston in the Isles. Alors, je suis heureuse de répondre.
I'm pleased to respond to the observations made earlier by the member for Carleton on foreign investment in Canada. The questions raised in the Standing Committee on the Industry, Science and Technologies report on the Investment Canada Act are important. Canada needs to attract foreign investment that's advantageous to Canada, while at the same time protecting Canada's interests, including national security. The government uses the Investment Canada Act in cooperation with security agencies and departments that are economically based, and also bases decisions on strategic policy. There are strategic guidelines that have been strengthened, and they focus on important criteria for review, including the transfer or access to sensitive technologies and available to precious metals, and things that might give access to personal information held by Canadian companies.
The Act, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry must consult the Minister of Public Safety and get their recommendation on national security reviews. That process,
Mr. Speaker,
consulting all relevant investigative bodies. I believe that there's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot help but interrupt. I really want to hear my colleague from Saint Laurent, but I cannot hear.
Okay, we'll just check and see if the interpretation is working there. I think that's what I caught. Oui, ça fonctionne.
I'm now hearing it, Mr. Speaker. It is working, says the Speaker.
Pointing that out, and we'll go back to the honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll repeat what he might have missed. Under the Investment Canada Act, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry must consult the Minister of Public Safety and get their recommendation on national security reviews. That process includes consulting all relevant investigative bodies. The Standing Committee report itself notes that as soon as an investment raises a national security concern, Public Safety Canada coordinates a review process involving 18 different federal departments and agencies, including CSIS, the Communications Security Establishment, the Department of National Defence, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Global Affairs Canada, Natural Resources Canada, Public Health Agency, and the Department of Finance. Public Safety noted that this whole-of-government approach brings the relevant expertise to bear as we assess the national security risks of each transaction. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, the government is in favor of foreign investment, but not at the expense of national security. Investment Canada Act is the main government legislation when it comes to the examination of foreign investment in Canada. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry must examine and approve of foreign investments based on their net benefit before it can occur. All foreign investments, no matter what their value and their country of origin, are subject to an examination when it comes to national security as set out in the legislation. When an investment is subject to the legislation. Investors must provide detailed information. They must provide information on all the sources of funding of the investment and details with regard to the investor and the Canadian company being purchased. This information is essential in order to allow an in-depth investigation of the investment based on its economic benefit to Canada and not to harm Canadian security. These are set out in strict provisions. For each examination of net benefit, there are 6 factors set out in the legislation. Among others, we're talking about the impact of the investment on the level and impact of the legislation, particularly in terms of employment, and the impact of the investment on competitiveness on global markets for Canada. An investment is approved only if the minister is convinced that it would be an overall economic benefit for Canada. Each decision is based on an in-depth and rigorous examination, as well as a detailed review of the impact the investment could have. The examination process, when it comes to national security set out in legislation, is as detailed. This process takes into consideration the nature of the goods as well as others set out in the transaction. The information on each investment is provided to the minister, as well as other departments such as public security and CSIS, in order to assess the information and in relation to the investment. These organizations can in turn consult Canada's allies in order to determine whether the investment could undermine national security and if a decree is necessary to respond to the concerns in relation to national security. I know that I have limited time at my disposal, but it's time to indicate that the legislation also takes into consideration the fact that investments made by foreign companies can be motivated by non-commercial purposes that may undermine national security or trade. The provisions of the Act pay specific attention to investments by state organizations. There are guidelines. There are also guidelines related to COVID-19 and national security when it comes to state organizations. It's also private investors that may be closely tied to state governments.
Act, the government already has among the broadest foreign investment review powers in the world, and through existing authorities, we can address problematic investments that threaten Canada's national security while remaining open to most foreign investment. The vast majority of foreign investments in Canada pose no national security risk. The government continues to engage with our allies, including among the Five Eyes on foreign investment issues. The Investment Canada Act is not the only tool that the government uses to protect against national security concerns arising from economic activity. L'étude du comité permanent.
A study by the Standing Committee raised important issues with regard to foreign investments, state organizations, and the protection of Canada's national security interests, be it a net benefit test or an examination of national security. The assessments done under the Investment Canada Act are always exhaustive and detailed. I would also like to highlight the commitment of the government to look at investments under the law to consider the benefit for Canadians. Pursuant to the Investment Canada Act, the government will continue to ensure that Canada's economic interests are taken into consideration during the investigation of foreign investments in Canada.
Based threats to national security. Through Budget 2019, our government committed almost $14 million per year on an ongoing basis, which has helped reinforce Canada's robust approach to address national security threats to the economy. Par ailleurs, le gouvernement.
Furthermore, the government has never compromised and will never compromise Canada's national security, and it has an excellent record in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments.
For Abbotsford.
Well, I thank the member for her speech and for digging into this report and study. I did want to ask her a question. Earlier tonight, her colleague, the parliamentary secretary, suggested that the government actually supports the recommendations of the committee contained in that report. Can she confirm, yes or no, whether in fact the government supports the recommendations, the main recommendations of the committee in that report?
For Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member through you. Unfortunately, I did not hear the comments made by my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, and so I cannot comment necessarily on what was said. However, being a member on the committee, I do know that I personally agreed with many of the recommendations put forward, and as well as with the dissenting report. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear my colleague from Saint Laurent. She talked about the fact that during the process, the minister will do an assessment with 6 elements being considered. I would like to hear about transparency. In a democracy, is it not important for the public to know what conditions are being imposed on companies when they are then taken over by foreign companies? What is the minister negotiating? What is being let go in order to ensure that the jobs will stay here, our suppliers will still have access to services? Is it still important to have transparency in a democracy? The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. Thank you for the question. I would say that it really depends on what are the negotiations and what is being discussed. In a number of cases, confidentiality is key. As an example, I can talk about the vaccine contracts that we have just concluded. This is just one example. It had to remain confidential, otherwise we might not get the doses that we needed of the vaccine for Canadians. So it's just a little example, and I'm giving it because it always depends on the type of negotiations and what we're talking about.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her work at the committee. She's always consistent and has been at almost all, if not all, meetings and been part of this recommendations. I do want to follow up, though, with my intervention with the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister. So the member represents the Prime Minister, who said that he fully supports the recommendations. In particular, I asked him specifically to recommendation 2 that the Government of Canada introduce legislation to amend the Investment Canada Act so that the thresholds are reviewed on an annual basis. Yet the Liberal dissenting opinion is counter to that. So perhaps you can provide us some enlightenment as whether this is just a one-off or is it the Liberal Party position changing because the Minister of Industry didn't actually address that in his response to the committee's report.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member through you. Obviously, this report was tabled and recommendations were made in order for the minister to consider. Obviously, opinions do change based on reports and based on recommendations. So again, I am not in the shoes of the person who made these comments. However, what I can say is that the whole point of these committees and of making these reports and these recommendations is to have the minister review them and see if they would be beneficial to Canada. And so, I remember hearing many of the witnesses on committee. Obviously, not all of the opinions were the same, but many of them were saying that there are already already the necessary tools in the Investment Canada Act given to ministers in order to make the right decisions. Many of them said that that we should remain flexible because of things like the pandemic that have just taken place, and we need to take into consideration the different conditions that exist at a given time. So it's possible that upon review, the minister or the parliamentary secretary made comments to opinions that the government has had ever since reading the report and the recommendation.
We have time for one more question. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to comment on the question asked by the member from Red Deer Mountain View, I believe that the government members on that committee voted against 6 of the 9 recommendations in this report. But specifically, I would ask the member, during the time of COVID, we have seen significant disruptions in supply chains and various industries and corporate interests across this country, leading to vulnerability and in various sectors across our economy, and certainly that's exposed those vulnerabilities. And in reading the report, seeing some of the possibilities that would lead to our economy being put at risk by foreign state interests that would invest in this country. So I'm wondering if the member has any further comments on how it's important during the pandemic that these protections are put into place.
Honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. The Investment Canada Act does already have many protections in place, and basically, as I mentioned prior, the situation of a given time is always taken into account, and obviously more vigilance is being used at this point in time. It's also important to note that during a pandemic and an economic recession that we are currently about to experience or going through, it's important that we also attract investment. So there's a balance to be had there, and I think that the government is doing its best to maintain that balance without putting the Canadian economy at risk. Thank you.
And it being 8:55 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, presented on Friday, March 26, 2021, be concurred in. Now, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I'd ask them to rise and indicate so to the chair. I see the honourable member for Regina Leuven.
I'd ask for a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
And accordingly, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25, 2021, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 12, 2021, at the expiry of the time for oral questions. À ce moment-ci,
at this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion for the adjournment of the House is deemed to have been introduced and seconded. Accordingly, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, toxic masculinity is not a military problem, it's a Liberal Party problem. I'm strong, proud, ready as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, representing Garrison Petawawa, the 4th Canadian Division Support Base, which includes 2 Canadian Mechanized Brigade Group, the Canadian Special Operations Regiment, 1st Canadian Field Hospital, 450 Tactical Helicopter Squadron, 427 Special Operations Aviation Squadron, the 1st and 3rd Regiments of the Royal Canadian Regiments, the 2nd Royal Canadian Horse Artillery, Royal Canadian Dragoons, 2 Service Battalion, and a multitude of other support units. I salute you all for your service to your country. On May 4th, I asked the Prime Minister why he thinks repeating the same mistake will get a different result. In his place, Canadians had to listen to the predictable talking points of the Minister of Defence, who's ordered to regurgitate those every day. I also asked if the only woman he was interested in protecting was Katie Telford. While the Prime Minister was afraid to face Canadians with the truth during question period, Canadians got their answer last Friday. The Prime Minister did what he does best. He threw another woman under the bus. The first person who should have stood up to the Prime Minister's toxic masculinity was the Chief of Staff, Katie Telford. The fact she did not is reason alone she should be dismissed. Now, will she become another piece of female Liberal roadkill, joining the former Justice Minister, the former Health Minister, the former MP for Whitby, to name a few? And who can forget the cringe-worthy shot of the female MP for Waterloo who was sent to take the fall for the We Prime Minister family scandal, crouching in a demeaning position behind the Prime Minister in costume for a photo op during the Prime Minister's outrageous Bollywood tour. Canadians are disappointed in the female members of the Liberal caucus because they won't stand up for the victims of sexual assault. The majority of victims are women. The female Liberal MPs who at one point in their career wore the uniform of a member of the Canadian Armed Forces should know better. By not standing up for sexual assault victims and enabling the toxic masculinity of the Prime Minister, they've become victims themselves. If they want to break the cycle, it starts with them. Leadership in any organization starts at the top. Did the female Liberal MPs ever stop to think about the victims of sexual abuse? The fact that their toxic masculinity has real effects on real people seems to escape the understanding of the Liberal Party. The Prime Minister's toxic masculinity is never going to change unless members of his own caucus and his own party stand up to him. Now, some members of the Liberal Party may feel I'm making the refusal by the Prime Minister to answer my question during question period a bit too personal by calling out individual and female Liberal MPs, like the member for Kanata Carleton, for her role in enabling the toxic masculinity of the Prime Minister. Well, this is personal. This isn't about Katie Telford or the Prime Minister. This is about the victims. Every victim of sexual assault is a person. Let's take some time to stop and think about the victims of sexual assault. That is what my unanswered question to the Prime Minister was really about.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I would like to remind my honourable colleague that the honourable member for Kanata Carleton served 31 years, was the first female squadron commander in the Canadian Air Force, and has an incredibly honourable career serving Canadians. But to go to the question that she asked, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to share more details about the independent, external, comprehensive review of our military. It is clear that our previous efforts to address sexual misconduct did not achieve their goals. It is clear that people are still being harmed. This is completely unacceptable. Sexual misconduct in the military is a systemic issue that dates back decades, which no government has effectively tackled, including the member opposite when she was part of Prime Minister Harper's Conservative government. That's why we are taking action by having Madame Louise Arbour conduct an independent review. And Mr. Speaker, I would just like to comment a little bit about the choice of Louise Arbour to do this. Not only was she a former Supreme Court Justice, former UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, but she notably was also on the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda. And in that position, she was one of the first internationally to make sure that under international jurisprudence that rape is considered a war crime. This is the person in whom we have entrusted finding out exactly how we are to combat sexual misconduct, sexual harassment, and sexual violence within the Canadian Armed Forces. She is eminently qualified to do that. We need to know, why do harassment and sexual misconduct persist within the Canadian Armed Forces, despite extensive and concerted efforts to eliminate them? We need to know, what are the barriers that make it difficult to report inappropriate behavior? We need to know, how can we respond more effectively when people choose to report? The answers to those questions and more will inform recommendations And I would note recommendations that the Minister of Defence has said will be binding of Madame Arbour's report on preventing and addressing harassment and sexual misconduct in our military and creating the conditions for lasting change. As Madame Arbour conducts this review, she will build on previous independent reviews concerning the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. She will assess our progress in applying the recommendations of the Deschamps report. She will coordinate with the Honourable Maurice Fish, who is finalizing his review of the National Defence Act. And she will consider reports by the Auditor General, as well as other internal audits, reviewing their findings and recommendations. To be clear, we are not discarding the findings and recommendations of these previous reviews. Madame Arbour will expand on them, taking a broader look at the how and why sexual misconduct continues to be a pervasive issue in our military. We will look to her for guidance on how we can set up an independent, external reporting system for defense team members that better meets the needs of those who have experienced sexual misconduct. We will look to her for support to make sure our military justice system can properly respond to incidents, to strengthen our existing structures across the defense team, including the Sexual Misconduct Response Center, to instill greater confidence in those who need support, and to review our evaluation and promotion system in the Canadian Armed Forces with a focus on how our organization selects and trains its leaders. Madame Arbour will carry out this work transparently and independently from the chain of command, with input from appropriate stakeholders inside and outside the defense team. Throughout the process, she will provide interim recommendations that we can implement right away. I know Madame Arbour's insights will be critical to these efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go back to the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I just want to mention to her in the characterizations of individual members of the House to use some of her words and characterizations of an individual member were bordering on the kind of language that we normally don't consider in the House to be respectful as it relates to individual members. I know strong words can be used to relate to members as a whole and to parties and this and that, but when we get to individual characterizations, it gets very close to being a personal context, and I ask her to avoid those kinds of characterizations. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage MPs to read from the Operation Honour Manual, understanding that during Operation Honour there were 581 incidents of sexual assault and 221 cases of sexual harassment recorded between April 1st, 2016 and March 9th, 2021. Trauma for victims of sexual misconduct is individual. Directly after an accident, there's often shock. When a victim knows the alleged offender, there can be guilt and self-doubt. The emotional damage can emerge immediately after or take time to appear and can include anxiety, long-term insomnia, a sense of alienation, and thoughts of suicide. While some victims may experience hypervigilance, others may start taking risks and turn to harmful coping strategies. The trauma of sexual assault can impact victims for a lifetime, affecting their health, education, and their careers.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are determined to listen and learn from those who have been affected by sexual misconduct. That's why Madame Arbour's review will be based on the views, accounts, and experiences of current and former members of the defense team. We invite those who feel ready to share their experiences to come forward. Rest assured that Madame Arbour will conduct her review without referencing specific cases and maintain the strictest confidentiality. We cannot rest until members affected by sexual misconduct and survivors have faith in the investigation and reporting process. We have a lot of work to do to rebuild trust, but I'm confident that through these efforts and through dedicated action of our defense team members at all levels, we will get there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, on January 29th, I asked the Minister of Health about directly funding community organizations providing mental health services and removing taxes on counseling as direct action we as parliamentarians can take for improving access to mental health services. Before the pandemic, many Canadians were facing the reality of living with a mental illness. Now, survey after survey finds Canadians' mental health eroding as the pandemic continues. This is a crisis that will have a lasting impact on the lives of Canadians. In the last year, every time I have asked a question to the Minister regarding mental health, I was invited to check out the wellnesstogether.ca portal as an example of the work being done to help Canadians. I'm very familiar with this resource, and I know it can be valuable for some people. But we also need to acknowledge that we can't fix everything with a virtual Band-Aid. These issues are complex and nuanced, and an over-reliance on websites and the digital formats is not enough. Mental health is not a luxury. It is a necessity. The mental health care system in Canada is not meeting people's needs. Long wait lists, inequity, and underfunding are the root cause of the problem. Lengthy wait times are a barrier in part because there has been a chronic underfunding of community-based mental health services and a reliance on intensive, high-cost services like hospitals and acute care. And the consequences are life and death. Once a patient finally makes it onto a list to receive care, they can wait anywhere from 6 months to 2 years to see a counselor. If you can afford it, you go to the private sector. It's a two-tier system that accentuates social inequalities. Data clearly shows that lack of access to mental health care is most pronounced in those with lower incomes or with disability. In Canada, only 7% of the healthcare budget is dedicated to mental health and behavioral health, while experts recommend it should be higher. In my home province, we spend even less. As members of the All-Party Mental Health Caucus, myself and other MPs are in search of solutions. We listen to organizations, stakeholders, people who are working on the ground to try to provide services the best they can. One of the ongoing challenges is always a lack of consistent funding. We need to ensure direct funding for organizations and communities across this country who have the solutions ready to deploy. Funding community-level interventions to alleviate pressure on our acute care system will get people the help they need as fast as possible. This is the very least we can do for the family of 16-year-old Lexi Dakin, who wasn't helped after having waited for hours in the emergency room. I want to take this moment to also honor Monique Paul from St. Mary's First Nation. She was Wolastoqey, she was loved, she is still loved and missed every day. The impacts of suicide and mental illness are particularly hard-hitting in Indigenous communities. Intergenerational trauma and systemic racism have left a painful legacy. Every time someone is lost, especially a child or youth, the frustration and hurt are heavy, like a storm cloud hovering over the community. Individuals cannot carry this burden alone. Communities cannot carry this burden alone. We need help, more help than a virtual portal can provide. It's time to lead, to build a better system that will truly be there for Canadians when they need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her intervention, these questions, and her advocacy for mental health supports. We agree, Mr. Speaker, that the need for support for Canadians in mental health is substantial. And I want to thank her for this opportunity to speak more about the programs that we have in place. She is absolutely right that prior to COVID-19, mental health was a significant concern, with 1 in 3 Canadians experiencing mental illness or problematic substance use during their lifetime. Our government recognizes the seriousness of this problem and has taken a comprehensive approach to mental health. When COVID-19 struck, our government took action to address the mental health needs of Canadians and alleviate some of the burden on provinces and territories. 500 million of additional support was provided to provinces and territories for immediate mental health and substance use service needs as part of the $19 billion Safe Restart Agreement. We also provided $7.5 million in funding to Kids Help Phone to provide young people with mental health support. We launched Wellness Together Canada, which the member mentioned, on April 15th, 2020. It offers a range of free mental health and substance use supports to individuals across Canada on a 24/7 basis in both official languages and with interpretation available during phone sessions in over 200 languages and dialects. Supports include access to peer support networks and confidential text and phone sessions with mental health professionals and a dedicated text line for healthcare workers and frontline personnel. Since its launch, over 1.2 million individuals in all provinces and territories have accessed Wellness Together Canada in over 3.6 million web sessions. Our support of this initiative continues through Budget 2021, which provides $62 million to Wellness Together Canada so that it can continue to provide Canadians with tools and services to support mental health and well-being, so that Canadians can access timely, evidence-based care, treatment, and support. Budget 2021 has also committed $45 million over 2 years to help develop national mental health service standards in collaboration with provinces, territories, and key stakeholders. Because, Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite points out, we need a multifaceted approach to providing supports to Canadians for mental health. I want to also point out that in recognition of the intersections between mental health, gender, race, and occupation, Budget 2021 also provides $100 million over 3 years for mental health projects and $50 million over 2 years for mental health programming to support these high risks of experiencing trauma brought on about the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we know that there was investments needed prior to COVID, significant investments in mental health throughout COVID, and frankly, that once we get through this pandemic, the mental health and well-being of Canadians will continue and we will be there for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are tangible solutions, some of which are underway, and I recognize that. Not only earmarking dedicated funding in the health transfers for mental health, but the recent commitment for this government to define and implement national standards for mental health care, and I'm grateful. We also need to put mental health in the Canada Health Act and provide provinces and territories with the help they need to do it well. Best practices can be shared, but ultimately, Canadians need to be able to receive quality care regardless of where they live in this country. Mental illness is linked to many challenges we are facing collectively, and the longer an illness persists, the more difficult it is to treat. Early intervention leads to better outcomes. We know that every $1 invested in mental health saves the health system $2. Beyond the monetary argument, quality of life, safety, and well-being can be greatly improved. We need access when and where people need it. I want all Canadians to know that if you are facing mental illness, you are not alone. We will continue to advocate for better mental health services for all every month of the year. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the member opposite for her advocacy for high quality mental health services. It's something we are committed to as well, as I've mentioned in the investments outlined above. But with that, the member opposite spoke about the need for the national standards, and we are working collaboratively with provinces and territories, as well as stakeholders, and I encourage, to continue to work with the member opposite for additional ideas, because again, Mr. Speaker, we know that even after this pandemic, the supports and the mental health needs of Canadians are going to continue. We will continue to improve services and access and make sure that no Canadian is left to suffer in silence. So we continue to work with all members of this house, and community providers that can provide this service is something we are absolutely committed to working with, because we want to make sure that all Canadians receive the help that they need.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising tonight to follow up on a question I asked in the House on March 21st regarding funding for services for Canadians with print disabilities. CELA, the Centre for Equitable Library Access, and NNELS, the National Network for Equitable Library Services, are national not-for-profit organizations that provide accessible reading services to people with print disabilities in Canada. In the fall economic update, the Liberal government announced their decision to cut $4 million in essential funding for them. Cuts to these organizations would have severely impacted their ability to produce and distribute accessible reading materials and would have resulted in reduced accessibility for persons with disabilities across Canada. Fortunately, because of Nels and Sela's advocacy campaign, as well as the work of so many disability advocates from across the country making their voices heard, the government was forced to reverse the proposed funding cut in support to Canadians with disabilities. In response to Nels and Sela's advocacy campaign to restore the funding, the federal government announced on March 16th that they would provide an additional $1 million for this coming year. This additional $1 million, Mr. Speaker, is really the amount that reinstates funding for Nels and Sela to the same levels as previous years. However, the government also made it clear that the reinstatement of funds was because the pandemic has affected the timeline, and it made no provision to ensure that funding cuts would not proceed as planned starting in 2022-23. My office reached out to Sela and Nels, and they provided an important overview on the situation they are facing. I want to say thank you to Kevin Millsap and Lori Davidson for their advocacy and work on this issue, and for providing excellent resources. In the most recent budget, there is no provision for long-term sustainable funding for Nels and Sela. Though the federal government announced that there would be no funding cuts for this coming year, for 21-22, as it stands right now, starting in 22-23, Nels and Sela will be facing a 50% cut in funding and then declining to $0 by 2024-25. The current funding envelope is small, only $4 million a year, but the impact of this funding is significant, and the loss of Nels and Sela services to people with print disabilities in Canada will be devastating. Sela and Nels work to ensure books and other library materials are accessible across multiple formats for Canadians with print disabilities. People with print disabilities include those who are blind or low vision, those who have physical disabilities that impact a person's ability to read or manipulate a physical book, and those who have learning or cognitive disabilities such as dyslexia. This funding enables seniors and persons with disabilities to have access to public library materials. This is even more critical in rural Canada, where access and resources are limited. In fact, Sela estimates 1 in every 10 Canadians need accessible formatting for reading materials, proving the essential nature of this partnership. Further, it is expected this number will only increase with a growing senior population across the country. One library in my riding offered the following remarks regarding Sela services. The number of users and inquiries have risen noticeably in the past year, and with the aging baby boomers and the general older population of Grey Bruce, we are bound to see an increase in the number of users. Hopefully, funding will continue for this important services. I'd like to talk briefly about my own 98, soon to be 99-year-old grandmother. I just got her an audio book, Mr. Speaker, in January. Within a couple of weeks, she had already gone through 9 books. She's loving this audiobook to the point that she's no longer even socially active in her long-term care home because she loves it. It's giving her a sense of life, and you can hear the joy in her voice. Mr. Speaker, I just want a clear answer from the government. Will the government commit to providing long-term, stable federal funding for Sela and Nels to ensure that equitable reading services will continue to be made available to people with print disabilities in Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, for his question. His advocacy is making a difference in the lives of his constituents. Our government is committed to the principle that everyone should be able to access information and reading material. And that's why we signed on to the Marrakesh Treaty 4 years ago, and at the same time set up a working group comprised of disability groups, including Sela and Nels, and the publishing industry to develop a long-term strategy on the production of alternate format materials in Canada. We recognize that alternate format materials are more important than ever for persons with print disabilities. They allow persons with print disabilities to read, to learn, and to fully participate in society. Moreover, they are critical during the pandemic. People need up-to-date information, directives, and guidelines related to their health and safety in alternate formats. Many Canadians have also been asked to stay home as much as possible in order to flatten the curve. They have felt isolated and have relied heavily on accessible books and materials to help cope. One of the first organizations I heard from about this issue was the Windsor Public Library, a champion for accessible reading in my community of Windsor-Tecumseh. Mr. Speaker, we continue to listen to the disability community and to organizations like the Windsor Public Library about the importance of Sela and Nels. And that is why our government announced an additional $1 million on March 16th to support activities related to the production of alternate format materials carried out by the Center for Equitable Library Access and the National Network for Equitable Library Service, or CELA and NELS for short. The funding provided through the Social Development Partnership Program, disability component, recognizes that the pandemic has been hard on persons with disabilities. It has also delayed the publishing industry in its goal of making significant progress to ensure books are born accessible in Canada. And as a result, the additional $1 million will help CELA and NELS provide more accessible reading materials to persons with print disabilities in Canada. This investment adds to the $10 million for CELA and NELS that was already announced in the 2020 Fall Economic Statement. Mr. Speaker, the Fall Economic Statement provided for the first time stable, predictable, multi-year funding for the not-for-profit sector in this area. It adds to the $22.8 million in funding announced in Budget 2019 for a transition strategy that supports moving the production of alternate format books from the not-for-profit sector to the Canadian independent publishing industry. This money is helping independent publishers to create alternate format books and to get to a point when they are able to do so independently. In fact, in 2017, we set up a working group on alternate format materials with representatives from disability organizations and the Canadian publishing industry, including CELA and NELS. And based on the recommendations, we developed the transition strategy. But Mr. Speaker, we're still in a pandemic, and it is causing challenges for the not-for-profit and publishing sectors. And that's the reality. The Minister of Employment, Workforce Development, and Disability Inclusion recently met with CELA and NELS, and we understand there is a need to keep engaging with publishers and to possibly reevaluate the transitional timeline. We will not leave people high and dry without accessible information during a pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks to the parliamentary secretary for committing and I appreciate the government having a long-term strategy. But I think the most important comment that he made was the fact that they are willing to evaluate the strategy going forward. Because bottom line, I can understand how they want to move these costs over to the publishing network and make it more self-sustaining. That makes perfect sense. But what I want the government to commit, and will they commit, to continuing to work with CELA and NELS and all these other organizations to ensure that long-term funding stays there and it doesn't end up with a reduction in funding or support for these critical industries and critical capabilities for our disabled. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our announcement of $1 million for CELA and NELS is in line with our commitment to the Marrakesh Treaty. It adds to previous new investments from Budget 2019 and the Fall Economic Statement. And our support will enable access to alternate format materials such as Braille, ebooks, and audiobooks during the pandemic. In fact, this funding will help increase the overall volume of accessible print material available for Canadians with print disabilities. It will also support Canadians with print disabilities to familiarize themselves and get comfortable with using new digital tools. I would like to thank again the member for his question and for his tremendous advocacy on behalf of his constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Consequently, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.